Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
After switching off the TV and pocketing the keys, Jerry took Aisha by the hand and headed toward Lena's Magic House, a quirky little shop in their neighborhood. Thanks to the panel's rewards, every good deed brought Jerry not only red stars but also a bit of money. Sometimes it was just a few dollars for helping an old lady cross the street, sometimes over 100 for foiling petty crime, and occasionally a robber's whole wallet. Over the years, his savings had quietly piled up to tens of thousands. For an 11-year-old, that was wealth. Buying Aisha a wizard suit and a broomstick was nothing more than pocket change. Good afternoon. What can I get for you two today? Inside the shop, Lena, cheerful, red-faced and in her 20s, had just finished wrapping up a broom and suit for another family. She turned to Jerry and Aisha with a bright smile. Lena had always been an occult enthusiast. Believing in magic long before it was fashionable, she'd opened this shop straight out of college. But poor management and overstock nearly bankrupted her. A robbery almost ruined her entirely. Though, oddly, the thief had left behind enough cash to cover the loss, so she never reported it. Then came a miracle. 2 weeks ago, business exploded. Why? Because the mysterious little hero flying on a broom and dressed in wizard robes, Jerry himself, wore the exact suit she sold. Suddenly, her entire stock vanished in a frenzy. Parents, kids, even curious adults swarmed her shop. Smelling opportunity, Lena scrambled to order replicas from toy manufacturers. Those factories, just as quick-witted, switched their lines to produce robes, brooms, and wands identical to the ones the wizard hero used. Now, Lena's store was booming, and she knew exactly who to thank. Jerry, of course, had foreseen all this. In his past life, even Marvel movies had spawned countless replicas. Iron Man suits, Captain Shields, Spider-Man bodysuits. How could real heroes not inspire the same? And this time, it worked to his advantage. His child-sized frame made him easy to identify, but if half the neighborhood kids ran around in the same robes, carrying the same brooms, who would know which one was real? Until he mastered high-level spells like disillusionment and apparition, this camouflage was perfect. 2 full sets, the best quality, Jerry said, placing 5 crisp $100 bills on the counter. Lena's eyes sparkled. Right away. To her, Jerry's mysterious wizard persona was both savior and idol. Without him, her shop would have been long gone. With him, she was thriving. Minutes later, Jerry and Aisha left the shop proudly, each carrying a bag stuffed with wizard robes and a shiny broom. Kids along the street gawked with envy. Look, Jerry, isn't that Dad? Aisha tugged his sleeve, pointing to the cafe across the street. Through the glass, Jerry spotted Haas, sipping coffee. Not alone. Across from him sat a young woman with golden wavy hair, stylish clothes, and a radiant smile. Jerry blinked, then sighed. Of course, Teacher Belle. The very same Bailey who had stood up on the hijacked bus, protecting children without hesitation. Now she and Haas were laughing together, faces lit with warmth. Jerry smirked. So that's why Dad was so insistent about inviting her to dinner last time. Looks like it wasn't just gratitude after all. He felt no resentment. In fact, he approved. Haas had carried the family alone for years, working cases as a police officer, managing a household, playing both father and mother. He deserved companionship. And Belle, she was beautiful. Yes, but more importantly, she was kind and selfless. If she became Jerry's stepmother, life would be better for all of them. Magic could handle chores, but love, companionship, that was something else entirely. Jerry, I want coffee too. Aisha's eyes sparkled as she pressed her nose against the cafe window. Jerry shook his head immediately. Kids don't drink coffee. It's bad for you. When we get home, I'll make you milk. Aisha puffed her cheeks. I hate milk. Milk helps you grow taller. Jerry coaxed. I don't care. I want coffee. He sighed, then thought quickly. Fine, you can have coffee, but only at home. We can't go in there. Dad's busy talking to Teacher Bell. We shouldn't disturb them. Okay. Aisha brightened instantly. But they won't kiss if we walk in, right? Jerry froze, staring at her. You're really just a kid. He shook his head with a helpless smile, tugging her away before she could say more. Children today knew far too much. Leaving Haas and Belle to their quiet moment, Jerry led Aisha back toward the community, bags in hand and 1,000 thoughts swirling in his mind. Flaviv. In the kitchen, Jerry slipped out his wand and pointed it at the steaming glass of milk. A shimmer of magic rippled, and the milk turned into a fragrant cup of coffee, already sweetened with sugar. According to the rules of transfiguration, the illusion would hold only until it hit the stomach, where it would revert to plain, nutrient-rich milk. Aisha would think she was drinking forbidden coffee, while still getting the calcium she needed. Perfect. Jerry grinned. Problem solved. Sometimes, he wondered if he even needed to be a hero to get rich. With the spells he already knew, he could easily make a fortune. The transformation charm alone could revolutionize the dieting industry. Turn boiled veggies into cake, plain water into soda, bland porridge into steak and fried chicken, all guilt-free, until it transformed back in the stomach. A weight loss company built on magic? He'd be a billionaire in months. He chuckled at the thought, then grabbed the mug and carried it into the living room. Come on, Alang. It's time to get up and drink. Ah, wrong line. Here, sister, your coffee. Aisha lit up the moment she sipped it, her eyes curving into happy crescents. Children were always like this. The rarer the treat, the sweeter the taste. Coffee wasn't better than milk, but to her, it was forbidden fruit. Jerry shook his head, too young to understand. One day, she'll realize how important milk really was. He left her to enjoy it and cracked open a book, Outwit Black Magic. The theories inside had helped him strengthen spells like Sectum Sempra and Reducto. Every scrap of knowledge mattered. By 9 that evening, the family was gathered in front of the TV. Friends played on the screen, but only Aisha was really watching. Haas stared blankly, thoughts elsewhere. Jerry, meanwhile, was half immersed in his panel, refreshing his memory of the day's magical studies. But Haas's eyes kept narrowing. Ever since the fire incident, one detail gnawed at him, the wizard's voice. It had sounded so familiar. Too familiar. Almost identical to his son Jerry's. He had brushed it off at first. Children often shared similar voices before puberty. And when he asked, Aisha swore Jerry hadn't gone out alone that day. But Haas knew his daughter. She worshipped Jerry and might cover for him without hesitation. And Jerry had always been unusual. Smarter, stronger, different. The more Haas thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Finally, he turned. Jerry, I have something very important to talk to you about. Jerry blinked, pulled from his notes. Then his expression softened into a knowing smile. Dad, we understand. Don't worry. Aisha and I support you completely. Haas froze. Support me? What pressure? What are you talking about? Jerry tilted his head innocently. Isn't this about you and Teacher Bailey? You wanted to tell us, right? The veteran police officer nearly fell off the couch. His face flushed red, his words tripping over themselves. W.E. How did you know about Belle and me? This matter. Jerry chuckled. Dad, relax. This afternoon, Aisha and I saw you in the cafe with her. Don't worry. We both like Teacher Bailey. She's kind, brave, and she makes you happy. We fully support you. And with that, he stood, stretched, and retreated to his room. It's late. I'm going to bed. Aisha yawned and toddled over, patting Haas's shoulder like a little adult. Dad, you promised to take us to the amusement park. Don't go back on it, or next time I see Teacher Bailey, I'll tell her about you kissing Aunt Mary last Christmas. Haas's jaw dropped. Mary, the widow from downstairs. He had dated her briefly, but ended it quickly when it became clear she disliked children. And now, his daughter was holding it over him like a tiny mob boss. Before he could respond, Aisha skipped off to bed, humming happily. Left alone, Haas slumped back on the couch, rubbing his temples. Then, unexpectedly, chuckled. This isn't so bad after all. But as his smile faded, his mind returned to the real issue. He still hadn't asked Jerry what he needed to. Was his son truly the mysterious wizard? Haas tapped his fingers on the armrest, conflicted. If Jerry was the wizard, would he even admit it? Probably not. Better to check myself, Haas muttered. His eyes hardened with resolve. Tonight, I'll take a look in his room. 2 o'clock in the morning. The door of Jerry's room was slowly pushed open, and a tall figure hunched over, walked in lightly like a thief. It was his adoptive father Haas in this life. Could it be that I'm thinking too much? Haas looked at Jerry lying sprawled on the bed. Half of the quilt kicked off, and couldn't help muttering to himself. Picking up the quilt to cover Jerry, Haas walked out of the room lightly again and closed the door behind him. Not long after Haas left, Jerry, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. It seems that we have to find a way to completely dispel Haas's suspicion. It turned out that when Jerry was on the sofa just now, because he had not turned off the refreshing function, his 5 senses were in a very keen state, and it was easy to discover the strangeness of Haas. So for the sake of caution, he didn't go out to earn Little Red Star tonight, as usual. Sure enough, Haas really came to make rounds at night. This also means that Haas once again became suspicious of his identity. In fact, it's not that he doesn't believe in Haas. From the last school bus hijacking incident, it can be seen that Haas values his and Aisha's safety more than justice and his duty as a police officer. Even if Haas knew that he was a wizard, he probably wouldn't tell others and wouldn't take him to the police station to register. However, Haas is just an ordinary person after all. For an ordinary person, the less he knows, the safest is actually. Once Haas knows that Jerry is a wizard, even if he doesn't say it, there is no guarantee that others will not be able to obtain this information from him. It's okay if it's not Jerry's enemy, but if it's Jerry's enemy, Haas and Aisha will be in danger. Therefore, for now, it is better not to tell Haas to dispel his doubts. However, what if Haas' doubts can be completely dispelled? He hasn't learned the forgetting charm yet. After thinking about it carefully, he gradually had some plans in his mind. The next day, on the dining table in the living room, Dad, why do you have 2 black circles on your eyes? Aisha ate the brown fried dumpling with ice flakes, pointed to Haas's eyes, and asked innocently. Haas took a sip of the porridge, and he hesitated and said that a colleague called to report the case last night, so he went to bed late. On the other hand, Jerry laughed to himself. Don't look at him coming back at 3 o'clock in the morning every night, getting up at 7 o'clock in the morning, and sleeping 4 or 5 hours a night. However, because of the reason of improving the mind, every time he falls asleep, he enters a deep sleep, and the sleep efficiency is not comparable to that of ordinary people. And the child's mental strength is already relatively good. Haas is almost 40. He is middle-aged, and he stays up until 2 or 3 o'clock at night before going to bed. It is strange that he can wake up in the morning with energy. Dad, since you and Mrs. Bell are already together, let's invite Mrs. Bell to come to your house for dinner tonight. Haas was stunned for a moment, and then immediately said with relief, Okay, son, today is Friday, and I will leave work early, so I will reserve a spot in advance and take you and Belle out to eat together. Now that the 2 children already knew about his relationship with Belle and recognized her, it was indeed time for Belle to come and get to know the 2 children in another capacity. However, when Jerry heard the words, he quickly shook his head and said, No, it's a waste to go out to eat. I once read such a sentence in a book. The highest level of hospitality is a family banquet. Teacher Bei Li will soon become the most important member of our family. Of course, eating at home will have more atmosphere. But Haas hesitated for a moment. He doesn't know how to cook, and Jerry will have to work hard at the family dinner. Dad, do you think the dishes I cook are not as delicious as those in the restaurant? Seeing Haas hesitate, Jerry pretended to be angry. Haas quickly waved his hand. How come? Which restaurant can compare the dishes my son cooks? Well, I will inform Belle in a while, and that is thanks to you. It's not hard. Remember to call home when you get off work at night. I will prepare the dishes in advance, so that when you and Mrs. Bell arrive home, I will be almost done. Just kidding. If you go out to eat, the plan will be ruined. Time. 5:30 p.m. Jingle bell. The landline in the living room suddenly rang. Jerry, Dad is calling for you. Jerry, who was preparing ingredients in the kitchen, hurried to the living room when he heard his sister Elsa's call. Dad, you are off work? Okay, I see. I will start preparing now. Putting down the phone, Jerry smiled and came to Aisha. Aisha, do you want magic ice cream that can replenish magic power? I want to eat, but didn't you and Dad say that I can't eat now? Elsa, who was flying under the air conditioner on Magic Broom. Her eyes lit up when she heard Jerry's words, but then she was puzzled. Due to the change of teeth, she has been jointly restricted by Jerry and Haas to eat sweets during this period. Especially when she will have a meal later, snacks are not allowed before meals, but Jerry set the rules early on. Ahem, it's not that Big Brother loves you. See if you haven't eaten for such a long time. In a word, do you want to eat? Jerry coughed in embarrassment. Eat. The simple Aisha still believes in Jerry. After all, yesterday Jerry made coffee for her behind his father's back. Okay, but you can't tell Dad that I went out and bought you ice cream. Otherwise, there will be no more in the future. Seeing that the only loophole had been plugged, Jerry took out the guitar bag from the room and hurried out the door. Time, 6:30 p.m. Haas, who had already picked up Belle, was happily driving his police car on the roads of the city. At this time, a piece of news suddenly came from the radio in the car. Hello, everyone. I'm your favorite reporter, Lucy. It's 6:30. We have received reports from citizens that Mr. Wizard has appeared again after the last fire incident. At this time, he was riding a broomstick and rescued an old man who unfortunately fell into the water from the river. Let's cheer for him. Hearing this news, Haas's heart moved, and he stepped on the accelerator. Oh dear, why are you driving so fast? Belle, who was sitting in the co-pilot, was taken aback by the sudden pushback. It's getting late. I'm afraid it will be bad when Jerry's cooking is ready and we haven't arrived yet. Haas explained casually. Belle nodded with a look of emotion. I didn't expect Jerry to be so sensible not only at school, but also to do all the housework at home. He's only 11 years old. After sighing, he complained to Haas again. You should have told me earlier so that I can go there early and help. Jerry refused. He said he would cook a table of Huagua cuisine himself as a gift to celebrate your arrival. Besides, you don't know how to cook Huagua cuisine. Haas explained. That's right. I feel that I may not be as good at cooking as Jerry. Do you think I could be a good mother? Belle suddenly became a little melancholy. It should be almost there. Jerry checked the time. It was already 6:40, and Limera flew on the broomstick in the direction of the abandoned factory. Originally, he just planned to make a face in front of the public, so that people wouldn't know that he had appeared at this point, but he just happened to encounter someone falling into the water, so he saved it by the way, which can be considered as a subsidy for Little Red Star. Dodging the crowd and returning to the abandoned warehouse, Jerry was about to change out of his wizard's suit, when suddenly his ears moved. He immediately took out his wand and sternly said in the direction of a large rusty machine in the abandoned warehouse, "Who's there? Come out." At this time, he was still in a superhuman state, and his 5 senses were extremely sharp. Just now he smelled a strange smell that did not belong to this warehouse behind the rusted machine. "Hello, Mr. Wizard. I mean no harm." At this time, a tall, beautiful woman in a special combat uniform raised her hands to indicate that she had no weapons and slowly walked out from behind the machine. This person is none other than Maria Hill, the top secret agent sent to New York by Director Fury. At this time, Hill was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this wizard not only knows magic, but also has such a strong sense of vigilance. You know, as a top agent, Hill's lurking skills are also full. She just hid behind the rusted machine, but she didn't make a sound. How did the other party find her? Who are you? What are you doing here? Jerry didn't relax his vigilance just because the other party was a beautiful woman and raised her hand. I'm not a bad guy. I'm Agent Maria Hill. I work for the National Defense Strategic Defense Center and Logistics Support Agency. This is my business card. Hill took out a business card from his combat uniform and slowly stepped forward and handed it to Jerry. I want to chat with you. I wonder if you have time. National Defense Strategic Defense Center and Logistics Support Agency. This name sounds familiar. After searching the memory of his previous life in his brain, he soon realized that the so-called National Defense Strategic Defense Center and Logistics Support Bureau is actually the full name of SHIELD. Sorry, I have something urgent to deal with now. So, after 12 o'clock in the evening, you will wait for me in this warehouse, and we will talk in detail then. Jerry put away his wand, took off his wizard suit, and stuffed it and the broom into his guitar bag. He checked the time with his mask on, and before Hill could answer, he rushed out of the warehouse at a speed of 100 meters. The jump disappeared from the top of the wall. Good. Hill was stunned for a moment. Watching Jerry's disappearing back, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. After arriving in New York, because Dr. Banner had not been found yet, Hill first investigated this wizard who could cast magic. But after a series of investigations and all the information of the police station, she found that the other party was very careful about hiding his identity. All the cameras in Queens did not capture the video of the wizard showing his face. In the beginning, the disappearance of the other party was accompanied by a puff of smoke, and later riding a broomstick was even more comfortable, and it was difficult to lock. Even if she retrieved satellite images, she could only photograph the other party going in and out of an abandoned warehouse, and couldn't photograph the others. What can be confirmed now is that this boy named Wizard may be of Fuchsia descent, aged between 9 and 13, and lives in a certain complex near the abandoned warehouse, because the scope of his initial activities is around here. However, the vicinity of this warehouse is a densely populated area with a large number of communities, and there are many qualified children. It is not easy to find it. So today she came directly to this warehouse in person, wanting to see if she could find any clues. I didn't expect to meet the real master directly. So she simply revealed her identity and planned to have a sincere talk face-to-face. After all, the other party is just a passionate child with a sense of justice. But the result was somewhat unexpected. Finding a place where no one was there, he took off his mask, used the transfiguration charm to turn his guitar bag into a suitcase, and changed the style of his jacket. Then Jerry rushed towards the direction of his community. He had to get home before Haas, or he would be ruined. Give me a box of ice cream and a bottle of mineral water. When passing by a canteen, remembering the promise to buy ice cream for Aisha, Jerry stopped for a while. 5 minutes later, at the door of the house, Jerry opened the box of ice cream, ate all the ice cream inside, then poured mineral water, took out his wand, and cast a transfiguration spell on it. Suddenly, a box of mineral water turned into a new box of ice cream. Ice cream must not be given to Aisha. It is not good for teeth, and she will not want to eat at night. But in order to prevent Aisha from revealing his going out, he had to use the transformation curse instead. Pushing open the door, the impatient Elsa rushed over immediately. Jerry, my magic ice cream. Where's my magic ice cream? Here, take it out and eat. I'm going to cook, but you have to eat quickly, otherwise Dad will be in trouble when he comes back later. Jerry handed the boxed ice cream to Aisha with a serious face. Aisha happily took the ice cream immediately, picked up a spoon, and ate it in a hurry. The speed was comparable to that of Jerry, who was just at the door. After handing the ice cream to Elsa, Jerry immediately rushed to the kitchen and closed the door, took out his wand, and began to cast cooking magic. 15 minutes later, Aisha, who had finished eating ice cream, sat on the sofa and touched her stomach, muttering with some doubts. Why did I eat such a large portion of magic ice cream this time? And I didn't feel full except for wanting to pee. Under normal circumstances, after eating a whole box of ice cream, her little stomach is basically full, but this time she didn't feel full at all. Crack! At this moment, there was a sound of unlocking the door. Immediately afterwards, Haas walked in with Belle. Aisha, where's your big brother Jerry? Haas asked Aisha immediately after entering the door. Jerry's in the kitchen. Aisha raised her finger and pointed to the kitchen. Haas immediately walked towards the kitchen in 3 steps and 2 steps. Hey, Dad, you are back, and you still need a tomato and egg soup. You can take out these dishes first. Jerry looked at Haas, who walked into the kitchen, and while whisking the beaten egg liquid into the soup, he pointed to the steaming 7 dishes on the kitchen chopping board. Good. Haas stared at the 7 hot dishes on the chopping board and was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized that he smiled and began to pick up the dishes. According to what he heard on the radio, it took about 30 minutes for the wizard to save people and speed up to go home. And the 7 dishes in front of him obviously couldn't be prepared in 30 minutes, especially those big dishes, which took a lot of time. It seems that his son Jerry is really not the wizard who could do magic. Such a result, on the contrary, let him breathe a sigh of relief. Jerry brought the last tomato and egg soup out of the living room, just in time to see Mrs. Bailey taking out a sparkling ice and snow crown from the bag and giving it to Elsa. So he put the tomato and egg soup on the dining table and greeted her with a smile. "Good evening, Miss Bailey." "Good evening, Jerry. I have a present for you, too." Teacher Bailey saw Jerry appear and quickly took out a guitar bag that had been prepared from the chair behind him. "I heard Haas said that you seem to be very interested in guitars recently, so I bought you a new guitar." When we met for the first time, Ms. Bell also inquired about the hobbies of Jerry and Aisha from Haas, and spent a whole day to choose these 2 suitable gifts. "I like guitar." Jerry froze for a moment, but soon remembered that in order to prevent Haas from discovering that there was a guitar bag with a broomstick in the house, he had indeed told Haas that he was interested in guitars. "Yes, I've always loved guitars and taught myself for a while, and I absolutely love this gift." Seeing that Aisha and Jerry liked their presents very much, Mrs. Bell was also relieved. In fact, in terms of age, she is only in her 20s, and she has just graduated from college for 3 years. This is the first time for her to do this kind of thing, and she is afraid that Jerry and Aisha will not like her. Now that Jerry and Aisha are no longer her students, but Haas' son and daughter, some things are different. Fortunately, Jerry and Aisha are very sensible, especially Jerry, who always considers her feelings in everything he says and does, so the atmosphere of this dinner is still very harmonious. For Jerry, Haas is almost 40 years old, and he brought the 2 of them with him. It is a blessing from the goddess of luck to find a young and beautiful teacher like Bailey, and of course he has to help him. And Elsa has always followed Jerry's lead, and Mrs. Bailey also gave her a crown of the Snow Queen. Who can refuse a crown of the Snow Queen? Needless to say, Haas, he is the one who most hopes to have fun at home at this time, and has been working hard to enliven the atmosphere. Under such circumstances, this dinner is of course a happy one. After dinner, everyone sat on the sofa watching TV and chatting. Teacher Bell suddenly proposed to Jerry. "Jerry, how about trying out the new guitar? I heard Haas say how good your guitar is." Jerry turned his head to look at Haas, who silently made a cheering gesture to him. In Haas's view, Jerry is a genius. As long as he is interested in something, he can quickly learn it. He was interested in cooking before, and now he can be called a chef. Since Jerry said he was interested in the guitar before, he must be able to play it pretty well now. Seeing Teacher Bailey's expectant eyes and Haas' full confidence in himself, the corners of Jerry's mouth twitched. Fortunately, when I was in college in the previous life, I really learned the guitar, otherwise I would really make a fool of myself today. He took out a brand new guitar from his guitar bag and tuned it. "What song do you want to hear?" "I want to hear a song about wizards." At this time, Elsa raised her little hand excitedly. "About wizards?" Jerry suddenly remembered the brainwashing song from his previous life, and played and sang subconsciously. "You Cha-Cha," singing the sunrise. "Poor Ha-Ha," singing the sunset. "Mr. Wizard rides a broom to fly sorry sorry, but my broom can only clean up the garbage. What is a happy planet, poor Cha-Cha." At the end of the song, Haas, Mrs. Bailey, and Aisha were all petrified. It turns out that Jerry also has aspects that he is not good at. "You guys wash up and go to bed early. I will take Teacher Bailey back, and I may not be able to come back until later." At the door, Haas coughed and explained to Jerry and Aisha. Teacher Bailey's face blushed inexplicably. Jerry understood instantly and added a sentence casually. "Okay, if it's too late, you can find a hotel outside. Otherwise, Elsa and I will be woken up when the door is opened." "Thank you, son, for the divine assist." Haas's eyes lit up. "It makes sense. Then I won't come back tonight." Teacher Bell's face turned red up to her neck. "Jerry, Elsa, see you next week." Bending down and waving to Jerry and Aisha, regardless of Haas, He turned around and walked quickly towards the elevator entrance. "Goodbye, Miss Bailey." Jerry winked at Haas, and Haas immediately turned around knowingly and chased after Mrs. Bell. "Let's go, we should go to bed too." Seeing Mrs. Haas and Bailey leave, Jerry closed the door, took Aisha to wash, and went back to their rooms to rest. 12 midnight. Jerry slowly opened his eyes, took out the guitar bag containing the broomstick and wizard account from under the bed, and quietly left the community. Tonight, he has a date with that S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Hill. Although he doesn't know much about the world of Marvel, he still knows that S.H.I.E.L.D. is the initiator of the formation of the Avengers in this world. Therefore, he still attaches great importance to the visit of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's just that during the day, it was indeed because of special circumstances that I made an appointment with the agent at another time. After changing the wizard's suit in a deserted place, Jerry rode a broomstick to the abandoned warehouse. He walked around the warehouse first, but didn't find an ambush before riding a broom into the warehouse. "I'm really sorry. I have something urgent during the day." Looking at Agent Hill standing in the warehouse, Jerry jumped off the broomstick and said modestly. Hill glanced at the broom with interest, then shook his head. "It's okay. I came here quite suddenly. In this way, we don't have to beat around the bush. I don't know what your situation is. Is there anything you can do with me?" Jerry didn't want to talk too much with a professional agent. It would be easy to reveal some information, so he started to get straight to the point when he met. "Your tone seems to be wary of me. Have you heard of our National Defense Strategic Defense Center and Logistics Support Agency before?" Hill did not answer directly, but asked rhetorically. "It's really sharp." Jerry shrugged helplessly. "No, I'm just very wary of national organizations like you, because you always want to know my secrets. It's dangerous. Also, don't you think the name of your organization is too long? It's a bit of a mouthful, but we're working hard to change it." Hill suddenly laughed, and then explained softly. "We don't want to know your secrets, but your behavior has attracted our attention, and your ability may cause harm to society. I just learned some magic by accident, and I just want to do some good things within my ability. How could it cause harm to society?" Jerry's tone was deliberately a little angry. "Don't get excited. You should know that as a national security unit, some things are not dangerous if you say there is no danger. At least you should let us know you. Only by knowing you can we make a judgment." Hill comforted while persuading. Jerry pulled out his wand, pointed at the passing mouse, and a burst of magic light shot out, instantly turning it into a stone. "I will not tell you my true identity. I have watched many movies. Once a state unit like yours knows my true identity, it will lock me up and dissect me like an alien. And don't try to capture me by force. My magic is not vegetarian. Don't blame me for turning you all into stones or pigs." Turning people into pigs is definitely impossible with Jerry's current magical ability. But during this time, he has a deeper understanding of the cross-species conversion of transfiguration. When it comes to turning a small animal like a mouse into something else of similar size, it's fine. The conversion and deformation of the same substance, as long as it is not too big, is not difficult for Jerry. Now he is working on the conversion and deformation of cross-species. The reason why I say this is to increase some deterrence and to reflect my own particularity, by the way. Hill looked at the living mouse on the ground, which was turned into stone, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Originally, in her eyes, Jerry was just a child who could fly on a broomstick and had some supernatural powers. Although this kind of child had some abilities, she didn't take it seriously. Because things like flying and immobilization are nothing, many high-tech weapons of S.H.I.E.L.D. can do it. The antique car Laura of her colleague Agent Coulson is equipped with an advanced flame-throwing device, and its flying speed can be many times faster than this little wizard's broom. However, turning a living mouse into a stone, and Jerry's mouth can turn a person into a pig, this kind of magic is beyond the explanation of science. At least S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current technology can't do that. Jerry's level of danger in her eyes suddenly increased several times. Of course, the value has also increased several times. At the same time, she sighed her heart. These unscrupulous movies killed people. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be so vigilant. However, after thinking about it, what the other party said was not alarmist. As a senior agent, she knew many dark places in this country. In particular, many politicians only have interests in their eyes, and they are indeed not worthy of trust. Okay, we don't need to delve into your real identity, but I want to ask you, why do you insist on doing good deeds? Do you think it's cool? Or are there other reasons? Hearing this, Jerry lowered his head suddenly. Since he was wearing a mask, Hill couldn't see his expression clearly, but he felt that the other party seemed to be in a low mood. With the fine control of body muscles in Superman mode, Jerry brooded for a while, then slowly raised his head. His eyes were slightly red, and he replied word by word. Because there was once a person who told me, with great power comes great responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Hearing Jerry's answer, Hill couldn't help but startled, and repeated it in a murmur. Okay, I see. I will report your situation to the higher authorities truthfully. As long as you don't use your ability to commit crimes, we won't do anything to you anymore. Come here today. Hill took a serious look at Jerry, turned, and left the warehouse. He just left, and he didn't invite me to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Seeing Hill leave decisively, Jerry showed a surprised look on his face. Originally, he thought that Agent Hill was here to recruit him on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., but he didn't expect that it didn't seem to be the case. But after thinking about it carefully, it actually makes sense. After all, Little Spider had been wandering in Queens for a long time, and S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't recruited him. Later, I heard that because of special circumstances, Iron Man went to recruit him as a temporary worker. Perhaps in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D., he is still just a child. Even if he knows some magic, they will not use child labor unless there are special circumstances. Maybe this time I came here just to find out his true identity. It's just that he's not as big as a little spider who dangles around the city with his spider silk and goes home directly through the window of his room after he dangles. His identity has long been found out by S.H.I.E.L.D. That's why we had this contact. In fact, with such a result, Jerry felt relieved. Although there are definitely many opportunities to earn a lot of little red stars in S.H.I.E.L.D., it is also very dangerous. Although Fury is the director, he also has to be restrained by politicians at the highest level of the government, and few of those politicians are good things. Therefore, Jerry never wanted to join S.H.I.E.L.D. He could at most accept cooperation, that kind of cooperation in exchange of equal value. The point is his strength is still too low now. You know, he hasn't even gone to Hell's Kitchen yet. Even though he has a broomstick, he also has a lot of attack magic. But if he is attacked and shoots random guns, he still needs GG. And the criminals over there in Hell's Kitchen have a lot of heavy weapons in their hands. Therefore, during the conversation just now, he deliberately used the words of the little spider uncle in his previous life to mislead Agent Hill. Let the other party have a good judgment and leave a good impression first. It is best to treat him after S.H.I.E.L.D., just like a little spider. After he develops a few waves, his strength will be stronger, and he will return to Hogwarts after learning important spells such as the Iron Armor Curse, Disarming Curse, Apparition, and Disillusionment Curse. Then go to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D., find opportunities to get in touch with some relatively large, dangerous incidents, so as to earn more red stars. After temporarily stopping the brainstorming, Jerry also left the abandoned warehouse on a broomstick. Now that they're all out, I must patrol the Queens district again, looking for opportunities to earn a little red star. Yesterday was already delayed for a day, and today can't be delayed any longer. There are not many days left until the cooldown for him to enter the small world ends. He should try his best to earn enough little red stars before entering the small world next time, so that he can stay in Hogwarts longer, learn more magic, and improve his magic power. If he remembers correctly, the interval between Iron Man's appearance and Avengers 1 is not very long. When a large number of aliens invade New York, it will be a good opportunity to acquire a large number of little red stars. However, if the strength is not enough, let alone little red stars, you may lose your life. At the same time, the S.H.I.E.L.D. base in New York. Hill, who returned to the base, also passed the content of the conversation with Jerry this time, as well as his own assessment of Jerry, to Nick Fury at the Washington headquarters. After Fury received the report, he gave the order to put aside the investigation of the wizard's identity for the time being and focus on the surveillance of Greyburn College. Obviously, Dr. Banner, who has super destructive power, is much more dangerous than a wizard who is still a child. A week later in the morning, Haas was combing his hair in the bathroom, and Aisha tiptoed over with her head down. "Dad, I just made a very small mistake. You shouldn't be angry." "Baby, what's the matter?" Haas stopped the setting spray in his hand, and for some reason, something bad came to his mind. Aisha whispered with erratic eyes. "Well, when I flew to your room on a magic broom just now, that Autobot of yours suddenly attacked me, and then it was shattered by my magic counterattack." "What Autobot?" "Honey, you don't mean that Optimus Prime model that I waited in line for 3 days to get last year?" Haas quickly understood what his daughter meant, and his heart slowed down by half a beat. Aisha nodded slowly. "It's okay, it's just a model. We have to go to the amusement park today. You go and change your clothes first." That Optimus Prime model was a limited edition, and now he couldn't buy it even if he wanted to, but facing his daughter, Haas couldn't bear to blame him, so he could only secretly regret that he forgot to close the door when he just left the room. Seeing Haas' distressed look, Aisha suddenly raised her head and smiled. "Dad, I was just joking with you. Your Autobot is still on the table." Hearing Aisha's words, Haas instantly felt that he had returned to heaven from hell, and his mood suddenly improved a lot. But before he blamed Aisha for being naughty, Aisha went on to say, "It's just that I accidentally broke your 2 lightsabers just now. This is not a joke." "Lightsaber?" "Ah, the lightsaber is fine. As long as Optimus Prime is fine, you can buy the lightsaber next time." At this time, he heard that the lightsaber was broken, and Haas suddenly felt that it was nothing, and it was not a limited edition, so he would spend a little more money and buy 2 more. At this time, Jerry, who was preparing to go out in the living room, laughed secretly when he heard the conversation between the father and daughter in the bathroom. He found that his younger sister was usually silly, but she was always very clever at critical moments, especially in dealing with Haas. Originally, Aisha accidentally broke Haas's beloved lightsaber. Although Haas would not scold her, he must be in a bad mood. "And today is the day I made an appointment with Mrs. Bell to go to the amusement park. If Haas is in a bad mood, then today's play will not be so fun." But now that Aisha has made such a move, Haas's mood is even better than before. Seeing Elsa walking out of the bathroom triumphantly with her head held high, Jerry couldn't help but urged with a smile, "Stop playing, go into the house, and change your clothes. We're leaving in a while." Around 9:30 in the morning, Jerry and Aisha came to a famous large amusement park in Manhattan in Haas's police car. And Teacher Bailey has already arrived at the gate of the playground ahead of time and bought the tickets. Jerry has no interest in going to the playground. It's just that Aisha likes it, and it's rare for Haas to spare time to be with Aisha. In addition, Teacher Bailey also wants to use this to enhance everyone's relationship, so he has no objection. Compared to flying around in the sky on a magic broom and studying and practicing magical magic, it is difficult to arouse his interest in the facilities in the playground. "Ah, help! I can't do it! I'm going to die! Let me go down!" In the roller coaster, hearing the screams from the surroundings, including Haas, Jerry silently thought, if he used magic to stop the entire roller coaster at this time, he wondered if Little Red Star would be included. Come to think of it, these people who are so scared that tears are about to come out on the roller coaster definitely really want to go down. His behavior of stopping the roller coaster can be regarded as helping others, and there should be little red stars in the account. However, not today, but another day when you have time to come alone, you can give it a try. Roller coasters, jumping machines, haunted houses, these seem to have a chance to get a little red star. They played until after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After playing almost all the amusement facilities in the playground, the 4 left the playground hungry and drove to the bustling Broadway to find a place to eat. Water? How does this guy drive? On the street full of traffic, a taxi cut in front of Haas's car in a thrilling manner, and Haas was so angry that he almost cursed if he hadn't thought that there were 2 children, Aisha and Jerry, in the car. A moment later, when Haas' car stopped at the intersection of traffic lights, Jerry saw the taxi that liked to overtake from the car window, and it slammed to the side of the road with a sudden brake. Then a man and a woman quickly opened the door and rushed out from the car. The man began to inhale and exhale nonstop after getting out of the car, as if he was forcibly controlling his heartbeat, while the woman yelled at the taxi driver angrily. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with the dangerous driving of the taxi driver. "Jerry, Elsa, look over there. That's Grayburn College, the teacher's alma mater when he was in college. I'll take you in for a stroll after dinner." At this time, Teacher Bailey, who was sitting in the co-pilot, pointed to university on the side of the road ahead, turned around, and introduced to Jerry and Aisha with a smile. "Grayburn College is a top-ranked university in New York. Dad hopes that you can also be admitted to such a university in the future." At this time, Haas, who was driving, also interjected. "No problem. Jerry and Aisha are so smart. They will definitely be able to go to a better university than this in the future." Belle encouraged Jerry and Aisha. Haas shook his head secretly. Of course, Jerry is fine. He even thinks that with Jerry's IQ, it is not a big problem to be admitted to MIT. The main reason is that his daughter, who has never passed mathematics, has never passed. Not to mention Grayburn College. Whether he can be admitted to a third-rate university in the future is a problem. After eating, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In order to digest food and let Jerry and Aisha have a look at college life, Haas and Bailey took them into Grayburn College, as expected of a first-class university. Walking on the cobblestone path in Grayburn College, Jerry couldn't help sighing secretly when he looked at the beautiful scenery around him and the youthful college students. In his previous life, he went to a junior college, or that kind of public junior college. The advantage is that the tuition fees are very cheap, but the disadvantage is that the combined area of the entire university is not as large as a quarter of the area of the high school he studied in the county. When he first entered university with a suitcase, if he hadn't considered the financial situation of his family, he almost turned around and went back to repeat his studies. It feels like he was lonely in college in his previous life. Maybe he can make up for it in this life. As the four wandered around, the sky gradually dimmed. "The steak and cakes in our school cafeteria are very good. I will take you to try them later." Teacher Bailey pointed to a separate building nearby and suggested with some pride. Since entering Grayburn College, Mrs. Bell seems to have returned to the time when she was in college, and her whole person state has become much more youthful and lively. "Of course, no problem." Haas had a happy smile on his face. Bell's youthful and girlish side now broke his old man's heart a little bit. Sure enough, men, regardless of their age, like 18-year-olds. Jerry looked at Haas's expression and shook his head secretly. It's normal. He is also a man, so he understands very well. "I'm fine too." Jerry agrees to Belle's proposal. As for Aisha, when she heard that there was cake to eat, she almost shed tears. However, just as the four of them walked toward the cafeteria building, Jerry suddenly frowned and stopped, because he actually felt a slight vibration from the ground, and then exclamations sounded in his ears, and he turned to look in the direction of the sound. Military jeeps, tanks, and a large number of soldiers wearing camouflage uniforms and holding long guns rushed towards us from the direction of the gate. "Sorry, there's an important military operation here, and it needs to be blocked temporarily. Please leave now." A soldier with a rifle trotted up to the four of Jerry, then gave a military salute and ordered. Similarly, everyone in the school at this time, whether students or teachers, were invited out of the school by these soldiers. "I'm a policeman. Where are you from the army? Are there any dangerous military operations in the school?" Haas took out his ID. His expression became serious. The soldier glanced at Haas' ID, his tone unchanged. "Sorry for the secret operation. No comment. You can ask your superiors for instructions after you go out." Seeing that the soldiers were unwilling to tell the truth, Haas had no choice but to follow the crowd with Belle and Jerry, and left Grayburn College. "Captain Jim, what's going on?" Coming to the street outside the school, Haas immediately saw several familiar figures maintaining order. "Oh, Captain Haas, you are here too. We don't know what's going on. We just got a temporary notice to come here to maintain order." A sheriff who was leading the maintenance of order shrugged helplessly. They also received orders suddenly while they were driving on patrol, and the orders were only to cooperate with the Army's operations without telling the reason, and they were also very confused. It is definitely not that simple to be able to dispatch an army of this size near such a densely populated street. Haas pondered for a moment. then whispered to Teacher Bailey, "Honey, I can't accompany you to dinner. You take Jerry and Aisha home in my car. It may be dangerous here." Although Belle was a little worried, she still nodded, took Jerry with one hand and Aisha with the other, and walked towards the parking place. Jerry, on the other hand, was thoughtful, turned his head and glanced in the direction of Reborn College, and followed Teacher Bailey into the car without saying anything. Meanwhile, Reborn College teaches uptown. In a laboratory of the famous professor of cytology, Professor Samuel Stern, the couple who got off the taxi that Jerry saw during the day are here at this time. These two people are Dr. Banner and Dr. Betty, who escaped from Corvo University all the way. Bruce Banner, a famous genius scientist, was invited by General Ross to study and replicate the super soldier serum during World War II, thus participating in the Army Biochemical Power Enhancement Project. The experiment went awry, and Dr. Banner was exposed to dangerous gamma radiation, awakening a second form of Green Titan. Dr. Banner, who is well aware of the terrifying power of the Green Titan, has been hiding in various countries in the world for 5 years in order to escape General Ross' experiment. At the same time, I'm also trying to learn to control my anger without changing my body and to find a way to heal myself and return to a normal person. This time I came to Reborn College in New York because Dr. Samuel here made an antidote that could cure him. With the help of Dr. Samuel and his girlfriend, Dr. Betty, Dr. Banner finally succeeded in suppressing the Green Titan form in his body by injecting the antidote. But at this time, Dr. Banner, who was half cured, had a dispute with Dr. Samuel. It turned out that Dr. Samuel secretly copied a large amount of Banner's blood, hoping to make an antidote that could cure countless incurable diseases, and won the Nobel Prize for this. And Dr. Banner insisted on destroying these blood samples, because he knew that with the ideas of General Ross and others, what they would make would not be an antidote that could cure terminal illnesses, but countless destructive and irrational ones. Monster. Just when the two were arguing, the periphery of the laboratory where they were located was already surrounded by the army led by General Ross. More than a dozen elite snipers aimed at Dr. Banner with tranquilizer sniper rifles. Ready to shoot, under the command of the commander, the sniper shot Dr. Banner, who could not transform. Afterwards, the soldiers ambushing around rushed in and took Dr. Banner, who was unable to move, out of the laboratory in a bundle. However, just as the soldiers were evacuating, an officer named Emil Bronsky suddenly broke into the laboratory and forced Dr. Samuel to inject him with Dr. Banner's serum, turning him into a man whose size was not inferior to that of a green man. Titan's mighty monster abomination. Emil Bronkeith, who originally played for the British Royal Marines, was recruited by General Ross to deal with Dr. Banner, but was broken by the Hulk, who turned into Dr. Banner. Afterwards, he was injected with incomplete super soldier serum, which greatly increased his strength, but his mind was affected and became very irritable and crazy. He wanted to become stronger than Hulk, and then kill Hulk to become the strongest. What happened? Teacher Bailey, who was driving the police car to Queens, was startled by the sudden explosion sound from behind, and quickly stepped on the brakes to stop the police car on the side of the street. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, a series of explosions came from the direction of Reborn College that they had just left. Haas, hearing the dangerous explosion in the distance, and thinking of those armored vehicles and soldiers with guns that had just driven into the academy, Teacher Belle suddenly felt bad, and a worried look appeared on her face. Originally, she wanted to turn around and drive back to have a look, but when she saw Jerry and Aisha in the car, she finally gave up. Dizzy, dizzy. 2 magical rays of light flashed in the car, and Mrs. Bailey and Aisha passed out on the seats at the same time. It turned out that Jerry took the opportunity to secretly take out his wand and secretly cast the sleeping curse on Mrs. Bell in front and Elsa next to her. Fortunately, when I went out today, I secretly put the broomstick in the trunk of the car. Otherwise, it would be too late to run over such a long distance. After getting out of the car, he opened the trunk and took out the guitar bag inside. Jerry was secretly thankful. Just seeing a large number of troops appear, Jerry knew that something terrible was going to happen. Because even if it is a terrorist attack, There is no need to dispatch tanks and armored vehicles in this urban area. At the same time, this also means that there may be a large number of small red stars about to appear. Zhengqiu's cooldown period is about to end, and his little red star reserves are not enough. So this opportunity arises. Originally, he wanted to stay with Haas to observe, but in the situation just now, I am afraid that Haas would never let him stay for whatever reason he used, so he could only get in the car with Teacher Bell and leave. It wasn't until Mrs. Bailey stopped the car that he took the opportunity to secretly take out his wand and whispered the sleeping spell. Putting his guitar bag on his back, just to be on the safe side, he cast a locking spell on the police car before sneaking into the dark alley next to the street. Putting on a wizard suit and riding a broom, Jerry accelerated and flew towards the place where the explosion occurred in the distance. Reborn College. An ugly khaki-colored Titan 5 meters tall jumped out of the window of the laboratory building. He was still carrying the corpses of 2 soldiers whose bones had been crushed by him. It was the injection of banner serum that turned into the abominable Colonel Braun Keith. Roar! With a roar of excitement, Haight threw the corpse in his hand on the ground, then jumped more than 10 meters and ran towards the street outside the school. Seeing this, the soldiers who had not completely evacuated along the road took up their weapons in fright and started shooting at him. However, these bullets hit Abomination's body like hitting a steel plate, unable to cause him any harm at all. On the other hand, those elite soldiers, as long as they were swept lightly by him, they would basically not die but be seriously injured. Even tanks and armored vehicles will still be bent by him and thrown out directly. The powerful strength and defensive ability made the Abomination fearless of the weapon attack of the modern army. As if he had opened Wushuang all the way, he directly smashed through the army and rushed to the street outside the school. Since Reborn College is located near Broadway, even though it was briefly blocked by the army and police, there was still a large number of onlookers outside. The army and the police blocked the university. How can we not take out our mobile phone to take a picture of this situation and post it on Facebook, by the way? Even many reporters were moved by the news and squeezed outside the blockade, waiting for a while to get some big news. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions and gunshots suddenly sounded, and then the huge body of Haight fell from the sky and landed on the roof of a taxi on the street. Crack! The taxi and the driver inside were instantly crushed, leaving blood on the ground. Oh, come out! The eyes of hatred are full of bloodthirsty and cruelty. After a loud roar, he directly picked up a car with one hand and smashed it into the crowd of onlookers. The screams, and cries suddenly rang out. God, what the hell is that? Outside the blockade, Haas and other police officers who maintained order saw the appearance of the Abomination, and they were all frightened and stunned. But when they saw that the Abomination began to slaughter wantonly, they immediately reacted and took out their pistols to shoot at the Abomination. The bullet hit Abomination. Although it couldn't hurt it, it could make him feel a little pain and attract his attention. Sure enough, Haight ignored those weak chicken-like people, but turned around and locked his eyes on the location of Haas and other policemen. He sneered, picked up a big bus next to him, lifted it up with both hands, and slammed it towards Haas and others. No flash. Seeing the bus hitting them, Haas and the others quickly rolled behind them to dodge. However, the speed at which they rolled was nowhere near the speed of a bus hitting them, and the size of the bus was not comparable to that of ordinary cars. Seeing that Haas and several policemen were about to be completely wiped out by the smashing bus, a hurried voice suddenly sounded from high in the sky. Wingardim Leviosa. A blue magic ray precisely hit the bus, temporarily fixing it in the air. Everyone looked up and saw a child wearing a wizard's robe and a wizard's hat, riding a broom, who did not know when he came to the sky above them. It was the little wizard who was very famous during this time. Get out of the way, my magic won't last long. Seeing that Haas and the others froze in place, Jerry hurriedly shouted. The floating spell he used just now is a spell that can make objects float in the air. But now with his level of magic, he couldn't hold on to something as heavy as a bus with a levitation charm for a few seconds. Haas and the others had no time to thank them after hearing the words, and quickly escaped from the coverage of the bus. Boom! The big bus finally crashed to the ground. Seeing that Haas was fine, Jerry was slightly relieved and then looked up at the initiator in front of him. As soon as he came, he saw Haas was in danger, and he didn't have time to figure out what was going on. What kind of monster is this? It doesn't look like a green titan. Seeing the 5-meter-tall, muscular, and ugly abomination, Jerry also gasped. Such a big guy looks a bit like the Green Titan in the Avengers. But he clearly remembered that the Green Titan was all green except for his hair, but this guy's whole body was an ugly khaki. The key point is that since Titan is a member of the Avengers, he must belong to the side of justice. And this guy has a brutal face and a murderous appearance, which doesn't look like a righteous superhero. Sheriff, what's going on here? Without going forward immediately, Jerry first cautiously asked Haas about the situation. However, Haas is also confused. We don't know, we just saw that guy jumped out of the school. Could it be that this school is doing some kind of biological experiment, and then the monster that came out of the experiment? In fact, it is normal for Jerry to have such thoughts, because in his impression, many monsters and villains in the Marvel world were created when scientists or biologists conducted experiments. For example, the Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, and Sandman in the Spider-Man trilogy he has seen are not all the products of scientific experiments. The big guy in front of him is probably no exception. Sheriff, you lead people to evacuate the crowd, move those injured to a safe place, and I will attract his attention. Okay, then be careful. That monster is not afraid of bullets, so it's hard to deal with. Haas nodded when he heard the words and ran towards the injured crowd with other policemen. Since pistols can't hurt the opponent, they will still be delivering food if they rush forward. So it's better to rescue the injured people, which can still play some role. And after Jerry finished speaking, he also accelerated on his broomstick and rushed towards the abomination who was roaring and throwing cars. Hulk, come out quickly. There is no one who can fight. Hate grabbed it, and the rockets fired by the soldiers on the military jeep in the distance squeezed hard, and the rockets exploded. But he was unscathed by the explosion of the rocket, and he pushed aside the car blocking the route, roaring, and ran towards the jeep. All petrified, suddenly, a blue magic light shot at his back from a height. A strange magical force spread all over his body, instantly freezing him in place. It turned out that it was Jerry who escaped behind him from a high altitude and secretly cast a full-body binding spell on him. Roar! It's a pity that after only a pause, the abomination roared again, broke free from the shackles of the body-binding spell, and ruthlessly threw itself at Jerry in the air. So close! At this time, Jerry also turned on the Superman mode, and his 5 senses were quite keen. He pulled up the broomstick immediately, avoiding the jumping attack of the abomination. With the power shown by hatred now, even if he was in Superman mode and was slapped with a slap, he would definitely be dead. It's just that he didn't expect that his whole body-binding spell could only hold the opponent for less than a second, and then he was completely freed. But if you think about it, it's normal. According to the study of magic theory during this period, he knew that the fundamental principle of the body-binding spell was to use the power of magic to bind a person's body so that his limbs could not move. But the size of the binding power depends on the magic level of the wizard. With Jerry's current level of magic, of course, there is no big problem for ordinary people. Even if it is released on ordinary adult wizards, it can basically be frozen for a long time because the physical strength of ordinary wizards is not much stronger than that of ordinary people. However, using the whole body binding spell to deal with large magical animals such as fire dragons and titans is basically difficult to produce effects. On the one hand, they have high magic resistance, and on the other hand, their physical strength is strong. Ordinary wizards can't restrain them at all with the magical power of the body-binding spell. The current abomination is the same as the Titan in the wizarding world, but obviously the power and defense of the abomination are several grades stronger than the ordinary Titan. Damn! Seeing that the body-binding spell was useless, Jerry swooped around again and cast a sleeping spell on the back of the hated head. The abomination who was hit by the sleeping spell did not go into a coma directly like Teacher Bailey and Aisha just now, but was dizzy for about 2 seconds and then regained consciousness with a shake of his head. The effect of the sleeping spell is mainly aimed at the spirit, which is obviously better than the effect of the body-binding spell, but it is also difficult to directly feign it like it is for ordinary people. Perhaps it was aware of Jerry's attack. Compared with those modern weapons, he was more threatening to himself. He hated the soldiers who shot at him and the fleeing crowd immediately and jumped towards Jerry again. It's not that easy. Jerry sped up on the broom, dodged the attack of the abomination, and then threw a Fuchsia curse on it. However, it may be because the size of the abomination is too large, and his Fuchsia curse is not proficient enough, so it didn't have any effect. In this way, Jerry, relying on his small size and fast enough reaction speed, kept harassing the abomination with all kinds of magic like a mosquito, fully filling the hatred value, so that the abomination had no time to harm the fleeing crowd. After some experiments, Jerry also found that most of the magic is difficult to have an effect on hatred. The currently useful ones are the Sleeping Curse, the Shadowless Curse, the Toenail Growth Curse, and the Snot Curse. The sleeping spell can make the abomination stunned for 2 seconds, and using the God's Shadowless Curse to attack the abomination's eyes, ears, mouth, nose, genitals, and back door. Although it can't break the defense, it can still cause him a lot of pain. The Toenail Growth Charm made his toenails grow longer, hindering his movement. The Snot Curse can make it run continuously during battle, which is equivalent to blessing in negative state, but the abomination has no cleanliness and obsessive-compulsive disorder, so the hindering effect is not great. To sum up, none of these spells could cause any direct damage to the abomination. At most, it could only be said to disgust him, so that he could continue to maintain his anger towards himself instead of hurting others. Fortunately, although Jerry cannot cause damage to the abomination, it is also difficult for the abomination to cause any harm to Jerry. Because of Jerry's small stature, the broomstick has been used for a period of time, and it has basically achieved the integration of human and sweeper. With the blessing of the 5 senses in Superman mode, his position is also quite coquettish. No matter how much the abomination jumps, he can't catch him. Now the abomination is like a Donkey Kong of the animal kingdom, and Jerry is a bird. Donkey Kong can slap the bird to death, but as long as the bird doesn't land, it can't do anything with the bird. Even if it can throw stones at birds, it is basically difficult to hit the birds flying around. But the little bird can fly over its head for a while, airborne a pile of bird feces disgusting. It is furious. However, good times don't last long. After all, hatred is not King Kong. Although affected by the potion, it has become very tyrannical, but its IQ has not yet completely dropped to the level of King Kong. After some entanglement, he quickly found a way to deal with Jerry. He had a car in his hand, and whenever Jerry fired magic at him, he used one of them as a shield to block the magic light so that the magic would not fall on him. At the same time, another car is used as a weapon to attack or throw when Jerry wants to get closer to release magic more accurately. The attack area of the car is large, and it is difficult to dodge. A few times, it almost slammed into Jerry's body. It made him dare not get too close to cast a magic attack, so he had to reopen the distance and float in mid-air. By the way, restore most of the mana points that have just been consumed. Little ant, come down, I will crush you into meatloaf. Seeing that Jerry was hanging high in the sky, and the few cars he threw were flashed by him nimbly, he immediately roared angrily. Of course, Jerry wouldn't be so stupid that he would immediately go down to seek death after being provoked by the hatred. Besides, he didn't have much magic power. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at the nearby place that had just been ravaged by hatred. There, Haas and a few policemen, taking advantage of Jerry attracting the attention of the abomination, took the risk of carrying those wounded and unable to move, one by one, to a safe place far away. Looking at his attribute panel again, the number of little red stars is growing upwards like a rocket. It seems that we have to continue to spread hatred. Jerry's eyes brightened. To be honest, it was also the first time for him to have such a thrilling and high-intensity battle like today. In the past, he dealt with ordinary robbery cases, theft cases, or *** cases, and so on. Although the opponent has a pistol and a rifle, he is just an ordinary person. When passing by on a broomstick, throwing a magic spell at him will be enough. But facing the hatred, if he made any mistakes just now, he would be smashed into a ball of meat by its powerful force. However, for Little Red Star, sometimes it is worth taking a little risk. I saw Jerry riding on a broomstick, looking down at the hatred, and slowly stretched out his left hand. Hate thought that Jerry was going to cast some magic again, and quickly tightened the military jeep in his hand, blocking most of his body. "Big idiot, you come here." Jerry stretched out the index finger of his left hand, slightly bent it, and loudly challenged the abomination below. F***K. How could this hatred be tolerated? His eyes burst into red instantly, his legs kicked hard, and he smashed towards Jerry together with the two cars in his hand. Slightly, you can't hit me. You just can't hit me. I'm flying over again. I'm flying away again. Idiot, big idiot. Jerry hugged his broomstick tightly and stopped using magic attacks. He kept coquettishly moving around to dodge the attacks of hatred, and the provocative words in his mouth continued one after another, causing his hatred to explode. He was beaten twice by the Green Titan before, but he finally obtained a powerful strength with the genetic potion, and he was no longer inferior to the Green Titan. I never thought that I would encounter such a disgusting thing when I didn't look handsome for 5 seconds just after I appeared on the stage. B*****************. Come down for me. Come here. You come down. Come here. Boom. 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 The angry hatred smashed his fist to the ground fiercely, venting the anger in his heart. The powerful force smashed the ground full of cracks, and Jerry bared his teeth in the air. Ever since Jerry came along, he's been getting beat up, not hurt, but too emotionally involved. It was hard to think of a way to restrain the other party, but he didn't expect the other party to play a rogue with him, and he stayed in the air and couldn't come down. This is several times more aggrieved than being scolded by others on the internet, and then being blocked after scolding but unable to refute. Seeing that Jerry refused to come down, he hated forcing himself to calm down, and then his heart moved. He ignored Jerry's ridicule, but went to the other side, where Haas and the crowd who were evacuating chased after him. Obviously, at this moment, he already understood that Jerry was delaying in protecting those people. As long as he chased and killed those people, Jerry would definitely come down to stop them, and then he would have a chance to crush the little bug. Fact, with an angry curse, Jerry knew something was wrong, so he had to speed up and chase after him on his broomstick. He doesn't care about other people's life or death. At most, he earns less red stars, but Haas is also among those people, so Jerry can't care less. If it doesn't work, he can only rescue Haas first. And at this moment, a military helicopter flew over from a distance, and then a figure jumped out of the helicopter, smashing fiercely into the street between the abomination and the evacuated crowd. Time back to 10 minutes ago. General Ross is taking a helicopter gunship to personally escort Dr. Banner and his daughter, Dr. Betty, to the secret military base of Country M. The communicator on the helicopter suddenly received an emergency notification in the headset and hurriedly turned his head and handed the walkie-talkie to General Ross. "General, there's an emergency and you need to answer it yourself." General Ross took over the walkie-talkie with some doubts, and there was an extremely panicked report from the soldiers. "Hulk is on the street." "Repeat, Hulk is on the street." "What?" General Ross immediately turned his head to look at Dr. Banner, who was under control. Seeing that he was indeed staying there, he was slightly relieved and said, "This is impossible. Soldier, calm down. You first calm down. Tell me where you are now." "General, we're on 121st Street, going north on Broadway." When the soldier replied, the shouts of the soldiers nearby, the screams of the crowd, and the sound of explosions were also transmitted along the walkie-talkie. General Ross, who noticed something was wrong, first ordered the helicopter to turn around and head to Block 121, and then shouted at the soldier on the other end of the walkie-talkie. "Quick, find a way to pass on the situation at the scene." "Yes, General." As General Ross put down the walkie-talkie, a small TV in the cabin suddenly lit up, followed by a shaky live video. In the picture, The abomination is wreaking havoc on the streets crazily, and the army's guns can't do anything to him at all. The casualties of the soldiers and the masses continued to grow amid the roar of hatred, like a purgatory on earth. And the soldier who had just communicated, while reporting information to the camera, took out a bazooka from the box next to him. He picked up the bazooka and aimed it at the raging abomination. A rocket was launched with a bang, but was grabbed and crushed by the opponent without any injuries. "Your experiment?" Dr. Banner asked General Ross angrily. Dr. Betty on the side looked at his father with an expression of disbelief. "Oh God, what have you done?" Facing the accusations from the two, General Ross also looked confused. Although his purpose is to use Dr. Banner to create a bunch of controllable superfighters. But it hasn't started yet. Dr. Banner has just been captured. He is still worrying about how to carry out the next experiment if Dr. Banner returns to normal and the blood in his body returns to normal. Why did such a guy appear? The point is, this guy wreaks havoc in the city center, and when the time comes, the general, will also be held accountable. "Look, what's that?" At this moment, Dr. Betty suddenly pointed to the small TV in surprise. It turned out that just as the abomination was rushing towards the soldier who fired the rocket, a child riding a broom and wearing a wizard's suit appeared behind the abomination. I saw the child waving a small stick in his hand, continuously shooting rays of light towards the abomination, hitting the abomination and roaring again and again, and soon completely attracted the attention of the abomination, and the crisis was temporarily lifted. This child is none other than Jerry, who rushed over after saving Haas. General Ross and Banner looked at Jerry on the TV with doubts on their faces. Obviously, they didn't know this little guy riding a broom. Jerry is known to many people in Queens because of the last fire rescue incident. However, he is not that well known to New York as a whole, and he is still far behind in the whole country and the world. Therefore, General Ross, who has been tracking Dr. Banner, and Dr. Banner, who has been on the run, have never heard the story about the wizard. His name is a wizard, and he is a superhero who often haunts Queens. He will use some magical abilities to fight criminals and save people in trouble. At this time, a SHIELD logistics agent who was assisting General Ross in the cabin slowly revealed Jerry's information. Can he handle this big guy? General Ross looked at the small TV, and Jerry surrounded him with abhorrence, emitting streaks of blue magic light, and couldn't help showing a worried look. From the looks of it now, I'm afraid it can only serve as a temporary restraint. After observing for a while, the SHIELD logistics agent frowned, seeing that the abomination was intact under Jerry's magic. "Call all the troops over here." Hearing the judgment of the SHIELD agents, General Ross took a deep breath. Even if this monster can be solved now, it is estimated that most of Broadway will be destroyed, and he will bear the blame for it. "Let me go down." At this time, Dr. Banner said with firm eyes. He knew that if that guy was as powerful as the Hulk, the army's weapons would be useless at all, and more people would just die. That's all. Only the Hulk can defeat the opponent. "What are you saying?" Dr. Betty became anxious immediately. In her opinion, Banner had been injected with the antidote, and it was very likely that he had become a normal person. Wouldn't it be better to die now? However, at this time, Dr. Banner actually knew in his heart that the Hulk might not have disappeared, and as long as he was in danger, the Hulk would still come out. Seeing the small TV, the abomination abandoned Jerry and rushed towards the fleeing crowd. General Ross finally gave the order to open the hatch of the helicopter. Dr. Banner also jumped down after saying goodbye to Dr. Betty. This jump, he was not 100% sure in his heart, but he had to jump because he felt that he was also responsible for what happened. If he had not agreed to General Ross to participate in the experiment, these things would not have happened. F***K, what's going on? Jerry, who had just caught up with the abomination who hadn't come to attack, saw a figure suddenly falling down from the armed helicopter flying from high above, and he was shocked and immediately pulled away again. I thought it was some kind of guy sent by the military, but I saw that the figure didn't land handsomely, but smashed into the ground. Similarly, Abomination was also taken aback by this sudden situation. But before he could react, a familiar roar came from the ground. "Hulk! Immediately afterwards, a green titan, not much smaller than the abomination, punched open the stone buried in his body and jumped out from the ground. "Hulk, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's fight it out." When Hate saw Hulk appearing, his eyes suddenly shone with excitement. He no longer cared about those ordinary people like ants and the fly that kept harassing him in the air, and rushed towards Hulk. And Hulk also shook his dizzy head from falling from a high altitude and rushed towards the abomination with a loud roar. Long so green. This should be the veritable Green Titan. Seeing that a heavyweight helper finally appeared, Jerry was greatly relieved. At present, with his magical strength, it is still very difficult to face the big yellow monster in front of him alone. If he is not good, he may be photographed as meat sauce. However, not long after he was happy, he saw the Green Titan being violently knocked out in the passionate collision with the abomination, and soon fell into a disadvantage in the battle. It turned out that although Dr. Samuel's antidote did not really eliminate Hulk, it also suppressed his strength. Although he has successfully awakened now, Hulk's strength is not at its peak. "Quick, help him with a machine gun." At this time, General Ross on the helicopter quickly shouted orders to the soldiers manipulating the heavy-duty airborne machine guns. "Which one will you help?" The soldier looked puzzled at the two big guys huddled together. General Ross took a picture of his head. "Of course it's a green guy. Which one do you want to help?" "Shoot the other one in half." Ross, feeling the hail of bullets from the top of his head, he roared in disgust, jumped onto the wall of a nearby building, and rushed to the top of the building with his hands and feet like a gorilla. Then he jumped towards the armed helicopter in the air. Due to the speed of abomination, the gunship had no time to raise the height, and he grabbed the lower edge of the hatch and squeezed the machine gun into scrap metal as soon as he stretched out his hand. However, just as he was about to reach out to attack General Ross and the others in the cabin, Hulk, who reacted, followed him, grabbed Abomination's ankle, and kept trying to drag him off the helicopter. Under the extraordinary weight and shaking of the two titans, the gunship immediately began to shake. Seeing that the armed helicopter was difficult to control due to external force, it crashed into the building next to it, and a small figure suddenly appeared next to the armed straight-body machine. It was Jerry, who rushed over on a broomstick. "Just now I told you to come up, but you didn't come up, but now you come up instead. I think you should go down." Fainted. With a finger of Jerry's wand, a beam of magical light shot directly at him, which could not be avoided at this time, and there was no abomination of any occluders knocking him out. Although the sleeping curse can only have an effect on the abomination for 2 seconds, it is completely enough at this time. During the 2 seconds of being in a coma, the arm of the abomination holding on to the lower edge of the cabin softened instantly, and under the force of the Hulk below, the two titans fell down together. Wingardim Leviosa. Getting rid of the abomination, Jerry hastily threw a levitation spell at the tilted helicopter gunship, temporarily stabilizing it. The pilot who was driving the armed helicopter was obviously also an elite in the army. Seeing that the fuselage was stable, he immediately performed a dazzling operation, which brought the helicopter back to its normal state. "Fly higher, or it's too dangerous. I'll go down and help." Seeing that the helicopter was fine, Jerry yelled at General Ross and the others in the cabin, and rode a broomstick to rush towards the Hulk and the abomination who were huddled together below. Although his magic can't hurt the abomination, but he can be a good support. Abomination can slightly suppress Hulk now, but it is only a slight advantage. It is not easy to resist his magic with free hands. Damn! Jerry in Superman mode is very insidious, looking for all kinds of blind spots in the battle vision of the abomination, and then Bayou puts a sleeping spell on him, giving him a 2-second sleepiness. And Hulk took the opportunity to suppress him under his body and beat his head wildly. Hate was violently awakened by Hulk, pushed Hulk hard, and pressed Hulk under him. Damn! Jerry threw a stun spell again, hating the stun. Hulk pressed the hatred under his body and hammered wildly again. Abomination awakens, suppresses Hulk, Jerry's stunning curse. Hulk suppresses Abomination. Abomination awakens, suppresses Hulk, Jerry's stunning curse. The style of painting suddenly becomes strange. After dozens of rounds of endless loops like this, finally, Hate's eyes were blank, his limbs were limp on the ground, and he didn't move at all. Under the joint siege of Hulk and Jerry, two guys who don't speak martial arts, Hate was beaten unilaterally for more than 10 minutes with almost no ability to resist. At this time, his spirit and body were close to collapse. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Wouldn't it be nice for me to take the military supplies and retire home? Why do I have to forcefully inject this ghost genetic potion and be humiliated and beaten like this? At this time, the hatred finally came to his senses. There is still another mountain. If he can survive, he will never fight again. Don't underestimate any support, especially the support that is good at control. Jerry put away his wand a little out of breath. The mana he recovered with difficulty in the air just now was almost consumed. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that his god's shadowless curse wasn't powerful enough to break through the defense of the abomination, he would have been able to kill the abomination with just the stun spell control and the shadowless god's edge spell. However, although the abomination has strong power and defensive capabilities, it is still much worse than Hulk after all. The more Hulk fights, the stronger he gets, the more angry he becomes, as if there is no upper limit. But hatred is normal. The more you fight, the weaker you become. The more you fight, your strength, stamina, and defense will drop like normal people. After all, what the abomination injects is only the imperfect super soldier serum and the Green Titan serum copied from Dr. Banner's body, which are just effective products. Seeing that the hatred's resistance was getting weaker and weaker, and finally it didn't move at all, General Ross ordered the helicopter to land slowly. Seeing the surviving soldiers holding up their guns and surrounding the Green Titan again, General Ross waved his hand and told them to put down their guns and retreat first. At this time, Rose's attitude toward the Green Titan has obviously changed a lot. Big brother, happy cooperation. At this time, Jerry, who had recovered some of his magic power, was lying on the ground on a broomstick, and the dying abomination who was hammered looked at him and raised his hand to give Hulk a thumbs up. It still has to be you. Oh, Hulk replied to Jerry, as if thanking him for his help just now. Although Hulk is a little naive, he is not without wisdom. On the contrary, his heart is more sensitive than normal people. He likes everyone who reaches out to help him and recognizes him. He could still feel Jerry's tone of sincere praise just now. At this time, General Ross and Dr. Betty also came over together. Betty, Hulk glanced at Dr. Betty with nostalgia, then looked at more and more armed helicopters in the sky, jumped up, and after a few big jumps, he disappeared from everyone's sight. At this time, the police and the crowd had basically evacuated, but there were still many soldiers who had just fought the abomination because of their injuries, lying in every corner and howling. Quick healing. After making a deal with Ross and the others, Jerry used his limited magic power to cast the quick healing curse on the wounds of the seriously injured soldiers. The quick healing charm is a spell upgraded by Snape based on the normal healing spell. It can not only heal the wound, but also remove the curse left in the wound. Jerry's quick healing charm was limited, and he couldn't completely heal these seriously injured soldiers, but he was able to stop their bleeding and send them to the hospital for surgery and rescue. And this scene was also seen by the SHIELD logistics agent who had been following General Ross. Thank you so much. A seriously injured sniper finally stopped bleeding under Jerry's quick healing spell. Small matter, by the way, is this a sniper rifle? After the last seriously injured person was dealt with, Jerry picked up the sniper rifle next to him and asked curiously. Seeing the savior Jerry, the sniper was interested in his sniper rifle and immediately explained weakly. Yes, but this is not an ordinary sniper rifle, but a narcotic sniper rifle, which was originally used to deal with Green Titans. Hearing the anesthesia sniper rifle, Jerry's eyes lit up immediately, then nodded and put the sniper rifle on his back. This is my reward for saving you, sniper. Ignoring the stunned sniper, Jerry picked up the sniper rifle, waved his wand, and summoned his broom with a summoning spell. Okay, since I have nothing to do, I will withdraw first. There is still a music tuition class tomorrow. Goodbye. Riding on the broomstick, He waved to General Ross and the agents of the SHIELD Logistics Department who were walking towards him. Before they could answer, he turned his head and flew away. General, he took my sniper rifle. Seeing General Ross approaching, the sniper reported helplessly. Forget it. Let's treat it as a gift to him. If it wasn't for him on the helicopter just now, we would be in danger, and his, magic is more powerful than a narcotic sniper rifle. The tranquilizing sniper rifle is useless against the abomination, but the magic of that little wizard can stun the abomination. At this time, the agent of the SHIELD Logistics Department quietly walked to a place where there was no one else and reported in a low voice to the microphone hidden under the collar. The target has left. The target has left. In a building 10 kilometers away, Agent Maria Hill heard the report in the headset and issued an order to a staff member wearing the same SHIELD uniform. Send a drone to follow him. Remember, although the opponent is young, he is very cautious. Don't let the tracking drone get too close. After she finished speaking, she turned her head and looked at another staff member and asked, "How about the Green Titan?" "Report, sir. The Green Titan has left the city and has entered the forest area, but it is still under our drone surveillance." The staff member who was questioned stared closely at the screen and reported, "No, our drone was found destroyed." At this time, the first staff member who was ordered to start the drone to track Jerry looked at the screen that suddenly went black and let out an exclamation. "This SHIELD is really ruthless. Fortunately, I didn't turn off refresh, otherwise I would really be discovered." When he left Street 121 just now, he felt like he was being watched. Just in case, he accelerated and turned around immediately. Sure enough, he saw a drone not far away that was too late to hide. So several consecutive Shenfeng Wuying curses passed over, splitting it into scrap iron. Putting away his wand, Jerry didn't stay in the air, but rushed into the alley below on his broomstick. Next, he intends to continue on through the alley below. Although the speed will be slower, it is more secure. After flying around for more than 10 minutes, he finally returned safely to the alley where Mr. Bell parked his car. Putting the broomstick, narcotic sniper rifle, and wizard suit into the guitar bag, Jerry, who was restored to his original state, walked out of the alley calmly. He reached out to open the trunk, put the guitar bag back to its original position, opened the car door with an unlocking spell, sat back to the previous position, and waved his magic wand. Quick recovery. Everything back to the original appearance. "What's wrong with me?" Teacher Bailey slowly opened her eyes, showing a confused look. Why did she seem to be asleep? "Teacher, you seem to be too worried about Dad just now. So you fainted from excitement?" Jerry explained with a serious face. "Is that right?" Teacher Bailey was stunned for a moment, but she quickly thought of something and immediately opened the door and got out of the car to look in the direction of Mr. Grayburn. But at this time, there was no sound of artillery roaring. "Teacher, if you are really worried, you can call Dad." Jerry pressed the car window and made a suggestion to Mrs. Bell. And Teacher Bailey also woke up like a dream and quickly took out her mobile phone and started calling. After a conversation, Mrs. Bell took a sigh of relief and sat back in the car. "It's okay. Your father said he's okay. He's on his way to send the wounded to the hospital. It might be a little later before he can go home." "That's good." Jerry, who had known the situation for a long time, nodded with a smile. "Hey, is Aisha asleep too?" Teacher Bailey didn't hear Aisha's voice and turned her head to look behind. "Yeah, maybe I'm tired from playing in the amusement park today." Jerry didn't lift Aisha's sleeping spell just now, so Aisha is now lying in the back snoring and sleeping soundly. Then let's go back first. After putting Elsa's head on his lap to make her sleep more comfortably, Jerry silently opened his strange panel. Fighting so hard this time and saving so many people and soldiers, the number of little red stars should not be low. 50,000, although he knew it would not be less. When he saw the number of little red stars on the panel, he almost couldn't help crying out. He worked hard for a month before, patrolling around on a broomstick every night, doing good deeds and fighting crimes, and he only accumulated 20,000 little red stars in total. However, today he earned 30,000 coins in one night, and he is not considered the main force, which really caught him by surprise. It seems that it is still necessary to participate more in such dangerous events, so that the panel can give him more little red stars. In fact, Jerry still hasn't fully understood what is going on with the small red star reward system on the panel. Originally, he understood whether it was something similar to the power of cause and effect and merit. But it doesn't matter if he does bad things. Even if he creates disasters or saves himself, it doesn't conform to the rules of merit, virtue, and cause and effect that he understands. Moreover, he also discovered that there was a strange feature in the way he obtained this little red star. That is, although it is said that there is a little red star reward for doing good deeds, it is not entirely like this. For example, when he helped the old lady cross the road, there was little red star, and when he helped the old lady throw out the trash, there was little red star. But if he gave money to the grandmother, there would be no little red star, and if he gave money to beggars on the roadside, there would be no little red star. And sometimes, for the same thing, little red star gives different amounts. For example, in the same robbery incident, the robber is holding a knife and the robber is holding a pistol. The robber is thin and the robber is tall. The number of little red stars he will give after solving it is also different. Anyway, it's fascinating. It seemed that he had to participate in it himself. And the stronger and more dangerous the enemy was, the more people he saved, the more his little red stars would grow. 8 in the morning. Teacher Bailey, who was only wearing a baggy men's white vest, came out of the room yawning. When speaking with Haas yesterday, Haas said that he might be busy tonight, so after sending Jerry and Aisha home, Mrs. Bell did not leave. She woke up early today, planning to cook some oatmeal for the 2 children, then bake bread and fry an egg. In the future, she might be the mother of 2 children, and she can no longer sleep and carefree like when she is alone at home. However, as soon as she walked into the living room, she was stunned. "Jerry, you got up so early?" "Good morning, Mrs. Bell. I'm used to getting up early. By the way, I've prepared breakfast. It's a Fuchsia-style breakfast. I don't know if it suits your taste." Jerry, who was sitting on the sofa, put away the magic book in his hand and said to Teacher Bailey, who was standing there with a smile, "Appetite." Teacher Bailey looked at the rich breakfast on the table and pointed in the direction of the bathroom in a daze. I'm going to wash up. It is good." Jerry nodded. "What?" Suddenly, Teacher Bell's exclamation came from the bathroom. "What's wrong?" Jerry ran over in a hurry. Teacher Bailey pointed to the clothes basket next to the washing machine in the bathroom and murmured a little at a loss. "Where's the clothes I changed yesterday?" "Oh, when I wash the clothes in the morning, I'll wash them all by hand, and now they're drying on a balcony." "Teacher, put on Dad's clothes first, and they should be dry in 2 hours." It was only then that Jerry remembered that when he used the housework magic in the morning, Mrs. Bell and the clothes they changed yesterday had washed themselves clean under the magic and then hung them on the balcony. Teacher Bell looked at Jerry. She was extremely suspicious now that when she entered this home, she would take care of the 2 children by herself or be taken care of by the children. "Okay, teacher, you have to hurry up. The breakfast will be too cold later, and it won't taste good." Jerry gave some instructions and went back to the living room to read. In fact, Jerry has now faintly discovered that this Teacher Bell doesn't seem to be very good at cooking and doing housework, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to count on her to take over the cooking and housework in the future. It's not that Mrs. Bell doesn't want to, but if she's not very good at it, Jerry thinks it's better to do it by himself. After all, he wasn't used to oatmeal and toast in the morning. Besides, now that he is proficient in housework magic, it really doesn't take much time, and he can get it done with a wave of his wand. It seems that I will take care of one more person in this family in the future. Maybe this is the real truth. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. At home, the more people you know, the more work you do. In fact, this cannot be blamed on Teacher Bell. After all, Teacher Bell is only in her 20s, and she has just graduated from college for 3 years. For a girl of this normal age, if you expect her to have too much housework ability, that's not realistic. Being able to live independently and support yourself is pretty good. And as far as Jerry knows, Mrs. Bell's family conditions should be very good, otherwise as a primary school teacher. She couldn't drive a Hummer to school every morning. although Belle is Jerry's teacher and future stepmother. In fact, in terms of psychological age, Jerry is 10 years older than Belle. So, just take care of an older sister. Where's Aisha? Belle picked up a crystal-clear shrimp dumpling and put in her mouth. Her eyes lit up immediately. Aisha, she's still asleep. I guess she was tired from playing yesterday. School will start tomorrow. Let her sleep a little longer. Jerry replied casually, then raised his head and said to Teacher Bailey, "Teacher, you can eat freely. Aisha and Dad's breakfast. I've put it in the kitchen to keep warm, and the table is all yours." Oh God, did you reincarnate an angel into the world? Not only did I get up in the morning and finish all the housework, but I also made breakfast, which was so delicious and thoughtful. This should be the legendary full-level human child. Crack. At this time, the door opened, and it turned out that Haas had returned with a tired face. "Good morning, Jerry." "Belle. Oh, today's breakfast looks very rich. After a busy night, I'm going to starve to death." SHIELD headquarters in Washington. That's how things are. Dr. Banner's trail has always been under our control, but we still can't confirm the true identity of that little wizard. Agent Hill reported all the details of the New York operation to Director Fury. Fury sat on the chair, tapped his fingers on the table, watched some videos of Jerry fighting with the abomination projected on the wall, and the video of rescuing seriously injured soldiers, and sighed. This little wizard, although young, is not simple. Since Fury met Captain Marvel more than 10 years ago, he was involved in the dispute between the Kree and the Skrulls, and learned that the Earth is not the only intelligent race, and there are many other races in the universe. He has been preparing an Avengers plan that can resist alien forces. Originally, Jerry, a little wizard who can do magic, was not considered in his plan. Asking Hill to go to New York to investigate Jerry is actually just a matter of handling the Green Titan. Like routine, it's what S.H.I.E.L.D. does. However, after going through this incident, Fury felt that although the little wizard was a little younger, he still met the requirements of his Avengers plan. First of all, Jerry has been fighting crime since he appeared until now, just like a vigilante. Although he would charge a little fee every time, it was only a symbolic amount. Generally speaking, in terms of character, it met his most basic requirements for Avengers members. Looking at his style of doing things, he is bold, careful, and cautious. Even the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau has not yet found out his true identity, so it can be seen. The Avengers that the Avengers plan needs, of course, are those who are brave and resourceful, not just a reckless one. The only point is that Jerry is a child, and it is a little unreasonable for a child to participate in dangerous operations. But fortunately, judging from the current analysis of Jerry's abilities, he doesn't need to be at the forefront. Just put a magic that can control abomination next to him. Of course, the most important thing, and what Fury values the most now, is that at the end of the video, Jerry used magic to temporarily maintain the injury of a dying soldier. To allow him to persevere until he was rescued in the hospital, the miraculous healing magic. This is a special ability that no one has mastered among the Avengers he is currently looking for. Perhaps it's time for me to take some time to meet this little wizard in person. In the evening, Mrs. Bell had already left, and Haas had been busy all night, so he had slept in the morning after breakfast and hadn't woken up until now. Jerry and Elsa are sitting on the sofa watching TV. At this time, some blurry videos were playing on the TV, which were the scenes of the battle between the Abomination, the Green Titan, and Jerry that the journalists risked their lives on the periphery yesterday. In the face of such a dangerous situation yesterday, some reporters who were still not afraid of death did not escape, but hid in some corners and secretly shot some videos. Jerry can only lament the adventurous spirit of the people in this country. No wonder the population has not increased much. In the video, the Abomination can be seen wreaking havoc, and Jerry can be seen to attract the attention of the Abomination so that the crowd has time to escape and then join hands with the Green Titan to defeat the Abomination. After this incident, it is estimated that the name of Wizard will become famous not only in Queens, but also throughout New York and even the entire country. Aisha, you're watching TV here. I will go to the house to get something, and I will be back in a while. Seeing the reminder that the cool down was over on the property panel, Jerry's eyes lit up. He greeted Aisha and returned to his room. Given the lessons learned last time, he can't make the same mistake again. If something is brought out of the small world and seen by Aisha, the explanation will not be clear. After entering the house and closing the door, Jerry reached under the bed and pulled out the guitar bag, took out the tranquilizer sniper rifle inside, and took out a glass bottle filled with powder from the drawer. Sitting on the bed, with a thought, he clicked the button to enter the small world. The world suddenly came to a standstill. Opening his eyes again, he had already appeared in the room of requirement in Hogwarts. Let's put this narcotic sniper rifle here for now. Jerry remembered that according to the Ministry of Magic regulations, wizards are not allowed to use Muggle items, and the Ministry of Magic seems to have set up a special department for this. It's called the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, and the director of that office is Ron's dad. And now the item in his hand is not only a Muggle item, but also a very dangerous gun item among Muggle items. Once discovered, even if he is a good student with good character in academics, he will be punished severely. Therefore, he decided to hide the narcotic sniper rifle in the room of requirement, a special place for hiding things, and come to get it when he needs it. Placing it behind the wizard bust beneath R.A. when Claw's diadem, Jerry quietly left the room of requirement with the wand and the glass bottle containing the powder. This room of requirement is really amazing. After closing the door of the room of requirement, Jerry couldn't help letting out a heartfelt exclamation as he watched the smooth, iron door disappear and the white walls return to their original state. He felt that the room of requirement felt like a magic house that had been cast with super transforming spells, legilimency spells, and traceless stretching spells. It can read the thoughts of the entrant and then conjure various needed items according to the requirements, and can also extend various rooms. Maybe it was secretly made by one of the 4 great wizards who founded the school. However, it doesn't matter who created the room of requirement. What is important is that now that he owns the room of requirement, he will have a place to study and practice black magic in the future. After studying magic for so long, Jerry has already understood that it is not so easy to become a powerful wizard. Even if he has the cheating method of refreshing the mind, he still needs to work hard to achieve something. Of course, if he just wanted to study for 7 years and graduate with honors like ordinary little wizards, it must be a very simple matter. But in that case, his strength is about the same as some aurors in the Ministry of Magic. This is definitely not what he wants. What he wanted was to have at least as much strength as Lao Deng and Lao Fu before graduating from the 7th grade. He wants to equalize the peak strength of 2 magical wizards who have never seen each other in 1,000 years. How can it be done without a little hard work? It's past 12 midnight now. There is no sound in the entire Hogwarts castle. Even the wizard teaching the troll to dance, and the trolls chasing the wizard's hammer on the giant carpet opposite the white wall were lying in the grass and sleeping. Not everyone is asleep, though, like a certain pair of restless Gryffindor twins. Good evening. Good evening. As soon as he reached the stairs on the 8th floor, Jerry bumped into the Weasley brothers who came out of the Gryffindor public restroom in an embarrassing manner. According to Hogwarts school rules, after the curfew, little wizards are not allowed to leave the dormitory for night tours in the castle. If they're caught, not only will they be deducted points, but they will also be locked up. But now Jerry, a freshman in Slytherin, and Weasley, 2 Gryffindor seniors, bumped into each other on the 8th floor stairs after midnight. Didn't you just say that there is no one on the 8th floor? Big Brother Fred asked George in a low voice. George shrugged helplessly. Just now, the Marauders map shows that Mrs. Norris is on the 6th floor, and Filch is on the 2nd floor, but there is no new Slytherin. What they didn't know was that Jerry was still in the room of requirement just now, and the Marauders map couldn't show the people in the room of requirement, so George didn't see Jerry on the Marauders map just now. You 2 can't sleep and want to go downstairs. Jerry thought for a while, since everyone violated the school rules, there's actually no big problem. That's right. You're the Slytherin freshman Jerry, aren't you? Fred obviously thought of something with Jerry, and his expression immediately relaxed. Same as the 2. I can't sleep and come out for a walk. But now I'm going back." Jerry replied with a smile. For Jerry, a first-year Slater freshman, Fred and George also learned something from his younger brother Ron. So seeing Jerry's good attitude, they didn't show their dislike for Slytherin. "Then let's go together." "It is good." So, after a brief exchange, Jerry and the two brothers walked down the magic stairs. Meow woo. Just when the three of them went down to the 7th floor, a familiar cat's shadow blocked their way. It was when the three of them were talking just now that Mrs. Norris, who had already patrolled the 6th floor, came to the 7th floor. "Okay, it's you again, and there are 2 more accomplices. I just ate 2 fish, and I'm already full. I won't be bribed by you again. I'll report to the master and arrest you all." Mrs. Norris glanced at Jerry and immediately turned around to find Filch on the 2nd floor. "No, it's going to find Filch. Retreat quickly." The Weasley brothers obviously had a lot of experience, so they had to retreat to the Gryffindor common room immediately and find other opportunities to come out. "Don't worry, I have a solution. Brother Weasley can retreat to the Gryffindor common room, but he, a Slytherin, can't follow him to the Gryffindor common room." Fortunately, he was also prepared for this, and took out the glass bottle that he had prepared in advance without any panic, then grabbed a handful of green powder from it and sprinkled it on Mrs. Norris. Mrs. Norris, who was about to step away, seemed to smell something. Her body froze suddenly. Then she turned around and rushed towards the green powder that fell on the ground behind her and began to quickly lick it. "What is this?" "Meow. I feel so high." Immediately afterwards, Freddie and George were stunned to see another side of Mrs. Norris that had never been shown to them. After licking the green powder, Mrs. Norris first began to shake her head, as if she was dancing disco after drinking too much, and then she kept rolling on the ground. Her expression gradually collapsed. In the end, like a cigarette afterward, he lay on the ground, feeling powerless, and his eyes gradually became hollow. "What did you feed it? It will be fine. If something happens to Mrs. Norris, Filch will kill us." Fred and George looked at Mrs. Norris, as if they had discovered a new world, and looked curiously and nervously at the glass bottle in Jerry's hand. "A kind of herbal powder that cats especially like. It is not harmful to the body. Well, it may take a while to enjoy it before returning to normal. Let's go." Jerry didn't elaborate, but raised his foot and stepped past Mrs. Norris and walked straight downstairs. The green powder in his bottle can also be said to be a kind of herb, but it is not a rare herb in the wizarding world, but a very common catnip for cat owners in the Muggle world. It was specially prepared by him for Mrs. Norris. In the future, he will often swim to the room of requirement to practice magic at night. And in his Superman mode, he doesn't need to pay attention to people like Filch who are squibs. Because of his footsteps, Jerry can hear clearly no matter how far away he is. But unlike Luo Leezy, as a cat, its feet are born with cat mats that can eliminate noise, and it walks silently. Even if his 5 senses are keen, he may not be able to detect it in advance. Therefore, in order to deal with Mrs. Norris, he spared time in the main world and went to the pet store to buy a can of catnip powder. Unexpectedly, this came in handy as soon as I came back. We'll stop here. Filch is patrolling the 2nd floor. Be careful when you go back. After the contact just now, the Weasley brothers feel that Jerry is indeed similar to what his younger brother Ron said, a different Slytherin. And the key opponent seems to have a talent for tricks, and they have a kindred spirit with them. So when we parted ways on the 4th floor, I kindly reminded Jerry. "Thank you. I'll keep an eye out." Jerry glanced at the location on the 4th floor, then nodded and continued to walk downstairs. It's only been 10 days since the start of school, and the Weasley brothers couldn't help being curious. Are they going to visit the restricted area on the 4th floor? Also, at the school opening feast, Dumbledore personally declared the 4th floor as a restricted area, and any little wizard who went there would be courting death. So how could the Weasley brothers, these 2 daring fellows, hold back their curiosity and not sneak a peek? I didn't go there immediately on the night of the school opening banquet, which is considered very good. However, I don't know if these 2 can successfully walk in front of the 3-headed dog like the 3 of Harry. Guess it shouldn't be that smooth. Maybe they might not even be able to get in the first door. Jerry is not interested in the fourth-floor adventure of the Weasley brothers. Because, of course, he knew about the secrets on the fourth floor, but the things inside were not something he could plan with his little magical ability now. It's better to be honest and pragmatic about your own magic theory, and find a way to learn more useful spells. Turning on the Superman mode, flexibly avoiding Filch, who was patrolling on the second floor, Jerry came to the entrance of the Slytherin dungeon. "Noble," saying the command, he stepped into the Slytherin common room, which had been out for a month. September 11th, Sunday, morning, in the Great Hall on the first floor of Hogwarts. Jerry sat on a long table in Slytherin, eating pumpkin porridge gracefully with a spoon, while concentrating on reading strange magic puzzles and their solutions that he had borrowed from the library before. Most of the other little Slytherin wizards were excited about the broomstick lesson that was coming up in the afternoon. The most conspicuous one was little Malfoy. At this time, he was proudly telling all kinds of stories that happened when he was riding a broomstick before entering school. For example, one extremely narrow escape from a Muggle helicopter. Anyway, they were just bragging words, and the other little wizards were also not to be outdone, telling how amazing their broomstick riding skills were. "Daphne, you're peeking at Jerry again." Pansy, with short hair, glanced slyly at the other side of the long table. Jerry, who was concentrating on reading, bumped into Daphne next to him. Daphne blushed slightly and said, "What is peeking? I'm looking at it openly." Pansy laughed softly when he heard this. There are only 4 girls in Slater's freshman, and of course they are assigned to a dormitory, so the relationship is still very good. However, I heard from Della that Jerry seems to have a good relationship with the freshman from Gryffindor, and he's also a traitor. After Pansy smiled, a hesitant look appeared on his face again. But Daphne immediately responded angrily. "Delacona is jealous of Jerry's excellence. Jerry is not a traitor. You don't understand Jerry's ambitions at all. He doesn't need to fight against those people in Gryffindor because he has never put Gryffindor people in his eyes. He is the best. Actually, I don't think he is a traitor. At least he has earned a lot of credits for Slytherin. Now Slytherin's credits are the first among the 4 colleges." Pansy nodded approvingly. She and Della Ku have known each other since they were young, and they know that Della Ku is relatively competitive. It may be that Jerry's performance has completely overwhelmed him during the beginning of school, so he said that. However, she didn't fully believe what Daphne said. It's only been 11 days since school started, and it will take time to test whether Jerry is as good as Daphne said. The little wizards of Slytherin are proud, and only those who are far superior to them can lead them. However, in the broomstick class in the afternoon, your Jerry probably won't stand out anymore. At this moment, Pansy suddenly thought of something and raised an eyebrow at Daphne with a smile. During this period of time, Pansy already knew that Jerry was not a child of a famous wizard family at all, but came from a Muggle orphanage, but the parents may be wizards, or one of them may be a wizard. This also means that Jerry had never touched a broomstick before. As for the children of the wizard family, which ones have not been exposed to flying broomsticks since childhood, they should not be too familiar with them. Although D-Lake's experience is mostly bragging, his broomstick riding skills are definitely not bad. In the broomstick class, it is probably difficult for Jerry to have any outstanding performance. And she also heard from Delacoe that she should have a good laugh at Jerry and the famous Harry Potter in the broomstick class. Hearing Pansy's words, Daphne frowned slightly, but quickly said firmly, "Even if it is the first contact, I believe that Jerry is the best. He must be the best. No one can be better than him." "Okay." Pansy shrugged speechlessly, but then she took another look at Jerry and laughed. "He really does look like a real Slytherin. It's hard to imagine he was born in a Muggle orphanage. Maybe his parents were famous wizards. That's why he flowed the noble blood in their bodies to have such a noble temperament." If Jerry knew what Pansy was thinking at this time, he would definitely laugh. Ghost's noble temperament. He just doesn't like to drink pumpkin porridge, so he digs it slowly with a spoon and eats it. If it was a bowl of salty tofu now, he would have finished it in a hurry. At this moment, a large group of owl postmen swarmed along the windows of the auditorium, throwing envelopes and packages in front of the little wizards. It's time for the owl delivery every morning. "Here, Little Malfoy received the new magic candy from his mother and immediately proudly showed it off to the gluttonous Goyle and Crab. Pansy looked at the little Malfoy who was showing off with candy everywhere, and then glanced at Jerry who was sitting there elegantly drinking pumpkin porridge and concentrating on reading, and shook his head helplessly. Della, compared to that, Jerry, you really have no advantage except for your background. Oh, and maybe you have a broomstick. Girls always mature earlier than boys. In Pansy's view, Delaco showing off with candy is a bit too childish. Even if he does well in broomstick class, it will be difficult to shake Jerry's current position in the hearts of all first-year Slytherins. But I still think Gore is the most handsome one. On the other side, the strong Millicent suddenly interjected. Pansy and Daphne rolled their eyes at the same time as they looked at the glib-mouthed Goyle. My memory ball. Malfoy, do you want to fight? A yelling sound pulled Jerry out of the ocean of magical knowledge. He turned his head and looked towards the place where the commotion took place. It turned out that when Malfoy passed by the Gryffindor long table, he snatched the memory ball that Neville's grandma had sent to Neville, and Harry and Ron were helping Neville. However, due to the timely arrival of Professor McGonagall, the conflict ended before it reached a climax. After closing the book and checking the time, Jerry got up and walked towards the Slytherin dormitory. There was Transfiguration class in the morning, and he hadn't picked up the textbook yet. Some people think that since Jerry has already memorized all the contents of the Transfiguration textbook and used all the spells in it, is there any point in attending the class? Jerry will tell you, of course it makes sense. It's like you have memorized the entire math book, and then you can use the formulas in it through self-study. But it is a truth that you still need to go to math class to listen to the teacher's explanation. Moreover, in terms of the complexity of magic, it is not much worse than mathematics. Under the teacher's explanation, many small details that were ignored during self-study will be discovered at this time, and many knowledge, experience, and small skills that are not mentioned in these books will also be popularized by the teacher in class. Therefore, Jerry still attaches great importance to class, and he will listen to almost every class very carefully, because only in this way can his magic foundation be solid enough. A tall building rises from the ground, and every brick and tile is the foundation. If you want to become a top-level wizard like Dumbledore, if you don't lay a solid enough foundation, it is definitely impossible to become a magician. Self-study, attending classes, and communicating with classmates are all indispensable bricks and tiles for building tall buildings. 3:30 in the afternoon. The sun is shining and the breeze is gentle, which is a very suitable day for riding a broomstick. Jerry and a group of little Slytherin wizards came to the big lawn at the gate of the castle together, and there, 20 broomsticks had already been placed in advance. It's just that the 20 broomsticks looked a bit worn out, and even some branches were stuck out in all directions, which seemed to be worse than his sweeping 3-star broomstick. After a while, Jerry saw Hermione, Harry, and other Gryffindor wizards coming from the castle, followed by their broomstick teacher, Ms. Hooch. Ms. Hooch looked to be in her early 30s, with short gray hair and sharp, yellow, eagle-like eyes. Jerry felt that there might be some eagle-like magical animal blood flowing in her body. Okay, what are you all waiting for? Everyone stand next to a broomstick. Quick, quick, hurry up. As soon as Ms. Hooch arrived, she immediately urged the little wizards to stand beside the 2 rows of broomsticks. Gryffindor had 11 and Slytherin had 9, so Hermione was temporarily placed next to Jerry. Hold your hands tightly. Move your body forward. Don't keep looking down. Look forward. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Jerry looked at Hermione next to him and kept chanting the flying skills recorded in the amazing Quidditch in a low voice, while his tense body trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. However, he still comforted in a low voice with a slow tone. Hermione, it's okay. It's just a broom. Let's not fly so high for a while. Take your time. But I've never ridden a broomstick before. Hearing the comfort from her best friend, Hermione stopped talking, but there was still a worried look on her face. Jerry nonchalantly said, without batting an eye, "It's okay. I haven't ridden it before. It's the first time. Just ride it a few more times in the future." At this time, Ms. Hooch also came among the young wizards and began to explain the magic spells and some usage skills of controlling the broomstick. After the theory is finished, the next step is practice. Stretch out your right hand, put on top of the broomstick, and say the spell. At Mrs. Hooch's command, all held out their right hands and read in unison. 2 puffs. As the spell took effect, everyone's broomsticks also started to move. Some flew directly into the hands, such as Jerry, Malfoy, and Harry, etc. Some just rolled on the ground, such as Hermione, Dean, Parvati, and some remained motionless on the ground, such as Neville and Seamus. Hermione, your mind must be firm and strong, and you must convey to an emotion that if you don't get up, if you don't obey, I'll chop you up and use it as firewood. Seeing that Hermione didn't let the broomstick get up several times in a row, Jerry's eyes were red with anxiety, and he quickly taught her his unique skills. Jerry is very experienced in flying broomsticks. After all, he has been flying on it for a month, and he was the same as Hermione at the beginning, and later through the refreshing function, he was keenly aware of the shortcut to mastering the broomstick. That is the transmission of emotions. The broomstick is also bullying and fearful. The more nervous and timid you are, the more disobedient it will be. The more determined and tough you are, the more it will be persuaded. Sure enough, with the help of Jerry's tricks, Hermione quickly mastered the method and let the broomstick fly into her hand successfully. On the other side, Daphne, who had already picked up the broomstick, saw Jerry carefully teaching Hermione skills and suddenly thought she made a mistake. She shouldn't have picked up the broomstick so quickly just now. Half an hour later, under Mrs. Hooch's careful guidance, the last Neville also managed to pick up the broomstick. Okay, as soon as I whistle, you kick your legs off the ground and kick hard. Mrs. Hooch came to the front of the crowd with a whistle. Hold the broom steady, go up a few feet, then lean forward slightly and drop straight back to the ground. Listen to my whistle, 3 2-inch. However, before Mrs. Hooch could blow the whistle, Neville, who was too nervous, kicked his feet hard and shot straight up like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, Neville's flying height exceeded the few feet that Ms. Hooch had just mentioned and reached a height of more than 10 feet, and even 20 or 30 feet later, that is, a height of more than 10 meters. Then his face turned pale, his hands softened, and he yelled, slipped off the broom, and quickly smashed to the ground under the force of gravity. Due to the suddenness of the incident, even Mrs. Hooch did not react. However, just as everyone was exclaiming, a figure swiped from the ground, soaring into the sky, like a sharp arrow, rushing towards the place where Neville fell. It turned out that not everyone didn't react. At least Jerry, who had expected it for a long time, responded in time. In other words, this wizard's body, strength, speed, and other aspects are not much stronger than normal people, but his vitality is definitely tenacious. Jerry was riding on a broomstick, and seeing Neville hitting the ground from a height of more than 10 meters, he couldn't help sighing. If he remembered correctly, after Neville hit the ground, he only suffered some minor injuries. Ms. Hooch helped him to the school hospital for treatment, and he fully recovered in the evening. If it was a normal person, let alone a child, even a stronger adult, it would probably be enough for him to fall from a height of more than 10 meters. After fine-tuning the angle of the broomstick, Jerry swooped down and snatched up Neville's school uniform, which was falling. Catch it! Seeing this, the little wizards below let out a burst of exclamation. But at this time, Neville's weight and the strong falling gravity made Jerry, who was holding him, lose his balance all of a sudden, and was about to be taken and fell off the broomstick. Let Ms. Hooch and the little wizards below scream again. However, whoever Jerry is, he has encountered this kind of situation, and riding a broomstick before saved those who committed suicide by jumping off the building. As soon as he turned on the Superman mode, his body shook violently, and his feet hooked on the broomstick, immediately converting the force of his fall into a rushing force, pulling Neville on the broomstick to hit several big ones in a row. Turntable. After removing all the strength, he pulled Neville to sit on the broomstick again. I said, Neville, you should lose weight. Jerry regained control of the broomstick, and while controlling the broomstick to adjust its direction and fly to the ground, He smiled at Neville, who was being carried in his hand. At this time, Neville's face had lost all trace of fright, and he didn't answer Jerry's question, but cried out with a wow, with a lot of tears and snot in his nose. If Jerry hadn't saved him just now, he really thought he was going to die. Riding a broomstick and steadily placing Neville on the lawn, Jerry turned over and jumped off the broomstick, and the two of them were instantly surrounded by little wizards. Mrs. Hooch and the little wizards of Gryffindor were mostly concerned about comforting Neville, while the little wizards of Slytherin didn't care about Neville's life and death, but looked at Jerry with admiration. Although most of the little wizards in Slytherin have been exposed to flying broomsticks since they were young, the top pair is just flying in the yard, and the height is only about 3 or 4 meters. Things like the helicopter that almost hit the Muggles were just some self-proclaimed jokes. A little wizard who has not learned the disillusionment charm is not allowed to ride a broomstick in the Muggle world at all. The law of secrecy is no joke, unless, like the Weasleys, they live in very remote places. Therefore, Jerry's thrilling broomstick rescue operation just now was too powerful in their eyes. This is not bragging, but a real live broadcast. Especially the movement of the big turntable of the broomstick just now is an unheard of technique. So cool. They even felt that, even in previous World Quidditch tournaments, they hadn't seen anyone able to perform such a difficult technique. Clamping a broomstick between 2 feet and twirling in the air while holding one in hand, is this really a movement that a human can do? Mr. Carmen just relied on his superb broomstick skills to save Mr. Longbottom, who made a mistake very bravely. Very good, very good. I want to give Slytherin 10 points. Seeing that Neville was only a little overly frightened and had no physical damage, Mrs. Hooch heaved a long sigh of relief, then looked at Jerry and announced loudly, "As a flight teacher, if Neville died because of this, she would definitely be responsible, and she would never forgive herself in her heart. So for Jerry's behavior of saving Neville, Ms. Hooch is also grateful from the bottom of her heart. The key point is that Jerry's skill in riding a broom just now also impresses her. It's the first time she rides a broom, and she has such a level. This potential is definitely a good player in the future Quidditch field. Awesome." Slater Lynn added 10 points all of a sudden, and all the little Slytherin wizards, including the little Malfoy, couldn't help applauding. If a person is as good as you will still try to compare with him, but if he is so good that you feel a little desperate, your thoughts may slowly change. At this moment, Jerry made little Malfoy feel this way. In terms of learning ability, Jerry is the best in all subjects. Even his best potion class is inferior to Jerry. In terms of magical ability, Jerry has been able to release all the spells in the textbooks in the transformation and charms classes, but he, who has a solid foundation, can't master 1/3 of them. In terms of fighting, Jerry alone can beat him plus Gore and Crabbe, and they are completely defeated. Now, even the only broomstick he thought he could beat Jerry had little hope of winning, especially since it was the first time the other party had come into contact with a broomstick today. How can this compare? He had always disliked Harry, and opposed Harry because Harry had a great reputation for defeating the Dark Lord, but he didn't feel that he was such a genius. He even felt that Harry was inferior to him in many aspects, especially potions class. The most important point is that as a wizard of a pure-blood family, he did not enter Slytherin, but went to Gryffindor. He would rather be friends with the traitors of Weasley than to noble him. Well, let me just say that Jerry is absolutely the best. At this moment, Daphne and Slytherin glanced at Pansy proudly. Pansy looked at Jerry, who was still smiling under the applause of the crowd, and couldn't help but nodded. I admit, he is indeed a bit different. The little Gryffindor wizard on the other side clapped his hands even though he was a little disappointed when he heard Slytherin add 10 points. Because Jerry's behavior just now really made them very admired, and the other party saved their little Gryffindor wizard regardless of their own danger. So why should they not applaud? Wizards of Gryffindor don't have the virtue of being narrow-minded. 10 minutes later, the class returned to normal again. Because of the experience just now, Neville temporarily sat on the side to rest, while the other young wizards rode broomsticks and began to try at a height of 2 or 3 meters under the guidance of Mrs. Hooch. Flight. At this height, there's a soft lawn below. Even if you fall down, it won't be a big deal. But everyone performed well, except for a few wobbly ones. The others were quite stable. Slow down, don't rush. Yes, just hold on to the direction. Jerry rode a broomstick next to Hermione, carefully guiding her to fly, while Malfoy on the other side froze with Harry, who had just touched a broomstick for the first time. The two competed back and forth there. Although it was the first time for Harry to meet him, he was very talented, and he did not lose to Malfoy in every aspect, which made Malfoy very upset. It's okay to lose to Jerry, but he is absolutely unconvinced if he loses to Harry. Regarding the grievances between Malfoy and Harry, Jerry didn't interfere much. His goal is to concentrate on learning magic and strive to strengthen himself. Improving his status among the students is just to learn more magic more effectively. Instead of being a peacemaker, mediating the grievances and disputes between a few children, wouldn't that be a pain in the asterisk? The flying lesson is over, and it's already 6 o'clock. Jerry came to the auditorium with the little wizards and enjoyed a sumptuous dinner that had already filled the tables. To be honest, the food at Hogwarts is pretty good overall. Although it is not as extravagant as the opening banquet, there are not a few meat dishes in every meal, and beef, mutton, and the like are almost available in every meal. After dinner, Jerry is preparing to go back to the dormitory to take a nap to recover from the overdrawn spirit of today's use of refreshing. Professor Snape, who was dressed in black wizard robes and had no expression on his face, suddenly blocked his way. "Come with me." After leaving only a few words, Professor Snape turned and walked towards his office. Although Jerry was confused, he followed up honestly. The head of Slytherin's office is also on the basement level, on the same floor as the potions classroom and the Slytherin common room. The layout of the office was in line with Snape's personal image. Except for a desk, the entire office is filled with all kinds of animal and plant specimens and precious potion refining materials. At first glance, I thought it was in the material storage room for refining potions. But it also showed that Snape was really rich. It is estimated that most of these precious potion materials belong to him personally. Ms. Hooch told me about your performance in class just now. I heard that you dived from a height of more than 20 feet and caught that idiot from the Longbottom family in one go. Snape sat behind his desk, looking at Jerry sharply. Yes, I didn't think of it myself. When Jerry heard that it was about the broomstick class, he breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Snape hated Gryffindor on the surface, but in fact he still loved every little wizard in the school and would not trouble him because he saved a Gryffindor wizard. Plus he earned 10 points for the Slytherins for it. You are riding a broom for the first time. Snape continued asking. Jerry nodded cheekily. Very well. Ms. Hooch told me that you are absolutely the most suitable Seeker student she has ever met. So I want you to join Slytherin's Quidditch team directly as Seeker. Snape didn't beat around the bush, but ordered directly. It seems that this grade cannot join Quidditch. Jerry hesitated. He doesn't really want to join Quidditch because he thinks that if he has that time, he might as well spend it on studying magic to improve his strength. No matter how good Quidditch is, it's just an entertainment activity. Just like basketball, football, and badminton, no matter how good you practice, when it comes to fighting, you still can't beat others who practice Onda. And he didn't remember Voldemort ever being a Quidditch player. You don't have to worry about that. I'll tell Dumbledore. Snape waved his hand. I heard that our Slytherin team seems to have been overwhelming the Gryffindor team all the time. It is already so good, there is no need for me to add another freshman, and I want to spend more time learning magic. Jerry expressed his thoughts a little bit. Snape nodded. He appreciated Jerry's studious spirit, but he didn't give up his previous plan. I have never paid attention to the Gryffindor team, and they have never won in the past few years of confrontation, but this does not mean that we Slytherin can win the first place every year. Last year, Hufflepuff was first, Slytherin was second, Gryffindor was third, and Lawin Kelluo was fourth. I don't just want to win over Gryffindor, but RA win Claw and Hufflepuff, so you're the new Seeker. It turned out that although Slytherin has been suppressing Gryffindor in the past few years, it does not win the Quidditch Cup every time. Hufflepuff's team is also very good, especially their Seeker, Cedric Diggory. Seeing that Jerry was still hesitating, Snape continued to add, Nimbus 2000, as long as you are willing to serve as Slytherin Seeker, I will give you the latest Nimbus 2000. Make a deal. The Nimbus 2000 is the latest broomstick. Its fastest speed is at least twice that of sweeping Samsung, and its steering, braking, and other aspects are far superior to sweeping Samsung. Jerry knew very well that a broomstick with better performance might give him a little more chance of surviving in a dangerous battle like last time, since he hadn't learned Apparition yet. So when Snape said that he would give away a Nimbus 2000 for free, he decisively agreed. Snape, as expected, he is indeed an excellent Slytherin. Once he heard that it would be beneficial, he agreed quickly enough. Follow me. Seeing that Jerry had agreed, Snape got up and led him to the Slytherin team, Captain Marcus Flinney. Marcus Flinney looks very strong. It is said that he may have the blood of a troll in his body. He is a 5th grade student and has just become the captain of the Slytherin team this year. He frowned when he heard that Snape was going to make Jerry, a freshman, the most important Seeker. Dean, if he's the Seeker, what about Terrence Higgs? Terrence Higgs was the former Seeker for the Slytherin team. You guys lost to Hufflepuff last year. It shows he's not a good Seeker. Let it be a backup. Snape squinted his head and gave Marcus a bad look. Marcus's heart trembled suddenly, knowing that his question just now had made the dean a little unhappy. So he quickly replied, Okay, then wait until Saturday. Let Jerry come to the Quidditch training ground, and I will teach him some Quidditch rules. Snape nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, and led Jerry back to the office. In fact, the reason why Snape believed in Jerry so much was not only because of Ms. Hooch's words, but also because he happened to see the scene where Jerry saved Neville. The Nimbus 2000 will be delivered in a few days. You can go back. After returning to the office, Snape let Jerry leave without saying anything. However, just as Jerry was about to leave the office, Snape's emotionless voice sounded behind him again. If you do well in Quidditch training, I will allow you to come here at night and ask me about magic. Jerry was still in a good mood when he left Snape's office. Originally, he tried to save Neville just to earn a little red star, and Neville was already stupid enough to fall down like this. Unexpectedly, not only got a free Nimbus 2000, but also got Snape's promise that he could come to ask about magic at nighttime in the future. This is really going around and around, and it's back to the original plan. Originally, he wanted to join Gryffindor, not because Professor McGonagall could give him a Nimbus 2000, and by the way, he could have a relationship with Professor McGonagall for a small talk. Now, although I joined Slytherin by accident, I can also get the Nimbus 2000 and enjoy the benefits of being a small cook. It seems that he really deserves some snacks for the next Quidditch game. However, you can't waste too much time on it. You have to think of a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Back in the Slytherin dormitory, before Jerry entered the door, he heard the triumphant laughter of the little Malfoy trio from inside. You can imagine when the 2 idiots Potter and Weasley went to the prize showroom to fight us at night and saw Filch there, what kind of wonderful expression would it be? Thinking about it, I'm special happy. I think that after the 2 of them are caught, even if they won't be expelled, they will definitely be locked up. No way. The people of Gryffindor have always been insane. I just said that, and they believed it. So they are all idiots. When the 3 of them saw Jerry open the door and walk in, their laughter stopped abruptly. Then they glanced at each other, left the dormitory very unnaturally, and went to the common room to continue the discussion. Seeing this, Jerry just shook his head and ignored them. Instead, he fell on the bed and began to catch up on his daily sleep. He didn't care about or prevent the 3 of them from trying to trick Harry and Ron, because it was completely unnecessary. Harry had Dumbledore as his backing, and no matter who it was impossible to kick him out of school. In the eyes of the little wizard, violating the school rules may be something very terrifying and extraordinary, but in the eyes of the professors, it is actually nothing at all. No professor would expel little wizards for violating the curfew at night. If so, the Weasley brothers would have been expelled dozens of times. Every year, at least half of Gryffindor students will be expelled before graduation because they like to come out for adventure at night. Even Hufflepuff, who seems to be the most disciplined, will sneak out of the dormitory at night and go to the kitchen to get something to eat. At midnight, Jerry slowly opened his eyes. At this time, Malfoy and the others had already fallen asleep. Jerry got up quietly, picked up his wand and a can of catnip, and left the dormitory secretly. From now on, every night after 12 o'clock, he would go to the house of everything to practice magic in order to improve his proficiency in magic. Anyway, in the main world, he is also earning a little red star outside during this period of time, and he is used to it. Turning on the Superman mode, improving the 5 senses to prevent being discovered by Filch on patrol, Jerry walked along the magic stairs to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. What? Jerry had just reached the 4th floor when 4 terrified screams suddenly came from the end of the corridor on the 4th floor. Immediately afterwards, he saw Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville running out of the room at the end of the 4th floor with fear on their faces. What's the situation? Jerry immediately put a question mark on his head. He remembered that in the movie, it wasn't that Audio-Technica was accidentally transferred to the 4th floor when walking the magic stairs during the day, and then entered it by mistake and found Lu Wei, the 3-headed dog, why it became after midnight now. And there was an extra Neville. Oh, yes, this is the world of novels. He suddenly remembered that this is the world of a novel, and some details might be different, so he was relieved. But then he sighed again, because since the 4 of Harry broke into the restricted area on the 4th floor at this time, it meant that Dumbledore was probably hiding nearby with a disillusionment charm. This also meant that today he could not go to the room of requirement to practice magic. What's wrong with you guys? Jerry took the initiative to stop Harry, and the 4 of them asked. Jerry, there's a scary 3-headed monster in the forbidden area on the 4th floor. Let's run. The 4 of Hermione and Harry saw Jerry appearing, panting for breath while explaining in a panic. Calm down, calm down. The 3-headed monster you mentioned didn't catch up. Jerry pointed to the corridor behind the 4 of them. The 4 looked back, and sure enough, the corridor on the 4th floor was empty, and the 3 vicious dogs were chained and did not run out chasing them. What the hell is going on? What kind of 3-headed monster? Jerry feigned confusion. So the 4 told Jerry that they were chased by Filch into the restricted area on the 4th floor and found a huge 3-headed vicious dog and a trapdoor inside. By the way, Jerry, why are you here? After finishing speaking, Hermione suddenly thought of something and looked at Jerry in surprise. Jerry coughed dryly and then started to fool around. That's right, I heard that you're going to have a magic duel with Decora at midnight, but at 12 o'clock, I don't think the 3 of them have any idea of getting up to duel with you. That's why I came here specially to inform you to go back to the dormitory as soon as possible so that Mr. Filch won't catch you. Look, I told Malfoy they lied to you, and you had to listen. Gryffindor almost got points deducted for your recklessness, and I almost got fired for you. Hermione yelled at Harry and Ron angrily. But Harry and Ron looked at each other. They didn't force Hermione out then. It's their fault now. Still, they thanked Jerry. Because Jerry actually risked being fired, it was really interesting to take the risk of notifying them to evacuate so late. Sure enough, although Jerry is a Slytherin, he is a trustworthy Slytherin. Okay, you guys go back quickly. I'm going back too, or Mr. Filch will come on patrol later, and it will be troublesome. Jerry looked around. His keen 5 senses made him faintly aware that a certain line of sight fell on him from midair, so he quickly opened his mouth to remind him. The 4 of Hermione and Harry also thought it made sense, greeted Jerry, and ran along the stairs towards the Gryffindor common room on the 8th floor. Seeing this, Jerry didn't stay long, turned around and returned to the Slytherin dormitory. Although he didn't go to the room of response today, he also knew that Dumbledore had really been monitoring Harry's every move. Be careful when you're with Harry in the future. On Saturday morning, the auditorium on the 1st floor. Hermione, go to the library first after you finish eating. Don't wait for me. I have something to do. I'll be there in about half an hour. After breakfast, Jerry explained to Hermione in advance as he passed by the Gryffindor table. Last Saturday, he made an appointment with Hermione to go to the library to read books this morning, but because of an accident on Thursday, he had to go to the Quidditch Stadium this morning to solve the problem of participating in Quidditch training in the future. However, if the plan goes well, he shouldn't need to waste too long there. The Quidditch pitch of Hogwarts is located between the castle and the Forbidden Forest. The area is as large as several football fields, and the auditorium on all sides is enough for thousands of people to sit and watch without being crowded. There are 3 gold poles at each end of the field, with rings on top. Each of them is more than 10 meters high. Today, the Slytherin team specially applied for the Quidditch venue. So now only the wizards of the Slytherin team are conducting daily training on the venue. The tall and burly Captain Marcus, along with the other 2 Slater wizards, was conducting passing training. The ball in their hands was about 30 centimeters in diameter and bright red in color. From time to time, they also throw the ball at the goalkeeper standing in the ring. On the other side, 2 Slater wizards were riding broomsticks, holding short clubs in their hands, and they were constantly hitting 2 black iron balls that were constantly attacking them. The black iron balls were a circle smaller than the red balls, just now. There's also a wizard Slater below who did not participate in the training. He is sitting in the stands, and his expression does not seem to be very good. Okay, let's pause for a while and gather at my place. At this time, the Captain Marcus, who was passing the ball, also saw Jerry and quickly waved his hand and shouted to the players. After a while, Marcus introduced to his 6 team members. This freshman, Jerry Kamen, is also our new seeker. Welcome. However, after Marcus's voice fell, none of the other 6 team members raised their hands to applaud, but all of them looked disdainful. It seemed to them a joke that a first-year freshman, who had never played a broomstick before, was the most important chaser on their team. Even if it was their terrifying headmaster Snape's decision, it didn't make them feel confident. It depends on you, if you want to replace me as the seeker. I think the dean is confused. At this time, the Slytherin wizard who was sitting in the stands sullenly said to Jerry with a mocking face, "I also think the dean is a bit too much this time. Although Senior Terrence is not the top seeker, he has also earned a lot of honor for us Slytherin. We can't let this first-year newborn egg to replace him." Another wizard Slater interjected, "And Senior Terrence will be graduating next year, and this year will be his last Quidditch competition. You're standing and talking without pain in your back. I also know that this matter is very inappropriate, but if you have the ability, go and talk to the dean in person. See if the dean will send your souls to hell with black magic." Marcus rolled his eyes secretly when he heard the complaints from his teammates. Don't look at other people who are tall and burly and look very cruel, but they're still very cowardly in the face of Snape. It wasn't really that he was afraid that Snape would use black magic to punish him. In fact, this had never happened before. Snape would never use black magic to punish students. It was just his psychology. Just like when you were 11 or 12 years old, you met a teacher who made you feel very scary. Even if you grow up in the future, when you think about this teacher, you will still have some psychological shadows. Snape was like this, with a gloomy face all day long, exuding a dark and terrifying aura everywhere. And the potions class was even more severe, and he never showed mercy when he scolded the little wizard. For every first-year freshman, it is a nightmare. So even though these little wizards were grown up in the 6th or 7th grade, when they faced Snape, they still trembled a little. This is a problem left over from history. Okay, since this is the dean's decision, it cannot be changed. The most important thing for us now is to spare more time for training. Before the first Quidditch game next month, we must train Jerry to become a slightly more qualified seeker. Marcus knew that it was useless to complain now, and only by training more could he win in future competitions. "I'm sorry, Senior Marcus. I'm usually busy, so I may not be able to participate in your training." As Marcus tried to reassure the team, Jerry smiled and raised his hand. "What did you say?" The tall and burly Marcus stood in front of Jerry aggressively, his face full of anger. "Good guy. I just said that I need to step up training, but you don't have time to train, you are a newbie, and don't know anything. How can you have confidence?" I said, "I'm usually busy, and I may not have time to come and train with you." Jerry smiled and repeated it again. Immediately afterwards, he ushered in the 7 original Slytherin team members, who condemned him violently. Stop, seniors, listen to my explanation." Jerry slid backwards, avoiding the spittle of the 7 seniors, and then said slowly, Do you see if this works? I know the rules of the Quidditch game very well, and the task of the Seeker is to throw everything away and catch the snitch. Now, I'll make you a bet if I can catch the snitch 3 times in a row in 5 minutes. Then I can skip training. If it doesn't work, I'll make it clear to Dean Snape myself and quit the team. Hearing Jerry's words, the 7 Slytherin members, including Marcus, were all stunned. Catch the snitch 3 times in a row within 5 minutes. Aren't you kidding? Even the best Seeker in the International Quidditch game, he couldn't catch the snitch in the first 5 minutes. Unless one day is very lucky, there is only a little possibility. How about it, bet or not? Jerry smiled again. 7 people replied at the same time. Bet. From their point of view, it might be that Jerry knew that he couldn't be a Seeker, so he found a reason and quit. 5 minutes later, Jerry held up his training broomstick and gestured to Marcus in the middle of the Quidditch field for an oak sign. Marcus opened the box, took out the training snitch, and let go. The golden snitch the size of a walnut immediately opened a pair of small silver wings, and then quickly fled across the entire Quidditch pitch. And Jerry also kicked his feet, turned on the boosting brain function, and rushed towards the golden snitch. Bring it to you. After a few sharp turns, Jerry in Superman mode grabbed the golden snitch. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Marcus looked at the pocket watch in his hand and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Impossible! The other 6 Slater team members exclaimed at the same time when they heard the time reported by Marcus. Catching the golden snitch in 3 minutes and 40 seconds is simply a joke. Even if it is not an official match, this data can definitely break the record. Luck, definitely luck. Seeing Jerry returning with the snitch, the 7 comforted themselves at the same time. It is impossible for a person who has just been exposed to flying broomsticks for a few days to catch the golden snitch in 3 minutes and 40 seconds with real skills. So, only luck can explain what just happened. Taking the snitch from Jerry with a smile, Marcus took a deep breath and threw the snitch into the air again. This time, the Slytherin team members were no longer as undisciplined as before, but all fixed their eyes on Jerry. They want to prevent Jerry from using magic to cheat when hunting the golden snitch. However, in their eyes, Jerry kicked his feet, accelerated on his broomstick, and just made a few turns in the air, and soon found the snitch. Immediately afterwards, the golden snitch, known for its speed and agility, was caught by Jerry's hand, which was as fast as lightning. 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Marcus reported Jerry's time again, 35 seconds faster than the first time. This time, all the team members fell silent. If the first time is luck, then if you catch it the second time, the element of luck is already very low. And they also observed carefully just now, Jerry is definitely very proficient in operating the broomstick, and those few tactical flips and accelerations are beyond the reach of ordinary wizards. The most important thing is the subsequent catch of the snitch, which was fast, accurate, and ruthless, without the slightest sloppiness. I'm not as good as him. Terrence, the Seeker who had been with the Slytherin team for 4 years, couldn't help letting out a long sigh when he saw Jerry returning with the snitch. After receiving the snitch handed over by Jerry, Marcus threw it out for the 3rd time with some numbness. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. The time has been shortened again, and it has been indented to 3 minutes, which is really terrible. Is this really something humans can do? Looking at the smiling Jerry, as if he didn't know what he was doing, how shocking Jerry was, the hearts of all the Slytherin players were mixed at this moment. On the one hand, they're delighted that they're about to have a super powerful Seeker. On the other hand, compared to Jerry, a first-year freshman who has just learned about flying broomsticks, they feel that they have been practicing for nothing all these years, which is a bit of a blow to the proud Slytherin. How about it, seniors? I will win this bet. Jerry looked at the 7 Slytherin players who were all in a dazed state and reminded him softly. Marcus, who was the first to react, looked at Jerry with bright eyes. You won. You don't need to participate in all the Quidditch training in the future, as long as you appear in the game. As the new captain of the Slytherin team this year, Marcus can already imagine that with such an excellent Seeker like Jerry, he will be able to lead Slytherin 100% to win Quidditch in the 3 years before his graduation. Odd cup of honor. So, it's just a requirement that you don't want to train. Of course it can be met. However, I also have a condition. I hope you can promise me. You say. Jerry raised an eyebrow. Marcus said excitedly. Don't tell other people that you became our new seeker, and don't tell others what happened to you here today. I want to give the other 3 houses a big surprise in this year's Quidditch competition. Jerry thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, no problem. Now that he was good enough in Slater, and Snape had promised to give him a break, talking about joining the Slytherin team was just icing on the cake. After leaving the Quidditch pitch, Jerry went straight to the library. During this period of time, he has learned a lot of magic knowledge by himself, and he has left a lot of doubts in his heart. Now he also wants to go to the library to search for information and communicate with classmate Hermione by the way. The so-called 1 person counts short, 2 counts long, not to mention that Hermione is still such an ordinary little magic genius. And not long after Jerry left the Quidditch pitch, Marcus also rushed to Dean Snape's office. He wanted to report Jerry's performance to Dean Snape in detail. Look, Jerry, there's a new spell here. Do you want to write it down? In the library, Hermione pointed to a spell that she accidentally saw when she was flipping through the magic book. Certainly. Jerry immediately took out his portable notebook and recorded the content on the page that read, "The Curse of Unleashing the Arrow." Although Hermione and Jerry both read books in the library, their reading directions are somewhat different. Hermione's reading mainly focused on the history and common sense of the wizarding world, as well as some messy and weird knowledge, and she didn't have a special purpose in learning about spells. Jerry's book reading focuses on some magic theories and spells with different functions. However, not all spells are recorded in spell books. There are many spells that are actually hidden in some biographical and historical books. For example, this relatively ancient arrow curse appeared in a book Hermione was reading about a certain record of Quidditch history. The arrow curse is actually a very common offensive spell in the Middle Ages, especially useful against Muggle armies. There's no need for a bow and arrow. With a wave of the wand, the arrow will be shot at the enemy with the wizard's thoughts, and its power is not inferior to that of ordinary strongbows. A powerful wizard can even do a terrifying scene with all arrows. However, due to the secrecy law and policies such as wizards not being able to attack Muggles, few people use this spell anymore. In case an arrow flies past and shoots the Muggle to death, it's not cost-effective to go to Azkaban, and it's not much use against wizards with this spell. After all, for a wizard, even if you shoot 10,000 arrows, I can easily solve it with the Iron Armor Curse or the Transfiguration Curse. It is not as effective as using the Body Binding Curse and Sleeping Curse. And unless an arrow hits the brain, the wizard can't be shot dead. The wizard is an existence that can recover with magic if it loses an arm or a leg. Therefore, later, the arrow-letting curse was only used by wizards to shoot into the sky when watching a Quidditch game to show their support for their favorite team. But later, it was banned because it accidentally shot through the nose of the referee. October 31st, the day before Halloween. Early in the morning, Jerry saw Hagrid, who was like a little titan, and Flitwick, the charms professor, arranging the entire auditorium with magic. Hagrid put magic candles in the hollowed-out super big pumpkins one by one, and Professor Flitwick raised the jack-o'-lanterns one by one with a floating spell. Seeing those huge pumpkins floating above the auditorium, Jerry couldn't help but sigh that the gap between him and professor-level wizards is really more than a little bit. Professor Flitwick raises hundreds of super jack-o'-lanterns at once, and can keep them floating in the air for days without issue. And he used the floating spell to hold a bus in place for only 2 seconds. However, compared to ordinary young wizards of the same grade who are still using the floating spell to float feathers, he is already very powerful. It may be that a lot of pumpkins were used to make jack-o'-lanterns today, so the breakfast is all pumpkin porridge, which he hates the most. If it weren't for the fact that many professors were having breakfast in the auditorium and could not use magic at will, Jerry really wanted to use the transfiguration technique to turn pumpkin porridge into tofu brains. Slater Lynn, he was in grade 1 and only a class in the morning today. So after getting some sleep in the afternoon, Jerry took a magic book borrowed from the library and sat on the chair in the Slytherin common room to read it. Looking at it, it was around 6 o'clock in the evening. Jerry, The dinner party is about to start. If you don't leave, you will be late. Daphne and Pansy passed by the common room. Seeing that the dinner was less than 10 minutes away, Jerry was still sitting in the common room and had no intention of leaving, so he immediately reminded them. Hearing this, Jerry raised his head and smiled gently. It's okay, you go first. I don't like too noisy environment. Wait until you finish the last 2 pages. Seeing this, Daphne and Pansy had no choice but to leave the common room first. 10 minutes later, he put down a magic book in his hand and looked at the time. The dinner party has almost started. Everyone should be in the auditorium by now. Getting up and returning to the dormitory, Jerry took out the anesthesia sniper rifle he had retrieved from the room of requirement last night from the big box under the bed, wrapped it in a cloth, and quietly left the Slytherin dormitory. He turned on the Superman mode like a nimble elite agent and quickly dived towards the stairway connecting the first floor and the basement. The basement of Hogwarts has a large area. In addition to the houseboat near the bottom of the Black Lake, the Slytherin dormitory, the potion classroom, the Slytherin headmaster's office, and the Hufflepuff common room, storage room, and kitchen near the bottom of the Great Hall, there are more than a dozen large classrooms that have been abandoned. And if you want to go from the first floor to the basement, except for the special secret passage, there's only the small staircase next to the luxurious marble staircase. Therefore, holding the sniper rifle, Jerry went directly to an unoccupied classroom closest to the small staircase, put his ear against the wall, and began to wait quietly. About 20 minutes later, the sound of footsteps descending the stairs suddenly came from the small staircase behind the wall. Someone is going from the first floor to the basement. The Halloween dinner has already started, and almost all the professors and students, including the headmaster Dumbledore and the night watchman Filch, must be at the dinner party at this time. And now at this time, the only one who will come to the basement from the first floor is Professor Quirrell, who is going to release the troll to cause chaos and go to the 4th floor to steal the Philosopher's Stone. When the footsteps were away from the stairs, Jerry picked up the sniper rifle, moved carefully, and came to the door of the classroom. Opening a gap in the wooden door, he took out the mirror he had prepared in advance, and through the reflection of the mirror, he saw the back of Quirrell in a purple turban. At this time, Professor Quirrell was turning his back to him, walking furtively along the corridor of the basement, toward the 5th basement classroom in the distance. Sure enough, it's here. Seeing Quirrell's figure in the mirror, Jerry couldn't help but feel happy. In fact, he had already planned this action for a long time. When he was in the main world, he really wanted a small world-like suitcase that Newt had in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. One is that with that box, he is equivalent to having a secret base. As a superhero, especially a superhero who does not intend to be controlled by anyone or any force, how can it work if there is no secret base of its own? On the other hand, it is too inconvenient to carry a broomstick every time he goes out. With a space equipment, he can save a lot of worry. However, after his investigation and inquiries during this period of time, boxes like Newt's are not as easy to obtain as you imagined. Even if you have a lot of galleons, you can't get them through normal channels. Because, similar to space equipment like Newt's suitcase, the main magic used in refining it is the Untraceable Stretch Curse, an advanced spell that can only be learned in 5th and 6th grade. The use of this spell is strictly prohibited by the Ministry of Magic. There are regulations in magic. The magic of the Traceless Stretching spell, which can expand the space, cannot be used for personal items because of its particularity. It can only be used for the production of individual items approved by the relevant Ministry of Magic, such as school luggage, boxes, and family tents. Therefore, unless the wizard made it himself in violation of the regulations, he would not be able to buy related products in regular stores. But with Jerry's current level of magic knowledge, it is not easy to learn the advanced spells, such as the Untraceable Stretching Curse, even if he obtained the spells through other means. Even if it can be learned, it probably won't expand much space when it is used, let alone the advanced knowledge of alchemy involved. Therefore, he paid attention to the wizards he has come into contact with, who may have such items. In fact, Hogwarts professors may have them in private, but they may not always carry them with them, and it is difficult for him to have a chance to sneak attack. However, there is one person who is an exception, That was Professor Quirrell, who taught defense against the dark arts. This professor was once an excellent wizard of La One Keluo, and his strength is quite extraordinary, especially his obsession with black magic. However, during a trip to Albania, he met Voldemort's remnant soul, was bewitched by it, and became a loyal Death Eater, and even possessed Voldemort's remnant soul. After returning to school, he wrapped Voldemort around the back of his head with a purple turban all day long, and used garlic and other strong-smelling things to cover up Voldemort's decaying smell, and began to make up stories about encountering vampires and being frightened by witches, pretending to be a timid person and lowering everyone's vigilance against him. This time, he took advantage of the fact that everyone, including Headmaster Dumbledore and Night Watchman Filch, was in the Great Hall, and he wanted a person to come to the basement to release the troll and create chaos. The Philosopher's Stone of Resurrection. And Jerry was waiting for this opportunity. Quirrell was able to hide the monster from everyone and release the giant monster on the basement floor, which means that he must have a space item that can hide the monster at this time. More subtly, Quirrell evades everyone, giving Jerry a chance. The only difficulty is that Quirrell's strength is definitely at the professor level. With his current magical strength, even if it is a sneak attack, it is impossible to defeat Quirrell silently and obtain the space equipment from him. What's more, Quirrell still had Voldemort's soul on the back of his head. Although Voldemort is in the state of a remnant soul at this time and can't do much, but is Voldemort after all, and who knows what other terrifying means he has. He wants good space equipment, but he doesn't want to die for space equipment. But when he was about to give up, when he used magic to heal the soldiers before, he saw the anesthesia sniper rifle, which rekindled his hope. Quirrell and Voldemort are definitely very vigilant against magic, and they must be very experienced in facing magic attacks. But they certainly don't have much experience in dealing with modern weapons, and they don't even know about them. The key point is that the Army's special anesthesia sniper rifle has a range of up to 1,000 meters. He can carry out sneak attacks where the opponent can't see. Besides, this is Hogwarts, with Hogwarts in Dumbledore Town. Even if Quirrell, a Death Eater, was aware of it, he didn't dare to do anything. If it succeeds, maybe not only a piece of space equipment can be harvested, but also some of Quirrell's private property in the space equipment. Seeing Quirrell disappear into the 5th classroom, Jerry rushed out of the classroom at the top of the stairs, quickly evacuated in the opposite direction, and ambushed in a very suitable sniper spot that he had found in the past few days. This sniper point is a corner position 600 meters away from the stairs, and it is also a visual blind spot. If someone goes downstairs, you can see Jerry's position, and Jerry can see the other person, but if someone goes upstairs, then that person will have his back to Jerry, and Jerry can aim at him with a sniper rifle to back. When Professor Quirrell releases the troll, he will definitely return to the auditorium on the 1st floor to report the news through the stairs, and he can give him a sneak peek. After setting up the sniper rifle, Jerry began to focus on the direction of the stairs through the scope of the sniper rifle. With the blessing of Superman mode, and in addition to the fact that he has also practiced a few times in the response room these days, there should be no major problems with his accuracy. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the back of Professor Quirrell finally appeared in the sight. Bio! Jerry pulled the trigger decisively. A narcotic sniper bullet spewed out from the muzzle of the gun, and in less than 2 seconds, it traveled a distance of 600 meters and hit Professor Quirrell's *** without any reaction at all. Professor Quirrell, who had just released the giant monster under the stun spell in the 5th classroom, was about to take the stairs back to the auditorium on the 1st floor for the next step. Suddenly, he felt a numbness in his buttocks, and then a feeling of drowsiness so strong that he couldn't stop it came to his heart. Before he could continue to move, his body shook and he fell to the ground. After one hit, Jerry didn't stop at all and retreated decisively with his gun, and then hid in a nearby abandoned classroom, hiding the sniper rifle in a pile of debris in the classroom. He didn't go up to search Quirrell now, because although Quirrell was fainted, Voldemort was not, and Voldemort should not have much attack power now. But it's better to be careful in everything. Hiding in the abandoned classroom, Jerry quietly listened to the movement outside. Sure enough, about 5 minutes later, The roar of the troll and the sound of smashing the wooden door with a big stick began to be heard in the distance. Jerry's plan is very simple. Apart from stunning Coral with a narcotic sniper rifle, he will not come forward directly, but intends to kill with a knife. Coral is good at dealing with trolls, but that doesn't mean he can tame them. What would happen to the awakened troll if he met Professor Coral lying unconscious on the ground? I think facing a wizard who stuns himself with magic, the troll must be happy to reward him with a few big P**************, or a few big sticks. If Coral was killed by the troll, then Voldemort's remnant must have escaped Hogwarts, and it could have finally appeared to sneak away Professor Coral's box. A good Slytherin who missed the dinner party because he was obsessed with reading found the troll and Professor Coral killed by the troll on the way to the first floor. You see, what a normal thing this is. Dumbledore was still in the Great Hall at the moment, and he wasn't afraid of being discovered. Witches have investigative charms to retrace the previous spell cast by a wand, but no spells to retrace an entire event. What's more, Jerry didn't use magic at all in this sneak attack, but used a sniper rifle without talking about magic. As for whether Coral's death will affect the subsequent development of the plot, Jerry thinks, what does it matter to him? Dumbledore wants to use the Philosopher's Stone incident to train Harry. That's Dumbledore's business. He only needs to become stronger by himself, and then make a space equipment first. However, although the plan is perfect, it is always difficult to catch up with the changes. Just when Jerry was quietly waiting for the unconscious Professor Coral to be killed by a troll in the abandoned classroom, a familiar scream suddenly forced Jerry to temporarily change his plan. Why is Hermione here? Jerry froze when he heard the scream. Yes, there's indeed a scene in the movie where Hermione hid in the women's bathroom on the basement floor and cried because Ron laughed at her for having no friends. Later, he was found by the troll and was almost killed. Fortunately, Harry and Ron arrived in time, and they worked together to restrain the troll. However, when he was eating in the auditorium at noon today, he had obviously checked with Hermione. In the charm class in the morning, Ron did feel ashamed of being corrected by Hermione because of the levitating spell and said a few outrageous words, but because Hermione had Jerry as a good friend, she was not as sad as in the original book, although she was also a little depressed. And in order to prevent accidents, he even had a heart-to-heart talk with Hermione at noon and enlightened her well. But now, why did Hermione appear in the basement again? What is the situation? Because of Hermione's appearance, Jerry had to temporarily change the plan. But think about it, this is actually not bad. At least it looks more real, and this shot not only saved Hermione, but also saved Professor Quirrell, and it will definitely be able to earn another wave of reputation. After tidying up his wizard robes, Jerry pretended to have just walked out of the common room and walked towards the stairs. Walking around the corner, the situation on the other side of the stairs also fell into his eyes. At this moment, the troll was standing at the stairs, holding a big stick in his left hand and Professor Quirrell's ankle in his right hand, like holding a toy, smashing left and right on the ground. This scene made Jerry think of how similar it was to the Green Titan holding Loki in the first episode of Avengers. It's so miserable. Seeing Professor Quirrell's face covered in blood and his eyes blurred, Jerry couldn't help but mourn for him for 2 seconds. On the stairs opposite the troll, Hermione fell to the ground in fright, screaming and backing away in terror. Apparently, the troll and Professor Quirrell with his face covered in blood kind of freaked her out. In the final analysis, although Hermione is a top student with a wealth of theoretical knowledge, she is still a little girl with no actual combat experience and no strong combat talent. In a sudden and dangerous situation like today, she is not as effective as Harry and Ron. Hermione, what's going on here? How did Professor Quirrell get caught by a troll? With a surprised expression on my face that I don't know anything, Jerry rushed to the stairs and asked Hermione loudly. Seeing Jerry appear, Hermione calmed down a bit. I don't know, I just drank too much juice and wanted to go to the bathroom in the basement, and that's what I saw. Huh? Isn't there a toilet on the first floor? Why go to the basement to use the toilet? Jerry was also a little speechless, but he quickly took out his wand and shouted, I'll hold him back first. You go to the auditorium and call the professors to come over. In fact, He didn't know that going to the bathroom was just an excuse for Hermione. She just didn't see Jerry on the long table in Slytherin during the dinner party, and she was worried that something happened to him, so she wanted to go down to the basement to have a look. But I didn't expect that just halfway down the stairs, I saw the cruel scene of the troll below, carrying Professor Quirrell with blood on his face. "All right, be careful. I'm going to call the professor and the others over." Hermione hurriedly stood up and went upstairs, rushing towards the auditorium. And at this moment, in Professor Quirrell's wizard robe, which was being carried upside down by the troll, a small box the size of a palm suddenly fell to the ground with a click. Jerry's eyes lit up when he saw the box. Damn! With a finger of the wand in his hand, a blue magic light shot straight at the giant monster. A giant monster, a magical animal with a height of about 4 meters, a weight of 1 ton, and only boogers in its brain, is classified as XXXX in the textbook Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Jerry, who has experience in fighting more powerful abominations, is certainly not afraid of trolls and knows their weaknesses. After a sleeping spell temporarily stunned the troll, Jerry stepped forward and grabbed Professor Quirrell, who had fallen from the troll's hand, and pretended to be unintentional, kicking the box that fell on the ground, causing him to flew directly into the abandoned classroom next to the stairs. Holding the wizard robe of the dying Professor Quirrell, instead of attacking the troll, he fled down the stairs to the first floor. Professor Quirrell was dragged upstairs by Jerry. The back of his head beat **************G on the stairs. In about 7 or 8 seconds, the troll woke up and was about to go up the stairs with a big stick, but he put a stun spell on him again. Dragging Professor Quirrell to the first floor, Jerry also saw Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, and the school, Dr. and Mrs. Pomfrey, who had rushed over. It turned out that just when Hermione rushed into the auditorium, she yelled out that a troll appeared in the basement, that Professor Quirrell was stunned and fell into the troll's hands, and that Jerry was trying to save Professor Quirrell from the troll's hands. Dumbledore immediately dispatched Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, and the school Dr. Pomfrey. "Mr. Carmen, are you all right?" McGonagall looked at Jerry nervously. Although Jerry is not a Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall attaches equal importance to the safety of every little wizard. "I'm fine, but I'm afraid Professor Quirrell is not well, and the troll is still on the first floor, and my sleeping curse probably won't stop him for a few seconds." Jerry pointed to Quirrell, whose face was covered in blood on the ground. Snape glanced at Quirrell with some doubts, and then told Jerry in a slightly appreciative tone, "Jerry, you are very good. Follow Professor McGonagall back to the auditorium first, and I will go down and deal with that giant monster. Professor Quirrell to me, I will take him to treatment." At this time, Mrs. Pomfrey waved her wand, and Professor Quirrell's body followed her to the school infirmary under the effect of her moving spell. The moving spell is similar to the floating spell, except that it can not only make objects float, but also move with the wizard's thoughts under the control of the wizard's wand. Of course, unlike the levitating spell, which can be ignored after it is cast, the moving spell must continuously release its magic power, and it cannot be too far away from the wizard, otherwise it will be impossible to control it. "Mr. Carmen, why are you alone in the basement?" On the way back to the auditorium, Professor McGonagall asked with some doubts. For this question, Jerry is also well prepared. "I was so engrossed in reading in the common room that I missed the start of the dinner party by the time I realized it." He had been reading in the common room this afternoon, where many little Slytherin wizards could sit, and just before the dinner party, he ran into Daphne and Pansy. McGonagall nodded. She wasn't suspicious, just curious. "Mr. Carmen, you performed very well just now. If you hadn't bravely held back the troll, Miss Granger and Professor Quirrell would be in danger. I'll give Slytherin 10 points for your bravery." In fact, Professor McGonagall has always been impressed with Jerry, a little wizard. From the very beginning, when she saw Jerry bravely stand up for the bullied and weak in the orphanage, she felt that Jerry was very suitable for Gryffindor. For the most important quality of a Gryffindor is bravery. Unfortunately, I didn't expect Jerry to be directly assigned to Slytherin by the Sorting Hat at the sorting ceremony. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Jerry responded with a smile. Although Snape treated him very well, he had to admit that Professor McGonagall was indeed a model among the entire Hogwarts professors in terms of fairness and justice. Following Professor McGonagall into the auditorium, except for the little wizard of Slytherin and Hermione, as well as Flitwick, the Dean of Lawin Kelluo, and Sprout, the Dean of Hufflepuff, there was no Dumbledore in the auditorium. Jerry also breathed a sigh of relief. Presumably, the young wizards from other colleges should have returned to the dormitory under the leadership of the prefects, and Dumbledore most likely went to check his Philosopher's Stone. Although there was a little accident in this plan, the result is still good. The only loophole is probably Dumbledore's legilimency. If Dumbledore activates legilimency on him, it will be very troublesome, although he thinks that possibility is not very great. During the return period, as long as Jerry has no classes, he will basically spend time in the library. After rummaging through many magic books, he finally saw the relevant introduction in a book about legilimency and legilimency mantra. In fact, as a relatively advanced and dangerous spell, legilimency does not exist in the 7-year teaching textbooks of Hogwarts. Even in the school library, there are only relevant introductions, but no specific learning methods. Of course, it might be in the restricted area, but he hasn't been there and he doesn't know. In this book about legilimency practitioners and legilimency mantras, he learned that legilimency is divided into 2 types: legilimency practitioners and legilimency mantras. Legilimency is a wizard born with the ability of legilimency. That is, they don't need to learn, they can read other people's minds by birth. It's just that this kind of natural legilimency seems to be not easy to control because of its strong mental power. If there are too many people nearby, it will be very painful. Jerry thinks it should be like the American wizard named Queenie Goldstein in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The legilimency mantra is a spell that any wizard can learn, specially researched and invented by the legilimency practitioners a long time ago by studying their own legilimency ability. Just look into the other person's eyes and chant the mantra of legilimency, and you can read the thoughts in the other person's mind at this time, and even read the other person's memory along the way. And a wizard who has practiced legilimency and chanting to an extremely advanced level is also called a master of legilimency. Like Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Snape. They don't need spells. As long as they look at you, they can immediately know what's on your mind. If you want to completely fight against this kind of legilimency, you must learn the opposite of clemency. Or you can also choose not to make eye contact with him and focus your thoughts on other things, so that the other party cannot successfully invade the memory. But the specific effect of this is not clearly stated in the book. However, Jerry thinks there should still be some effect. Otherwise, wouldn't Dumbledore understand all of Voldemort's sins at school with a single glance? Jerry, are you okay? Hermione watched Jerry return safely with Professor McGonagall and immediately ran up excitedly and hugged him. The scene just now was too scary, and she finally felt relieved when she saw that her best friend was not injured. Now all the Gryffindors followed the prefect back to the common room. Only she stayed alone because she was worried about Jerry's safety. Originally, this was not allowed, but Hermione was the messenger and also an eyewitness, and she would definitely need to describe the whole incident in detail later. So Professor Flitwick, who stayed behind, agreed. "I'm fine, except that Professor Quirrell was seriously injured and was taken away by Mrs. Pomley for treatment." Jerry froze for a moment, then patted Hermione on the shoulder with a smile. On the other side, Daphne and the Slytherin team immediately pouted when she saw this and let out a cold snort. At this time, Snape also walked into the Great Hall. Obviously, for a wizard of his level, it didn't take much effort to deal with a troll. What really matters is figuring out where the troll came from in the basement, and where did the troll break into Hogwarts Castle. However, after careful questioning, the 4 directors found that neither Hermione nor Jerry knew how the troll appeared on the basement floor. Hermione is the troll, and Professor Quirrell encountered at the stairs on the first floor of the dungeon, and Jerry only appeared after leaving the common room and hearing Hermione scream. So, if you want to know what's going on, you have to ask Professor Quirrell, who was the first to contact the troll. However, We have to wait for Mrs. Pontrel to stabilize Professor Quirrell's injury before asking. In fact, when answering the question, in order to prevent Snape from using legilimency to himself, Jerry deliberately did not meet Snape's eyes and also turned on Superman mode, forcing his brain to repeat his own rhetoric. However, according to Snape's expression he inadvertently observed, the other party probably didn't use legilimency spell on him. That's right, anyone with quality should not casually peep into other people's hearts, and besides the fact that the sniper rifle was hidden in his speech just now, everything else is true, and there is nothing doubtful about it. After listening to Jerry and Hermione's statement, Professor McGonagall repeated that he would give Jerry 10 points, which made all the little wizards in Slytherin cheer. To Jerry's surprise, Snape unexpectedly added 3 points to Hermione. The reason was that Hermione had informed the professors of what had happened on the basement floor in a timely manner, which deserved a reward. After everything was over, Professor McGonagall personally sent Hermione back to the Gryffindor common room, and Snape also brought the little Slytherin wizards back to the Slytherin common room. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout patrol the castle to see if any other trolls have broken into the castle. 12 o'clock at night. Jerry got up quietly and left the dormitory. From the 2 abandoned classrooms, he retrieved the tranquilizer sniper rifle and the small box dropped from Professor Quirrell's wizard robe. Then turn on the Superman mode and carefully go to the room of response on the 8th floor. During this period, he met Mrs. Norris, who was on patrol. However, under the effect of catnip powder, Mrs. Norris did not cause him any trouble. Inside the House of Requirements, Jerry put the anesthetic sniper rifle back behind the bust of the wizard, and then took out the small palm-sized box with some expectation and slowly opened it. It's really a magic space equipment made with alchemy. Holding the box in front of his eyes, through the palm-sized box, he seemed to lift a cloud in the sky. Through the hole under the cloud, he saw an open space about the size of a football field, and there was a typical building. Small English cottage. What do you get in such a small hole? Looking at the hole that was only the size of a palm, and then looking at his own body's shape, Jerry felt a little bit difficult. But after thinking about it, since Professor Quirrell can release a giant monster 3 to 4 meters high from such a small hole, his size doesn't seem to be a big deal. Putting the open box on the ground, Jerry imitated the way Newt entered the world of suitcases in the movie, stretched his foot towards the opening of the box, and then thought that I would go in. Sure enough, a wave of spatial fluctuation appeared above the box, and his foot actually protruded into the space inside the box. There was a ladder about 8 or 9 meters long at the entrance of the box. After one of his feet went in, he stepped on the ladder. After standing firmly on the ladder, he immediately lifted the other foot outside and also stretched into the space of the box. Just like that, walking down the ladder, soon his figure completely disappeared in the box, leaving only the palm-sized box left alone on the ground of the room of requirement. All the way down the ladder, soon Jerry's feet were on the soft green lawn. He raised his head and carefully looked around the space inside the box and blurted out with a sigh. The needle does not rub. A luminous sphere floats above the space, illuminating the entire box space brightly. It is estimated that it is a magic item similar to a little sun made by alchemy combined with the lighting spell. In addition to a piece of green lawn on the ground, a small area was specially planned and a lot of precious herbs were planted. Some of them he'd seen in 1,000 wonderful herbs and fungi, and some he didn't know at all. There's also a reservoir next to the medicine field, and the water in it is crystal clear. There are also some trees planted around, and the overall look is like a small villa with a huge yard. Walking along the green lawn into the small villa, this is a very common classical English villa in the wizarding world with some Victorian styles. Opening the door is a long foyer. The floor is covered with a purple carpet. Stepping on the carpet through the foyer into the hall, you will see a beautiful fireplace and various carved furniture. Obviously, Professor Quirrell was one of the richer wizards. The entire villa has 2 floors. The first floor is mainly the entrance hall, kitchen, dining room, and magic laboratory. The magic laboratory, or the potion refining room, is more suitable. In addition to a whole set of valuable potion refining equipment, There is also a large cabinet that stores various potion materials, and some already refined magic potions that Jerry knows or doesn't know. It seems that although Professor Quirrell is not a potion master, he also has a lot of accomplishments in potion refining. Also, wizards who generally like to study black magic, the level of potion refining is not too low. The second floor is mainly composed of 3 bedrooms, a living room, and bathroom. After a careful search, Jerry found Professor Quirrell's reserve of 1,000 gold galleons on the entire second floor, and a notebook of Professor Quirrell's research on black magic. Among them, what surprised Jerry the most was that in this notebook, Professor Quirrell actually recorded the experience of learning the 3 unforgivable curses: the Cruciatus Curse, the Imperius Curse, and the Killing Curse. In addition, there is the Fierce Fire Curse, which is very difficult to control, and some curses that are not particularly common. It can be said to be full of gains. When he was in the main world, Jerry never worried about money, because with his magical ability, it is not too difficult to really get money. But in the world of wizards, everyone knows magic, and he is still a novice magician. If he wants to get a large number of galleons so smoothly, it will be a little troublesome. He has thought about using some capital and financial means to make money. But on the one hand, he is not very proficient in these things. On the other hand, his age, time, and strength and other aspects do not allow it. As a first-year little wizard, now he mainly focuses on learning magic, and he can't leave school. Moreover, if you attack the existing rule system at will, without the support of certain strength and influence, the consequences will definitely not be optimistic. Later, he thought of the 8-eyed spider in the Forbidden Forest, the venom of the giant spider, which was a precious item worth 100 galleons per pint. But considering that the acromantula is marked as dangerous at XXXXX level in the textbook of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find It, and their number, he thinks it's better to forget it for the time being. Although Harry and Ron were not hurt in the movie when they stood out from the siege of countless acromantulas, it was because they were the protagonists. The level of danger at the XXXXX level is the same level as that of the fire dragon, which means that if ordinary elite wizards encounter it alone, if they don't react fast enough, they will be overturned. Although giant 8-eyed spiders are not as powerful as fire dragons, they have intelligence no less than that of humans, and they live in groups, and their venom is very deadly. Therefore, finding 1,000 gold galleons in Professor Quirrell's box is still very urgent for Jerry. Of course, Professor Quirrell's black magic notes are actually much more valuable than 1,000 gold galleons. As long as Jean Gallen thinks of a way and is willing to spend time, it is not impossible to make money, but black magic such as the 3 unforgivable curses and Fierce Fire Curse, as well as Professor Quirrell's experience on these advanced spells, cannot be bought by Jean Gallen. Arrived. With Professor Quirrell's black magic notes, I believe that even if there is no one to guide him, he can learn to master it slowly by just refreshing his mind and taking time to study on his own. The Cruciatus Curse tortures information, the Imperius Curse controls the mind, the Killing Curse kills, and the Fierce Fire Curse attacks and clears the field. After mastering these 4 black arts, his magic strength will definitely increase a lot. If you encounter an abomination next time, you may not need hard steel at all, and an Imperius Curse will do it. This wave is really not a loss. After returning to the response room again, he put the small box in his pocket, and Jerry felt that although his plan to attack Professor Quirrell this time had some dangers and loopholes, it was really worth it. If you don't take some risks, how can you get rich overnight? After Halloween, because of the hype among Slytherin wizards, everyone knows that their defense against the dark arts class teaches Quirrell. He was stunned and seriously injured by a giant monster, but he survived thanks to the first-year Slytherin freshman Jerry Carmen. Therefore, all the wizards in Hogwarts, apart from knowing that the famous Harry Potter came to the first grade this year, they also know that among the first graders in Slytherin this year, there's a very good little wizard Jerry Carmen. The name of Jerry Carmen has also gradually spread from the original first-year freshman to the eyes of other senior wizards. Maybe they don't know who Jerry Carmen is yet, but at least they already know the name. In this way, the time came to November. After entering November, the weather becomes very cold. The mountains around the school are gray and covered with ice and snow, and the surface of the Black Lake is as cold and hard as tempered steel. Every morning, there's frost on the ground. During this time, Jerry also studied magic knowledge crazily. In addition to attending classes and eating during the day, he spent most of his time searching for various materials in the library, or go to Snape to ask some incomprehensible magic principles and discuss some magic extensions and spell applications with Hermione. At night, I quietly go to the response room to practice and study black magic, or occasionally take time to enter the small villa in the box space, try to follow some potion formulas found in the library, and go back to practice making some potions. In short, Jerry feels that he lives every day extremely fulfilling, learning new things every day, making progress, and becoming stronger. Except for the astonishing consumption of Little Red Star, everything else is very good. However, before he came in this time, he had accumulated more than 50,000 Little Red Stars. Even if it was consumed quickly, it should be enough for him to last until the end of this semester. Saturday morning, wearing a green Slytherin scarf, Jerry walked into the auditorium as usual. As soon as he entered the door, his eyes lit up and a strong smell of grilled sausages entered his nostrils. In terms of the various breakfasts in Hogwarts, his favorite is the big grilled sausage, mainly because there's really a lot of meat in it. He uses the refreshing function a lot every day, which consumes not only the Little Red Star, but also the energy in his body. So if possible, he hopes that he can eat meat every day and have high-sugar snacks and drinks every day to supplement the energy he consumes every day. If other little wizards have observed Jerry's eating carefully, they can actually find that he tries to maintain an elegant posture while eating. However, he may eat several times more food per meal than a normal adult. Even Gore and Crab, who are super edible, actually eat far less than half of Jerry's food. There will also be a phenomenon. If there is nothing to do, Jerry will be the last to leave the table every time. "Jerry, will you watch the Quidditch match at noon?" Just as Jerry sat down, before he had time to pick up a big sausage, Daphne, who was opposite, suddenly asked him expectantly. Of course, today it's Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Jerry smiled and gave an affirmative answer. In fact, with his character, if he had half a day to watch a group of young wizards playing on broomsticks, he might as well study the 3 unforgivable curses. It has been a week since he got the 3 unforgivable curses, and he still has no way to successfully release them. However, there is no way. Who let him be the Slytherin team's seeker? One of the 2 sides in today's match is the Slytherin team, so he still has to participate. Moreover, just 2 days before he joined the Slytherin team, Snape had given him the promised newest Nimbus 2000. Besides, if Snape hadn't helped him resolve many doubts during this period of time, his magic progress would definitely not have been so fast. For you, this is a small flag that symbolizes our Slytherin. We can wave the small flag together and cheer for Slytherin. Hearing that Jerry was going to visit the competition, Daphne immediately took out the green flag she had prepared earlier from below and handed it to Jerry with burning eyes. In fact, in a normal situation like this, when there are teams from the academy participating in the competition, there would hardly be any young wizard who would not watch. But Daphne still asked Jerry in advance. The main thing is Jerry's usual performance. It is really possible to do such a thing. In the eyes of all the little Slytherin wizards, Jerry is very good at almost all subjects, very polite to everyone, perfect. The only fly in the ointment is that Jerry seldom, or never at all, participated in group activities held privately by the little wizards of Slytherin. Except when you're sleeping in class, whenever you see Jerry, he is definitely reading. It's just that the location is different. Sometimes it's in the library, sometimes it's in the common room, and sometimes it's on the meadow under the sunset by the Black Lake. In short, apart from studying, Jerry doesn't seem to have any other hobbies. But it was also true that many Slytherins, including the little Malfoy who was a little unhappy with Jerry, admired him very much in their hearts. This also led to Daphne thinking that Jerry may not necessarily watch Slytherin's Quidditch match. "Okay, thank you, classmate Daphne." Jerry froze for a moment, then took the small green flag naturally. After a while, he will play directly, but this small flag will not be available. However, he promised Marcus to keep the fact that he became a seeker secret, and it was difficult to explain anything. At 11 o'clock in the morning, almost all the professors and little wizards came to the Quidditch pitch. On the stands in the east, west, north, south, and 4 directions of the entire stadium, there were 4 little wizards from the academy standing with clear banners, and each of them wore a scarf that belonged to their own academy. Gryffindor is red and yellow. Red represents fire, a symbol of bravery. Slytherin is a green room. Green represents water, a symbol of blood. Hufflepuff is yellow and black. Yellow represents earth, a symbol of kindness. Laowen-Kelluos is the blue Baixiong room. Blue represents air and symbolizes wisdom. In order to prevent the little wizards from being unable to see the scene of the game clearly, some of the stands were raised into the air with a powerful levitation spell at this time, but many little wizards still brought binoculars. In the middle of the stands, there were some wooden towers that were a little higher than ordinary stands. These towers were filled with school professors, commentators, and some non-school wizards who came from Hogsmeade Village to watch the game. What are you looking for? In the Slytherin stands, Pansy watched Daphne looking around, as if she was looking for someone. Jerry, he said that he would come to watch the game when he had dinner in the morning. Why hasn't he seen anyone else until now? Daphne couldn't help frowning. She also wants to cheer for Team Slytherin with Jerry. She covered her mouth and laughed. Jerry? It's not like you don't know. Maybe that guy forgot the time while reading a book. Did you forget the last Halloween dinner? Don't worry. Quidditch matches usually take 2 to 3 hours to end, and he will definitely come before the end of the game. Okay. When Daphne heard this, she had no choice but to nod her head and turned her gaze to the center of the competition. At the same time, in the Slytherin team locker room, Jerry, who had already changed into a green Quidditch robe, stood calmly in front of the exit. Jerry, don't be nervous for a while, as long as you can play at the same level as last time. Oh no, as long as you can play at 1/10 of the level last time, we can win for sure. The Captain Marcus on the side encouraged Jerry nervously. Although Marcus was shocked by Jerry's performance last time, he knew that there was still a difference between private training and real competition on the field. After all, in the real arena, with so many people watching, if the mental quality is not up to standard, it is easy for the level to drop sharply or even become too nervous to compete. After all, Jerry is only a first-year freshman. Even though he is very talented, but has never experienced a game, Marcus is still a little worried, especially since Jerry hasn't participated in their training even once. Captain, you look more nervous than me. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Jerry looked up and gave Marcus a reassuring look. He doesn't have time to waste 2 or 3 hours here. It's the right thing to finish early, to call it a day, and go back to study magic. There are 7 players in a Quidditch game, 3 chasers, 2 batters, a keeper, and a seeker. 3 of the chasers are responsible for scrambling for the quaffle and throwing it into the opponent's hoop to score a goal, scoring 10 points. The 2 hitters are responsible for knocking the aggressive bludgers into the air, escorting their own players, or better yet, hitting the opposing player if the technique allows. The goalkeeper guards the goal, preventing opposing players from throwing the quaffle into one of their 3 scoring hoops. And the most important thing is the seeker. He is responsible for catching the golden snitch. After catching the golden snitch, the game is over, and at the same time, he will get a full 150 points. Therefore, under normal circumstances, whichever team seeker catches the snitch first basically wins. After all, unless the strength of the team members on one side is much worse than that of the other side, it is impossible to have such a big gap of 150. However, the snitch is not so easy to catch. In history, there have even been tragic situations where the game was held for several days because the seekers on both sides could not catch the snitch. Slater Lynn has been able to suppress Gryffindor before, because Gryffindor Seeker is not as strong as his Seeker, and every time his Seeker catches the snitch first. In fact, in the previous games, before Slater's Seeker caught the snitch, Gryffindor's score was ahead of Slytherin's, but the gap was not as big as 150. You know, Gryffindor's pursuers and hitters are very strong, especially the captain of the Gryffindor team who just graduated last year. The most powerful chaser, Charlie Weasley. It is said that Charlie Weasley was invited by the British Quidditch team when he graduated, but he refused. If Jerry can't play normally, causing the opposite seeker to catch the snitch first, then this game against the Gryffindor team will be in danger. The 7-year record of defeating those reckless Gryffindors was about to end at the hands of his current captain. That's why Marcus is more nervous than Jerry himself right now. Now, let's invite 2 teams to enter. The Quidditch match commentator, Lee Jordan, a Gryffindor third-year wizard, announced loudly at this time with the amplifying charm. As his voice fell, the cheering shouts of the little wizards came from outside like a tsunami. Okay, time is up. Good luck to everyone. Marcus stepped on his broomstick and flew out first, followed by Jerry on the Nimbus 2000 and the 5 team members behind. On the playing field, the Gryffindor team wearing bright red Quidditch robes and the Slytherin team wearing dark green robes quickly flew out from both ends of the entire Quidditch pitch. Then he waved his hands coquettishly in the sky, and then slowly landed on both sides of Ms. Hooch, who was already standing in the center of the arena. The atmosphere of the scene reached a climax immediately. Gryffindor, Slytherin. The shouts became more and more one after another. But obviously, the voice of cheering for Gryffindor is far louder than the voice of cheering for Slytherin. No way. In terms of popularity, the brave and enthusiastic Gryffindor is more attractive than the arrogant and contemptuous Slytherin. So in addition to their respective houses, the cheers of Winclaw and Hufflepuff were mostly given to Gryffindor. But when they looked carefully at the players on both sides of the field, they found something was wrong. That is, the seeker of the Slytherin team is not Terrence Higgs, who has not changed for 4 years, but a new face, a little wizard who obviously looks like a first or second year. That's Jerry. How did he become Slater's seeker? At this moment in the Slytherin stands, Daphne and all the Slater wizards let out an exclamation at the same time. On the other side of the Gryffindor stand, Hermione, Harry, and Ron, who were familiar with Jerry, also let out similar exclamations. Jerry. It turned out to be Jerry. Hermione. Did you know that Jerry became a first-year seeker? I don't know, but it's impossible. He reads in the library with me every weekend and has never been to the Quidditch pitch for training. Hearing Harry and Ron's inquiry, Hermione shook her head in disbelief. Oh, Merlin's beard. We found out that Slytherin has actually changed their seeker. They boldly used a new seeker. Can anyone tell me the name of this new seeker? At this time, the voice of the commentator, Lee Jordan, came again from the tower stand. What? His name is Jerry Carmen. Is that the Jerry who saved Professor Quirrell from the troll? But, if I remember correctly, he should be a freshman. Slytherin's bold use of first-year freshmen, is it a bold and arrogant move, or is there some special reason? Let us wait and see. Under Lee Jordan's explanation, all the little wizards knew that this new seeker was the Slytherin freshman who saved Professor Quirrell from the troll on Halloween a week ago. They had only heard of Jerry's name before, but not all of them had seen Jerry. Now the whole of Hogwarts, including the wizards in Hogsmeade, knew him. However, at this time, most people are not very optimistic about replacing Terrence Higgs, who has 5 years of experience, and using a freshman as the most important seeker. Especially the senior wizards of Slytherin, most of them frowned. On the field, what of the Gryffindor team whispered to the players with some excitement. Play hard for a while, we will win this game. Listen, I want everyone to play the game fairly and honestly. With a silver whistle in one hand and a broom in the other, Ms. Hooch glanced at both teams, especially Slytherin Captain Marcus, because this guy often fouled because of his strength and size in previous games. After finishing speaking, she picked up the silver whistle and blew fiercely. Immediately, all the players of the two teams rose into the sky. The quaffle was immediately picked up by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What a chaser that girl is, and she's pretty good-looking dash. The voice of Lee Jordan's commentary sounded again. The snitch was released, Merlin. It was so fast. It disappeared in a blink of an eye. Oh, our Slytherin is looking for the ball. Did he find the snitch? Oh, Merlin's underpants. What did I see? I must be dazzled. How could that be Jerry, Slytherin's new seeker? He caught the snitch. It has been less than a minute since the Golden Snitch was released. This is probably the fastest game in Quidditch history. The flying speed of the Nimbus 2000 is indeed not comparable to ordinary broomsticks. So this time Jerry caught the snitch faster than when he bet with Marcus and others before. The Golden Snitch is only the size of a walnut, and it seems to have self-awareness. It is especially good at dodging. Although the speed of the broomstick can catch up, the physical fitness of the Seeker is not much stronger than that of ordinary people, so it is difficult to catch it. After Jerry turned on the Superman mode, his 5 senses were greatly enhanced, and his control over the body reached the level of a master of Fuchsia martial arts. There is an ancient master of Fuchsia martial arts who can catch flying flies with chopsticks. Jerry stretched out his hand to catch a golden snitch the size of a walnut. Of course, it is not difficult. During the whole process, what limited him was only the speed of the broomstick. Seeing Jerry grabbing the snitch and landing in front of the referee Ms. Hooch, the entire arena seemed to be held down at this moment. Angelina, who had just grabbed the quaffle, stopped throwing the ball. The Quidditch players of the two teams were stunned, and the little wizards in the auditorium all opened their mouths. Even the referee, Ms. Hodge, was stunned for 10 seconds before she realized that she reached out and took the golden snitch handed over by Jerry. After checking that it was indeed the snitch for the competition, Ms. Hooch reached out and gave the answer. Slytherin win. On the commentary stand, after seeing Ms. Hooch's signal, Lee Jordan loudly announced the result of the game. Slytherin, 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 Jerry, Jerry, Jerry. Lee Jordan's words seemed to turn on the start button again, and the entire arena suddenly fell into an uproar, while all the little wizards in Slytherin started to cheer wildly. From shouting Slytherin loudly at the beginning to shouting Jerry loudly later. It's not that Slytherin hasn't won games, and it's not that he hasn't won the Quidditch Cup, but none has ever been won so quickly, so cleanly, so legendary. The entire match took less than 2 minutes from start to finish, less than a minute from the time the Golden Snitch was released to being caught. This simply broke the Hogwarts Quidditch record, and even broke the record in the entire Quidditch history. How could it not make all the wizards in Slytherin feel excited and proud? And Marcus and other members of the Slytherin Quidditch team all fell down, dropped the broomstick in their hands, stepped forward to lift Jerry, and threw him into the air nonstop with cheers. Although after Jerry's performance last time, they had already prepared for today's result to a certain extent, but when the reality really happened, their mood was not much calmer than those little wizards on the audience stage at this time. They knew that as long as Jerry existed, the Slytherin team would have no opponents in the next 7 years. The only regret is that they will become very leisurely on the field in the future. In this way, Hogwarts' first Quidditch match of the year ended perfectly in such a legendary way. And Jerry's name was completely spread in Hogwarts and even the Wizards of Hogsmeade. Jerry, the strongest seeker in history, was born. On the other hand, Jerry himself is very calm. All he thinks in his mind at this moment is to end the game early so that he can go back to study magic sooner. After the first Quidditch match, Jerry found that in the following days, he seemed to become more popular. Not only the Wizards of Slytherin, but even the wizards of the other 3 colleges would greet him with a smile when they met him at school, and some little wizards even gave him many nicknames. For example, Quick J, King of the Ball, Golden Snitchbuster, Legend of Quidditch, and so on. Of course, this is considered a relatively good influence on Jerry. Because of his fame and popularity, he will have some bonuses in many things, and overall it is still very good. However, during this period of time, he also discovered a not-so-good problem. That is, his time in the main world is static, but the growth of his body is not static. He seems to grow taller. This also means that when traveling between the 2 worlds, his body and age will grow faster than his peers in either world. Just like if he stayed in this world for 7 or 8 years before returning to the main world, then in the instant of the main world, he would change from an 11-year-old child to an 18-year-old adult. In this way, it is almost difficult not to expose his identity. Originally, an outstanding kid like him was already very conspicuous when he appeared in an area where wizards haunted, and he might have already entered the site of S.H.I.E.L.D. The reason why he didn't confirm it was most likely because he misled him by speaking in Fuchsia before. Originally, he planned to keep a low profile when he was in middle school, to reduce the possibility of being suspected as much as possible, and he would naturally not be afraid when he became stronger. But if there are obvious changes in his body, it is basically difficult to hide it. Of course, this is not the most troublesome thing. After all, there are magic and potions, and it is not impossible for him to solve this problem. What really embarrassed him was the issue of longevity. Although the lifespan of a wizard is generally longer than that of normal people, it doesn't grow too much. He always travels back and forth like this. And even if the panel opens other worlds in the future, he will go to other worlds. If this continues, it may appear that his peers in the main world have just reached adulthood, and his lifespan is almost exhausted. So, now he began to think about whether he should take the risk to get the magic stone that can refine the longevity potion. Although the longevity of the Philosopher's Stone also has great disadvantages, at least he can live forever. The longer he lives, the more time he has to think about other ways. That is, it is not an easy task to take the Philosopher's Stone under Dumbledore's nose. In this regard, he can only take one step at a time, and maybe there will be a better way later. In this way, the time soon came to mid-December, and the outside of Hogwarts was also covered with thick snow, and the entire Black Lake was completely frozen. Christmas is coming soon. Hogwarts' first semester will end a week before Christmas, and the next semester will start in early January. Little wizards can choose to spend Christmas at Hogwarts, or they can choose to go home. In the last week, Jerry has filled in his name on the school's statistical home list. Of course, he didn't go back to the orphanage for Christmas, but he had his own special plans. Jerry, wait a minute. Do we have something to ask you? On Saturday morning, Jerry, who had just finished breakfast, was about to go to the library with Hermione to read a book as usual, but was stopped by Harry and Ron. What's up? Jerry sat down curiously. Hermione on the side explained. Jerry, do you still remember the incident when we accidentally broke into the restricted area on the 4th floor? Of course I remember. You also said that there is a huge, 3-headed dog guarding something important. Jerry nodded. He happened to be planning to go to the response room that day, but had no choice but to return because of this accident. Harry said that someone was going to steal something important from Dumbledore, and that thing was related to a wizard named Nicole Flamel. He wanted to ask you if you saw this person while reading in the library? Hermione continued. In fact, Harry first asked Hermione, because Hermione usually acted as if she knew everything, but Hermione had never seen this name in the library book. And Hermione knew that Jerry read more books than herself, and the types of books they read were not the same. So she suggested to ask Jerry, and it happened that Jerry also knew about their going to the 4th floor. Nicole Flamel, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, the alchemist who lived 600 or 700 years old. Jerry's heart moved, and he didn't answer right away, but turned to Harry and asked, Someone wants to steal something from the forbidden area on the 4th floor. Who is it? Harry replied with dodge eyes. Well, I'm actually not sure yet, but he's probably the one who released the troll on Halloween. Jerry narrowed his eyes, and he roughly guessed that the person Harry wanted to talk about should be Snape, but Jerry is a Slytherin, and Snape is the Dean of Slytherin, so Harry didn't say it. However, what made him a little puzzled was that his own appearance disrupted the Halloween event and the Quidditch event. How did Harry target Snape again? After thinking about it, he felt that Dumbledore probably did something secretly in order to train Harry, and this happened. Also, if Dumbledore wants to experience Harry, then no matter how Jerry affects the development of the plot, he will lead Harry to the road to the forbidden area on the 4th floor. How did you know that Nicole Flamel was related to the forbidden area on the 4th floor? To confirm, Jerry asked again. This time it was Ron who gave the answer first. While you and Hermione were reading in the library, Harry and I went to play with Hagrid, and we only found out when Hagrid slipped a word. The 3-headed dog is actually Hagrid's pet named Lu Wei, who lent Dumbledore to guard that important thing. Harry immediately nodded and echoed. Unfortunately, no matter how we asked him later, he didn't tell us what that thing was. So that's the case. I heard that Mr. Hagrid's hut is very interesting. Next time you have time, can you take me there to play? Jerry smiled and nodded again. Of course. Hagrid is a very nice guy. He likes us to hang out with him. Jerry, do you know who Nico Flamel is? Harry couldn't bear it any longer. Do not know. Jerry looked at both Harry and Ron with disappointed expressions and immediately changed his mouth. But I know where to find information about this man. Where? Harry and Ron had hope again. Jerry smiled. Since Hermione and I don't know who Nicole Flamel is, it means that the introduction about this wizard must not be in the general area of the library. You mean? Hermione at the side seemed to think of something when she heard the words and immediately turned her head to look at Jerry in disbelief. Yes, you guessed right, it's there. Jerry made that. You guessed it, look. Harry and Ron were scratching their heads in anxiety. Where are you talking about? Library, restricted section. Jerry and Hermione replied in unison. Restricted section. That's right, why didn't we think of that? Harry and Ron suddenly exclaimed, and at the same time, they understood in their hearts that if they couldn't find it in the ordinary area, they must go to the restricted area to find it. But Jerry, you can only go to the restricted area with a note signed by the professor, and you can only borrow one book at a time. The professors will not allow us to borrow books in the restricted area. Hermione's little brow furrowed again. Jerry lowered his head, then looked left and right, signaling the three of them to get closer. Shouldn't we just sneak there at night? What? Harry, Ron and Hermione looked at Jerry in disbelief at the same time. In their eyes, Jerry is a three-good student with all the advantages, elegant, polite, good grades, and the strongest seeker who broke the Quidditch history record. Such Jerry actually suggested that everyone violate the school rules and visit the restricted area of the library at night. How could this not make their jaws drop in shock? It's as if, when you were in school, the number one student in the whole school, the good student in the eyes of all the teachers, suddenly pulled you to say that we skip class at night to take a night out. Seeing this, Jerry laughed and said, Actually, you don't need to be so surprised. I often hang out in the castle at 11 or 12 o'clock at night. This is my special hobby. And don't worry, I have a special way to avoid being caught by Filch and Mrs. Norris arrive. I was thinking about how to completely remove my suspicion from S.H.I.E.L.D. But no, someone gave me a pillow when I fell asleep. If you remember correctly, there seemed to be a magic book called Powerful Potion in the restricted section of the library, which contained the formula and production process of the compound decoction. It would definitely be impossible for him to enter the restricted section of the library by himself, but the danger would be much smaller if Harry was to take the blame. It's too dangerous. We'll all be fired if we get caught. Hermione immediately voted against it. Obviously, she did not approve of this violation of school rules. We can't get caught. Ron thought it was so cool to break into the library at night. Harry also persuaded Hermione. Hermione, don't you want to know who Nico Flamel really is and what exactly he and Dumbledore kept on the 4th floor? Hermione began to hesitate. At this time, Jerry finally added a fire. Hermione, trust me, I won't let you get caught. Okay then, but only this once. Hermione nodded slowly after hearing the assurance from the most reliable Jerry. In fact, although Hermione looks a bit rigid and dogmatic like Professor McGonagall on the surface, being assigned to Gryffindor shows that she still likes this kind of adventure very much in her bones. In fact, many illegal activities in the later period of the original work were initiated by Hermione. 12 o'clock at night. Jerry quietly left the Slytherin dormitory, skillfully dodged Filch on patrol, knocked Mrs. Norris down with catnip powder, and came to the 8th floor of the castle. Today he didn't go to the room of requirement, but came to the door of the Gryffindor common room, in front of the portrait of the fat lady. Come on, let's go to the library. Seeing Harry, Hermione, and Ron coming out from behind the portrait, Jerry waved to them in a low voice and took the lead downstairs. However, when passing by the 6th floor, the three of Harry were shocked when they saw Mrs. Norris sitting on the ground, leaning against the escalator in sage mode, and almost turned around and wanted to run away. They knew how powerful Luo Lizzie was as a complaint cat. It's okay, don't worry. She probably needs to lie here for 2 or 3 hours before returning to normal. Hearing Jerry's words, The three found that after seeing them, Mrs. Norris just glanced at them, and then fell into a daze again, as if imagining some beautiful things. Halotzi almost stayed. When the four of them reached the third floor, Jerry suddenly paused before continuing to walk to the second floor. After turning on the Superman mode, he just felt the empty place next to him. Someone glanced at him, and he also smelled the same smell in his nose as the last time Harry and the others broke into the fourth floor and came out. He knew that Dumbledore should have come with the disillusionment charm. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, he will not, like other professors, take care of the little wizards going out at night, nor let the ubiquitous portraits pay attention to where the little wizards have gone and what they have done, but Harry was definitely an exception. As soon as Harry left the common room, the fat lady would probably report the matter to Dumbledore soon. Allaho hole is open. He took out his wand and threw an unlocking spell at the library door, and the door opened very silkily. The majestic Hogwarts library, where so many dangerous magic books are hidden, can be easily opened with just the most common lock-picking spell. This is the water of the sea. Shaking their heads, the three of Jerry and Harry walked into the library together and came to the restricted section where they had never been before. Toxic Magic, Book of Spells, Black Magic of Evil, The Curse Collection, Powerful Potion. Looking at the books on the bookshelf, Jerry suddenly had the urge to pack all these magic books into his own small box. However, after feeling the hidden eyes that glanced at him from time to time, he still spoke very rationally. Everyone, look for books related to the biography of the character. If you can't find it, you can look for some potion books, alchemy books, etc. Maybe he is not a conventional wizard. After speaking, he began to rummage through the bookshelves. It's just that since Dumbledore might be watching from the side, he didn't touch any books related to black magic. What he looked for were biographies, alchemy, potion books, and other books that were relatively less likely to attract Dumbledore's attention. It's just that when he was flipping through the book, Powerful Potion, he stayed for a little longer, especially on the pages explaining the formula of the compound decoction. He stayed for a few seconds longer. However, after staying for 7 or 8 seconds longer, he closed the book and put it back naturally, and picked up another book. But in these 7 or 8 seconds, he has already firmly memorized the formula and production steps of the compound decoction by relying on the refreshing bonus. Found it. After putting down the book Powerful Potion, Jerry flipped through it for a while and finally saw the introduction of Nicole Flamel in a book called Basics and Extensions of Alchemy. However, at this moment, Harry just opened a large black book, which suddenly let out a shrill, creepy scream. No, let's go. Jerry quickly put the Basics and Extensions of Alchemy into his arms, pulled Hermione, and ran outside. And Harry and Ron also realized that something was wrong at the same time. Such a loud scream would definitely attract Filch's attention. If they didn't leave now, they might not be able to leave. Sure enough, as soon as the four rushed out of the library, they heard Filch's footsteps and roar from the first floor. Violation of school rules. Wait for me to catch you. Hurry up, go upstairs. Jerry pulled Hermione and rushed upstairs with Harry and Ron. And Filch seemed to have noticed their footsteps, and there was a hot pursuit behind them. Go back to the lounge first. After reaching the 8th floor, Ron immediately proposed to go back to the Gryffindor common room and hide for a while. Filch could not enter the common room without a password, but this proposal was immediately rejected by Hermione. It's too late. Even if there is a password, wake up the fat lady and let her open the door. Filch has already chased after him. Hermione still remembered the last time they came back at midnight, because she woke up the fat lady's dream, and she complained for a long time before opening the door for them. Now Filch is chasing after him. There is no such time. It's okay. Come with me. I know a place where I can temporarily hide from Filch. Hearing the approaching footsteps from behind, Jerry didn't talk nonsense and led the three of them directly towards the room of requirement. In fact, he had many ways to get rid of Filch, but now he only chose the room of requirement, because now Dumbledore is still with them. Jerry knew that he could hide from Filch and Mrs. Norris about going to the room of requirement every night, but definitely not from Dumbledore. After all, no matter how powerful he is, it is impossible to avoid all the murals that are everywhere in the entire castle. However, the Room of Requirement is not a particularly evil place. At least Dumbledore does not know that there is Voldemort's Horcrux in the storage room of the Room of Requirement. And a little wizard accidentally found a room where he could make his wishes come true, and he came to play every day, so it should still be possible to say. Especially now that Jerry has brought the three of Harry over. He can show Dumbledore that he has a clear heart. If a person wants to do bad things in secret, it is impossible to bring other people to his secret base at will. As for the three of Harry, will knowing about the Room of Requirement affect him? Of course not. They can't come to the Room of Requirement after midnight every day, and Jerry can't use the Room of Requirement at other times. What is this? Watching Jerry walk past the white wall 3 times in a row, and a door appeared on the white wall, the three of Harry's eyes widened. This is a very interesting place that I accidentally discovered. Come in. Jerry waved his hand and led the three of them into the Room of Requirement. Wow, what place is this? Hermione, Harry, and Ron couldn't help letting out a gasp as they entered the Room of Requirement. It was a small, empty square with all kinds of targets inside, a beautifully shaped big bed, tables, chairs, and other items. I don't know what this place is. I just discovered it by accident. If I have nothing to do at night, I will come here to practice magic. Jerry walked to the bed and motioned for everyone to sit down first. No wonder you use magic so well. So you train every night. Hermione sat next to Jerry with an admiration on her face. She knew that Jerry's use of magic was the best in the whole first grade. When Professor Flitwick taught them, he even praised Jerry in Slytherin for how proficient he was in using magic. Because while they were still practicing and using the floating spell to float the feathers, Jerry was able to show in class that he could float a table at will. It turns out that Jerry is not a genius, but is practicing the use of magic spells every night. In this regard, the three of them admired Jerry's heart a little more. Hermione, my dream is to become a righteous Auror who upholds the order of wizards, and of course, I have to work harder in magic, Jerry explained without blushing and panting. In order not to be thought by professors such as Dumbledore and Snape that he will develop like Voldemort in the future, Jerry has conveyed an idea to the people around him from the very beginning. That is, his dream is to become a righteous Auror who is incompatible with the dark wizards and resolutely maintains the order of the wizards. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. This place will be our secret base from now on. If there's anything next time, we can come here to discuss. Let's see who Nicole Flamel is. After speaking, Jerry took out the book Basic and Extended Alchemy in his arms. The three of Harry nodded immediately. Although this adventure was almost discovered by Filch, fortunately, they finally found clues about Nicole Flamel. Opening Basics and Extensions of Alchemy, the four little heads gathered together and began to read. This Basics and Extensions of Alchemy mainly talks about the application of some basic alchemy and the transformation of related magic items. Alchemy is not within the scope of the Hogwarts curriculum, but this does not mean that it is not important, but because it is too advanced and difficult. Basically, it is difficult for ordinary wizards to achieve something. Generally, the learning content of Little Wizards is all about the history of magic, spells, potions, etc., while alchemy is mainly about refining items with magical abilities and permanently refining the original one-time spells onto items, making them can be used unlimitedly. Like the Weasley's magic car, the Wizard's night bus, the time turner, and all sorts of magic-related items, including the Professor Quirrell's box that is now in Jerry's hand. Alchemy is too advanced for a few people to understand, but when they turned to the back, they saw the name of Nick Flamel in the introduction about the famous alchemist. Nico Flamel, born in 1327, the most famous alchemist and the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone, a magical substance with amazing properties. The Philosopher's Stone can turn any metal into pure gold, and it can also create an elixir of life, so that people who drink this medicine will never die. Over the centuries, there have been many reports about the Philosopher's Stone, but the only remaining one belongs to the famous alchemist and opera lover, Mr. Nicole Flamel. My God, hasn't he already lived for more than 600 years? Hermione exclaimed. That big dog must be guarding Nick Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. I bet Nick Flamel asked Dumbledore to keep it for him because they're friends and he knew someone was up to the Philosopher's Stone. So he moved the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts. Harry seemed to understand everything at once. Who doesn't like a stone that can turn into gold and make you immortal? Ron shrugged. With that big dog guarding it, I guess there are all kinds of defenses arranged by Dumbledore inside. I don't think anyone can steal that Philosopher's Stone. Jerry also followed the trend and expressed his opinion. However, while expressing his opinion, he stared straight at the magic book in his hand, using the refresh function to quickly memorize the knowledge about alchemy in the magic book. Alchemy? He was very interested. The refreshing function is turned on, and Jerry can almost remember it with a photographic memory. If he wanted to dig in and learn slowly, even if he turned on refreshing and refreshing, he estimated that it would be absolutely difficult to master the profound knowledge of alchemy in a short time, but memorizing it would be much faster. Write it down, and when you have time, you can understand it slowly. In this way, after about half an hour, Jerry finally remembered all the contents of the entire basic and extended alchemy in his mind. Filch should have almost left. You guys go back to the dormitory. I will secretly put this book back in the library, and then return to the dormitory. The three of Harry nodded and followed Jerry quietly out of the room of requirement. With this adventure to the library together, the relationship between the four is obviously closer than before, especially since Jerry also shared a secret base that only they know. Although Jerry helped Harry and Ron on the train in the past, after all, they were not assigned to a college and did not attend classes together. They had a good relationship, but they did not talk to each other. Basically, Harry and Ron have a strong relationship, and Hermione and Jerry have a deeper friendship because they often read books and discuss magic together. But after this time, the relationship between the four of them suddenly became very good. In the previous life, Jerry heard a saying, "What kind of experience can make the relationship between people very strong?" That is the 4 iron principles. We carried guns together, passed through windows together, shared the spoils together, and drifted past X together. Now the 4 of them violated the school rules together, broke into the library together at night, found out the secrets on the 4th floor together, and even established a secret base together. So the relationship is naturally strong. In the restricted area of the library on the 2nd floor, Jerry put basics and extensions of alchemy back in the restricted area and sighed inwardly. Originally, he wanted to see if he could read other books by the way, but he felt the vague gaze behind him that never left him, so he gave up. That's right, Harry has already returned to the dormitory, so of course he doesn't need to follow. He came to the restricted area, which is very dangerous for little wizards. How could Dumbledore not follow? In fact, today's delivery has exceeded his expectations, so there is no need to take any more risks. After leaving the library, Jerry went straight back to the dormitory to sleep. Nothing special had happened since the last time we found out who Nick Flamel was until the Christmas break. Jerry is also studying hard as usual, but during this time the focus is not on the spell, but on potion refining. When I went to the library, I mostly read books on potions, and even the questions I asked Snape were mostly related to potions. This was a huge relief to Snape. Invited by Harry during the period, Jerry and Hermione took a day to go to Hagrid's hut and made a preliminary friendship with Hagrid. Hagrid was amazed that Harry and Ron had brought a Slytherin friend with them, because he knew that Harry and Ron were very disgusted with Slytherin. However, after getting along with Jerry, Hagrid quickly discovered the difference between Jerry and ordinary Slytherins. In particular, Jerry admired his rock cakes very much and seemed to be very interested in magical animals, which made Hagrid have a good impression of him. It was full in an instant, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione were deeply shocked by the fact that Jerry could eat it, and Hagrid made the rock cake that was so hard that it would knock out teeth. Especially Ron. He felt that this was something he admired more than Jerry's excellent magical ability. Jerry can only say that he is in great shape and delicious to eat. In this way, the time has come to the first day of the Christmas holiday. After breakfast in the morning, except for some who stayed in school, the rest of the young wizards returned to the dormitory and packed up their things. After a while, they will take the Hogwarts Express together and leave Hogwarts Castle, just like they did when they started school, and Jerry is no exception. But his things are very few, because most of them were thrown into the small box by him in advance. Merry Christmas in advance. When Jerry, who had already packed his things and pulled the suitcase, walked to the door, as if thinking of something, he turned his head and waved to the little Malfoy trio, who were still packing. The little Malfoy trio were obviously stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that Jerry, who was usually reading books and didn't communicate with them, would take the initiative to say hello today. But for some reason, the three of them felt a little happy at this moment. Thank you and Merry Christmas. Nodding, Jerry pulled the suitcase and left the Slytherin dormitory. When he came to the first floor, he didn't immediately follow the flow of young wizards to Hogsmeade Station, but came to the Great Hall first. Because we made an appointment to say goodbye to Harry and Ron here with Hermione. Hermione would definitely not choose to stay at school for Christmas because of her family, and Harry didn't want to go back to see the ugly face of his uncle's family, so he chose to stay at school. As for Ron, because his parents planned to visit their second son Charlie in Romania this Christmas, they also stayed with the three big brothers. Coming to the auditorium, Jerry found that today's auditorium is extraordinarily beautiful and magnificent compared to usual. The walls were hung with holly and mistletoe festoons, and all around stood a dozen towering Christmas trees, some with tiny icicles glittering, others with hundreds of candles flickering. Some are even covered with small golden bubbles transformed by magic. Jerry here, just when Jerry's eyes were attracted by the various beautiful decorations in the auditorium, Harry and Ron waved to him at the Gryffindor long table. Are you guys playing wizard chess? Jerry stepped forward and found that Harry and Ron were playing wizard chess, which is very popular among wizards. Wizard chess is a magical chess game in which the pieces will move to the target square by themselves according to the player's command. When a piece is captured, it will be overturned by the opponent's piece and then dragged out of the board. Jerry is not very interested in playing wizard chess, but he is very interested in the alchemy of refining wizard chess. During this period of time, he did not miss studying the basics and extensions of alchemy written down from the restricted area, which mentioned this kind of alchemy that endows ordinary substances with spiritual intelligence. However, the content is very profound, and he probably won't be able to do it in a short time. In fact, Jerry is still very shocked by this kind of alchemy that can endow ordinary matter with wisdom. If you don't delve into it, it seems to be nothing, but if you delve into it, you will feel that this kind of alchemy is really against the sky, and even a little scary. This is equivalent to creating a new race, a new life, which belongs to the level of God in Yuwa. Of course, compared to the real creation of life, it is still far away, but it has already developed in that direction. Just like now, apart from following orders, those chess pieces on the chessboard are still arguing, and even put forward their own opinions to Harry and Ron. Obviously, they already have their own personalities or souls. There's also the magic car, transformed by Arthur Weasley with alchemy and magic. Because of Ron's overuse, he ran into the forbidden forest angrily, and then became wild and unwilling to go back. The most outstanding thing is the sorting hat, which has a lifespan of thousands of years. It not only has wisdom no less than human beings, but also has special magical abilities. Don't send me there. Don't you see his horse? Send him. It doesn't matter if he dies. On the chessboard, Harry's bishop heard that Harry wanted him to go forward and immediately pointed to the soldiers next to him angrily and ordered. Seeing this, Harry scratched his head in embarrassment. My chess piece was lent to me by Simo. They don't trust me enough. It's useless to trust. I'm a master at wizard chess, and even Hermione is no match for me. Ron raised his chin proudly when he heard that. This is the only ability he can show at present. Jerry, do you want to have a game with me? After Harry was settled, Ron rolled his eyes and turned his attention to Jerry, who is too good to be true. If he beats Jerry in wizard chess, he can take it out and brag about it in the future. I don't have wizard chess. I'll buy a set after Christmas and play with you when school starts. Jerry just plans to take time to practice alchemy after his return this time, and wizard chess is relatively simple. If he can make a pair by himself, It can be regarded as an introduction to alchemy. Jerry, Harry, Ron, you're all here. At this time, wrapped in a big Gryffindor scarf and dragging a super big suitcase that almost caught up with her height, Hermione happily walked towards the three of them. Hermione, the Christmas holiday is 2 weeks, not 2 months. How do you have so much stuff? Jerry felt that Hermione seemed to have stuffed all her belongings into the box. Otherwise, the box wouldn't be so bulging. But I think these things are used during the holidays. Hermione said innocently with fluttering eyes. 15 minutes later, as soon as Jerry pushed Hermione's oversized suitcase to the corner of the box, the whole Hogwarts Express started slowly. Since some wizards, especially senior wizards, chose to stay in school to prepare for the exam, the number of young wizards on the Hogwarts Express was far less than when the school started. In this box of Jerry and Hermione, there were only the two of them. After putting down the suitcase, the two took out a magic book from their satchels almost at the same time. Then they sat together and communicated while reading a book. The mountains and forests outside the car window gradually turned into snow-covered fields and Muggle villages as the train moved forward. When it was almost noon, the train finally arrived at King's Cross Station in London. Passing through Platform 9 3/4, passing through the passage opened with space magic, and changing back into Muggle clothes, the little wizards, led by their parents, disappeared into the crowd. At the gate of the King's Cross platform, the Grangers had already arrived in their car early and waited because they had received a notification letter from Hermione with the school owl in advance. Jerry, remember to call me. The car started, and Hermione poked her head out the window and waved to Jerry, who was standing there. Yes, I will. Watching the car disappear into the street, Jerry took out a bottle from his pocket and stuffed it with a few strands of Hermione's hair that he had just snatched on the train. When I make the compound decoction, no one will doubt me again. Pulling his suitcase, which didn't contain much, Jerry went straight to the subway entrance. Orphanage, he will definitely not go back. Why go back? Now that there's trace surveillance, he can't do anything back to the orphanage, wasting time in vain. Now that he has stayed in the small world for more than 3 months and frequently uses the boosting brain function, his number of little red stars is not much left. So this time he plans to spend the 2 weeks of Christmas vacation in Diagon Alley. First of all, he needs to purchase in Diagon Alley. Although the Hogwarts Library has a large number of books because they're all aimed at young wizards, many magic books that are dangerous or adult wizards are basically placed in the restricted area. But those bookstores in Diagon Alley don't have these restrictions. As long as you have Gold Gallon, it is impossible for him to restrict you from buying books. Secondly, now that there are traces in his body and he has no ability to remove them, only Diagon Alley is the place where he can use magic freely during the holidays. For things like Zhongxi, Jerry also inquired about it in many ways before the holiday. According to some senior Slater seniors, in fact, the Ministry of Magic cannot accurately monitor whether you use magic, but can only monitor whether there is magic near your location. If you're in a place full of wizards, the Ministry of Magic can't make a judgment, even if magic is used. Just like they can use magic at home, because their parents are wizards. As long as their parents don't tell, the Ministry of Magic will think that it is the magic used by the parents of the little wizard. Therefore, Zhongxi has far more restrictions on little wizards born in Muggles than wizards from wizarding families. Because the little wizards of Muggle families basically have no wizards living nearby. As long as they cast magic, they will be monitored by the Ministry of Magic immediately. That's why, after Dobby performed magic at Uncle Harry's house, the Ministry of Magic would think that Harry violated the rules. Harry was the only wizard in the whole community, and the Ministry of Magic naturally judged that Harry had cast magic. Taking the subway to Charing Cross Road, Jerry quickly found the leaky cauldron that Professor McGonagall had brought him to before. After paying 14 galleons, he was led by his boss Tom to an old room with a unique style on the 2nd floor. Next, he will spend 2 weeks in this room. After putting away his luggage, Jerry didn't go to Diagon Alley immediately, but went downstairs and ordered a sumptuous lunch first. After lunch, he began to stroll around Diagon Alley. Professor McGonagall was there last time, and he didn't actually visit many places. This time, he will definitely go through all the shops except Noctur Alley. In view of the relatively high degree of danger in Nocturne Alley, he does not intend to take risks for the time being. Lacewings, leeches, sapweed, two-eared grass, pulverized bicorn horn, and fragments of African tree snake skin. Jerry recalled the compound decoction formula he remembered in Powerful Potion in his mind and first walked to the herbal shop in Diagon Alley. It takes about a month to make the compound soup. In order to prevent accidents, Jerry plans to make a few more pictures. Compound decoction is a very complicated and uncommon potion. It uses many kinds of herbs and is not cheap, so few people know about it and few people use it. Even though Jerry had Professor Quirrell's medicine field in his box, which saved a lot of herbs, when he bought all the remaining materials, he spent more than 200 galleons. Jerry made a preliminary estimate. If all the ingredients for a pair of compound decoction were purchased, it would cost at least 100 gold galleons. It is almost equivalent to a month's salary of an ordinary official of the Ministry of Magic. Unless there are special circumstances, no wizard would use a month's salary to buy these expensive medicinal materials to refine a potion that can only last for a few hours. Therefore, in the wizarding world, compound decoction also belongs to that kind of rare potion. After buying the potion, he went straight to the largest bookstore in Diagon Alley, Lihan Bookstore. "Sir, what book do you need to buy?" Seeing Jerry enter the door, a clerk ran up enthusiastically. Jerry didn't talk nonsense and directly took out a bag of galleons that he had prepared a long time ago and put them on the table. "I need standard spells, level 2, standard spells, level 3, standard spells, level 4, standard spells, level 5, standard spells, level 6, standard spells, level 7, intermediate transfiguration guide, advanced transfiguration guide." In one breath, Jerry reported all the textbooks he knew about magic, spells, and potions from grades 1 to 7. Now that you have money, why do you need to follow the steps step by step? It is better to buy all of them at once and go back and study slowly. Although the effect of self-study is definitely not as good as that of class. But anyway, he is now a person with some foundation, and with the refreshing function, it can still be effective. Just like some high-level spells, even if the power he uses cannot meet expectations, as long as he uses it successfully, sometimes it can save lives. And not only textbooks, but also some other books that are not available in the library. He plans to buy them back and put them in the villa in a box and read them slowly when he returns to the main world. The so-called knowledge is power, especially in the wizarding world. These magic books are the real treasures, but it's a pity that his gold galleons may not be enough. By the way, do you have any magic books that explain the disillusionment spell? After Jerry stuffed a lot of magic books into the suitcase presented by the clerk, he asked with some anticipation. Just now he roughly turned around, but he didn't see any book in the bookstore that was dedicated to explaining the illusion spell. The illusion curse is actually a kind of invisibility spell, which belongs to the advanced spell, and the learning method is recorded in the Hogwarts textbook. But this kind of spell is like apparition. It is extremely difficult, and even senior wizards may not be able to fully master it before graduation. So if you can find a magic book that specifically explains the illusion spell, it will be very helpful for learning this spell. And once there is the disillusionment charm, it will be much more convenient for Jerry to start activities in the main world in the future. Yes, there is, but there will be some trouble. Hearing this, the clerk had a hesitant look on his face. "How to say?" Jerry asked doubtfully. The clerk beckoned to Jerry. "Sir, you can come over with me first." A moment later, on the second floor of Lihan Bookstore, Jerry looked at a row of empty bookshelves in front of him and cast a questioning look at the clerk. The clerk pointed to the bookshelf and said helplessly, "A few years ago, the disillusionment charm was very popular among you young Hogwarts wizards. So our boss spent a large sum of money to order a full 200 copies of the Invisibility Book of Invisibility. As a result, you see, they are all invisible on the bookshelf. This..." Jerry stepped forward to touch the bookshelf speechlessly, and sure enough, he touched those invisible magic books. But when he tried to take out a book and opened it, he found that he still couldn't see anything, because every page of it was invisible. Is there no better way? For the disillusionment curse, Jerry still attaches great importance to it. The clerk scratched his head. It's not that there's no way at all, but it can only be said that drinking poison to quench thirst will not have much effect. Let's talk about it first. Jerry continued to ask. The clerk shrugged. Actually, it can be cracked with an ordinary cracking spell, but it will automatically become invisible again in less than 20 seconds at most, and it needs to be used continuously. No one will use it thousands of times just to read a book breaking the spell. So, for several years now, not a single book has been sold. Okay, I see. I want this one. Hearing this, Jerry directly took the invisible magic book in his hand and went down to the first floor. Ordinary wizards might really have to cast thousands of times to break the spell after reading this invisibility book, but he didn't use it at all. With Little Red Star refreshing his mind, he can achieve a photographic memory, and he can write down all the content in the book quickly and then review it slowly. And even if it really takes thousands of times to break the spell, he will not give up. After all, the importance of using the illusion spell to oneself is worth taking the time to master and learn in advance. After leaving Lian Bookstore, he went to the thrift shop in Diagon Alley to see if he could find some second-hand books that Lian Bookstore couldn't buy, or magic notes. In this way, Jerry is not studying magic and refining potions in his own box world every day, or looking for various magic books, potions, or magic props that are useful to him in Diagon Alley. The more than 1,000 galleons in his hand also disappeared like running water, and in the end there were even less than 30 pieces left. This is also thanks to the fact that he sold the low-level potions that he had refined to the potion shop and earned a small amount of gold galleon subsidies. Otherwise, there would not be 30 gold galleons left. Although Jerry is only in the first grade, due to his hard work on potions, he often consults Snape, a potion master, and communicates with Hermione, a potion genius. His level of potion is much better than that of ordinary little wizards in the 4th and 5th grades. Especially with the blessing of improving the mind, there are very few failures when refining potions, which saves him a lot of unnecessary cost and waste, and the profit is higher than that of ordinary potion masters, so he can make a small profit, a subsidy for the family. December 24th, Christmas Eve. After sending the Christmas presents he had prepared in advance to Harry, Hermione, Ron, Malfoy Jr., Daphne, and a series of other classmates through the post office in Diagon Alley, including all the professors he knew, Jerry returned to the room of the leaky cauldron with a box in one hand and a wand in the other, and began to wait quietly for his return. As an adult who was born in Daxia and worked for many years, Jerry certainly wouldn't just give gifts to Hermione and the others on such an important day as Christmas. If you want to give it away, you can give it all, especially the professors in the school. After the relationship is established, I want to ask a question later, and I can explain in detail. Even Dumbledore, he sent a pair of the latest woolen socks. Moreover, if you give the professors Christmas presents, they would be ashamed not to return them to you. The presents they return will definitely be better than the ones you gave, so no matter how you calculate it, it won't be a disadvantage. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, come back. After a whirlwind, Jerry returned to his home in Queens, New York again. Hey, it has been upgraded. Putting the box in his pocket, Jerry opened the panel and found that all the content on the panel had disappeared, leaving only a few large characters. Panel upgrade. Click to open the upgrade instructions. After this upgrade, the second small world will be opened. At the same time, the items that can be carried will not be limited to inanimate objects. The upgrade time is uncertain. During the upgrade period, the little red star will be counted normally. After reading the upgrade instructions, Jerry's eyes lit up. The second small world, that is to say, besides the wizarding world of Harry Potter, he will be able to travel to other small worlds to learn magic. Just one magic in the world of Harry Potter has already benefited him a lot. If he can learn other types of magic, his future development potential will be raised to another level. And the phrase that items that can be carried is not limited to inanimate objects made Jerry's heart beat even more. When traveling before, there was a clear regulation on the panel that he could carry inanimate things through the time travel, such as wands, broomsticks, including the sniper gun and anesthesia gun. But living objects, such as his cat Crookshanks, such as humans, such as various magical animals, etc., cannot be carried. After upgrading, this limitation will no longer exist. In other words, if he wanted, he could even bring Hermione to the main world, no problem. But what really caught his imagination was, if he becomes stronger in the future, can he bring a group of wizards to the main world through the box space, and then form a wizard army to resist the invasion of Thanos? And not only the Harry Potter world, but also other small worlds in the future, can it be done like this? Of course, the premise is that he himself must be strong enough. Hell's Kitchen, here I come. In the middle of the night, Jerry rode 2,000 light wheels taken out of the box, dressed in brand new wizard robes, soared from the abandoned factory building, and went straight to the famous Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan. The wizard robe he is wearing now is not an ordinary wizard robe, but a custom-made wizard robe at the Diagon Alley store at high price. It is a wizard robe that uses alchemy to add the protective ability of the iron armor curse. With this wizard robe, the threat of some ordinary firearms to him will be greatly reduced. This is also the reason why he now dares to go to Hell's Kitchen to earn a little red star. This time he returned, he brought a lot of magic books. There's a lot of knowledge to learn, new magic spells, new potions, alchemy, and so on. And all of these require the support of a large number of little red stars. But now on his panel, that little red star is gone. Therefore, he had no choice but to focus on Hell's Kitchen, where crime is so common that even the police don't dare to take care of it. Nowadays, under his frequent dispatch, there are very few crimes in Queens District. At most, they are petty thefts, and there are not many little red stars that could be accounted for. But Hell's Kitchen is different. Countless incidents of murder, robbery, are ****. Human trafficking and flower trafficking happen there every day. It can be called a crime paradise. It is also a paradise for Little Red Star to enter the account. It's just that the criminals there are not fighting alone, but have become an industrial chain and a huge black empire. Jerry's intervention will inevitably affect the interests of these people and will also receive a very strong counterattack. Why didn't he touch this big piece of fat before? I'm just worried that a group of people will shoot down with heavy weapons at that time, and it's not impossible to even give you a bazooka. As for now, with the iron armor curse to bless the wizard's robe that can protect against bullets, and having learned so many new spells, his strength is already much stronger than when he was abominable. Moreover, he also bought a lot of potions for detoxification, healing, and other functions, and the safety was greatly improved. It's time to be bold and make a wave. Under the high-speed flight of Nimbus 2000, Jerry quickly passed through Queens, flew over the East River, and entered Manhattan. Manhattan and Queens are only separated by the East River, and at the speed of Nimbus 2000, he found the location of Hell's Kitchen in less than half an hour. It really is a sinful paradise. Flying in the air, overlooking the huge Hell's Kitchen area, Jerry sighed with a complicated expression. Pulling out his wand, he swooped down on a broomstick to a crime scene closest to him. He threw all of them petrified and locked the 3 girls who were screaming for help in the alley and the criminals who committed atrocities in place. Then a U.S. knife flew in and snatched all the money from the 3 criminals. Quick healing. Use the healing charm to save the next passerby who was shot, and then immobilize the criminal who shot. In this way, Jerry's figure kept appearing in the crime scenes of Hell's Kitchen, and the empty little red star finally began to gradually become full again. During this period, he also encountered black guns, but they were easily blocked by his new wizard robe. In fact, when Jerry turns on the Superman mode, as long as the opponent is not far away from the attack, or if there are a large number of people, it is still difficult to hit him with a gun. At 2:30 in the morning, Jerry left Hell's Kitchen satisfied as he watched the little red star grow. But just as he was about to cross the East River and return to Queens, he found a transaction that didn't seem very legal in a container area at the East River Wharf. Quietly landed on the top of the big crane at the pier, Jerry fixed his eyes and looked down carefully. The following 2 groups of people don't look like serious people at first glance. Yes, serious people do business at the pier at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. The 2 leaders were carrying boxes and muttering there, not knowing what they were talking about. And the younger brothers in the back even held guns in their hands, and they were vigilantly distributed around to prevent unrelated people from approaching. Jerry counted roughly, and the two gangs combined were close to 40 people, and each of them had a gun in his hand, and a few of them were holding rifles. This is arresting contraband transactions. I wonder if there are any little red stars. Touching his chin, Jerry fell into a little hesitation. There are more than 40 gun-wielding criminals who are not easy to mess with at first sight, and they are not comparable to ordinary street gangsters. If there is no little red star, he actually doesn't want to go down and take this risk. However, this hesitation only hovered in his mind for a few seconds before completely disappearing, because he saw the leaders of the two parties below each open their boxes, and one of the boxes was actually full of beautiful knives. Don't look at him fighting crime now, and he has saved a lot of dollars, but the sum could be tens of thousands of dollars at most because the average robber really doesn't have much cash in his hands, and as a superhero, he doesn't have much cash. Fortunately, how much in return after saving people? However, the U.S. knife in the entire suitcase below is estimated to be at least a small million. This guy's illegal anyway, so it's a waste if he doesn't take it, and maybe there are little red stars in this kind of behavior. After all, if another box of white noodles is leaked out, it will harm many people. Having made a decision, Jerry didn't rush down immediately. There were so many people with guns, so he went straight down to fine bone. The iron armor curse can fire bullets, but it is not omnipotent. The wizard's robe can protect the body, but not the head. Besides, there is no need for that. Of course, this kind of situation is the safest and most efficient for a surprise attack. Carefully raised the height, walked around behind a container, threw the Nimbus 2000 into the small box, and Jerry sneaked past cautiously holding the wand. Out of body, a muscular white man with a fierce face was looking around vigilantly with a pistol when he suddenly felt a bright light flash in front of his eyes. Immediately afterwards, he felt his brain go blank, and then a strong sense of happiness began to fill his heart. Go, walk over slowly and quietly shoot the guy who is dealing with your boss a few times. A very gentle and beautiful voice appeared in his heart. Although he felt that it was wrong to do so, the strong sense of happiness still made him involuntarily follow the instructions in the voice. He slowly left his post and walked towards the center of the transaction with a smirk on his face. Mara, what's the matter? What did you find out? What are you going to do? The boss of the strong white man saw his subordinates approaching and thought something was wrong, and immediately frowned. However, the strong white man ignored him, but raised his gun with a happy face and shot towards the opposite boss. Bang! 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 The boss on the opposite side obviously didn't expect that the partner who had been trading for several years would be blackmailed and shot dead on the spot by a strong white man. The scene froze for a second, and then the side who was shot to kill the boss cursed angrily and aimed their guns at the strong white man and the boss here, and sent them back to the west with a shuttle of bullets. The first order has already reached 1200. Thank you for your support. There will be a chapter at noon, and another chapter will be added in the evening. Black magic is really easy to use against ordinary people. Seeing the two sides fighting at the pier, Jerry nodded in satisfaction. What he cast just now was the Imperius curse learned from Quirrell's notes. Although he was not particularly proficient, it was obviously more than enough to deal with ordinary people. This time back, his spell reserve has improved a lot, so sometimes it is not necessary to fight with those who have modern weapons and flexibly apply spells with different effects, but it is more efficient. Just like now, he doesn't need to make a move anymore, he just needs to watch the two gangs fighting from afar. Most of the magical lethality in the world of Harry Potter is not as good as modern weapons under high technology. However, some miraculous effects produced by magic cannot be achieved by many modern high-tech, and it is difficult to guard against, or even impossible to guard against. All fly. Just when the two gangs shot at each other with red eyes because the boss was killed, the two boxes that had fallen in the middle flew straight towards a certain container. It was Jerry who cast the summoning spell, throwing the two suitcases directly into the small box. Seeing that the number of little red stars had indeed increased a bit, he ignored those fighting people and rode away on the Nimbus 2000. Simple killing, no matter whether it is a good person or a bad person, cannot get a little red star. Only by preventing crimes that are happening and doing good deeds can you get a little red star. Now that the money and things are in hand, why stay here? Going back to the abandoned warehouse, throwing everything into boxes, Jerry sneaks back home. He hasn't learned the illusion curse yet, but when he learns the illusion curse, next time he won't have to go in and out of the warehouse every time, and he can fly home invisibly. There are textbooks for senior grades, and the Invisibility Book of Invisibility, I believe this time, should not be too long. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Jerry sent his younger sister Aisha to the school bus to the elementary school. After the summer vacation, he and Aisha would naturally go to school. It's just that Aisha is still a primary school student, and he has become a middle school student gloriously from today. Therefore, his school is naturally no longer the previous elementary school, but another middle school. His middle school is a public middle school, a very ordinary middle school. The main feature is that it is far away from his previous elementary school. Students who attended the same school before will most likely not choose this school. At that time, Haas planned to send him to a private middle school. Although the tuition fees of private middle schools were much more expensive, they were indeed better than public middle schools. But Jerry refused. Before, because he wanted to earn a little red star, he performed super well in all aspects so that all the teachers and classmates in the school knew him, and he was a real man of the hour. Now that little red star, he no longer cares about it, so naturally he doesn't need to express himself like before. And now, he is planning to use compound soup to completely remove himself from the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. After that, he will naturally be more low-key. Jerry checked this public middle school and found that it is very average in all aspects, and the management is also very lax, which is very suitable for his current situation. Aisha, I'm not here. You have to study hard at school and listen to the teacher. If anyone dares to bully you, you must tell me when you come back. Before sending Aisha to the school bus, Jerry explained one by one with some worries. Big brother, I don't want to be separated from you. Woo woo woo. Aisha pursed her mouth, looking reluctant. Jerry comforted, a little moved. It's okay. When you go to middle school next year, you will go to the same school as Big Brother. Seeing Elsa getting on the bus and the school bus starting, Jerry was about to turn around and leave when his ears moved suddenly and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. In the morning, because he prepared the compound decoction in the box space, his Superman mode has not been released, so the hearing of his ears is much stronger than normal. Just now he faintly heard Aisha's cheers from the window of the school bus that had started. Okay, I finally got rid of the control of the demon Jerry. The era that belongs to me, Queen Elsa, is finally coming, huh? It seems that she's a little strict at ordinary times. Jerry shook his head with a smile and waved to a taxi with his school bag on his back. Due to the learning experience in his previous life, it is inevitable that Jerry will use Huagua's unique education method when guiding Aisha in the learning process. Although at home, he is trying not to care about Aisha's studies, but at school, he still keeps a close eye on Aisha, which is probably why Aisha feels that she and Jerry are not in the same school. Be happy. Speaking of it, Jerry feels that he has surpassed most of the parents in this country in terms of watching Aisha study. Aisha's math can still fail every exam, which is also good enough. Perhaps is really not good at a certain aspect by nature, and there is no need to work hard. If you're born good at a certain aspect, even if you don't work hard, you can still achieve a lot. The phrase choice is greater than effort seems to have its own truth. Jerry, who was not short of money, took a taxi for more than half an hour and finally came to bring his new middle school. In the beginning of the school season, countless young boys and girls, full of youthful atmosphere, walked into the gate of the school. They dressed in different styles, but almost all of them wore what they thought was the trendiest clothes because at this age they all wanted to be the prettiest and trendiest boy in school. Different from middle schools in Huagua, students with good grades are the focus. Here, nerds with good grades, but rusticity will be despised by most people and unable to make friends. The popular ones are those who seem to be trendy, versatile, or outstanding in various activities. Perhaps it is because the children here are exposed to the internet earlier and are generally more mature than children of the same age in Huagua. On the contrary, It is not so easy to concentrate on studying. Among the very trendy middle school students, Jerry is the one with very ordinary clothes. He was wearing the most common baggy t-shirt and jeans, covered his handsome face with a hat, and deliberately put on a pair of thick black-rimmed glasses without prescription. He was not very tall either. I don't know if it's because he has practiced martial arts since he was a child, or it's because of his age. Jerry's height is not outstanding for his age. Almost. In this regard, Jerry has nothing to do, but he thinks it should be mainly a matter of age. Under normal circumstances, girls develop earlier and boys develop later. So at the same age of 11, Hermione developed faster, and he estimated that it would take another 2 years for her height to increase. Haas once said that the height of Jerry's biological father and mother is very outstanding, and the real handsome men and beautiful women belong to it. It doesn't make sense that he only inherits his looks, not his height. In fact, when Jerry entered the school, he realized that the middle school in this country is still very different from the junior high school in his previous life. This kind of cultural difference was not very noticeable in elementary school, but it became very obvious after entering middle school. He still remembers that when he was in junior high school in his previous life, outside the school, he often saw many junior high school classmates fighting in groups. The one time he was more impressed, there were hundreds of people, but inside the school, it was another look. Because the teachers at that time were not good at fault, such as the 4 great demon kings, the 6 great demon kings, Miju Shurtai, etc. They're definitely not comparable to the current teachers. Behaviors such as hair dyeing, long hair, smoking, mischief in class, and falling in love, if discovered, will definitely have a good end. He vaguely remembered that when he was in math class, he could hear the needle drop. As long as the math teacher walked into the teacher, all the noise in the classroom would disappear without a trace. I vaguely remember a classmate who was very popular outside, because he secretly smoked behind the teaching building after class, was discovered by the bald demon king, shouted 13 times in public, and finally kicked to the ground. The 2-legged scene. Of course, it is rare now. All kinds of perms, curly hair, earrings, and exotic clothes seem to be very commonplace in this middle school. Even when Jerry was still going upstairs, he found 2 13- and 14-year-old children hugging and kissing in the corner. After the key point was seen by Jerry, the other party didn't feel anything at all, as if he was used to it. It may also be because of the school, some good private middle schools. It is estimated that the control in this regard will be stricter. In fact, he quite likes this situation, because it is exactly what he needs. The looser the school management is, the more time he has to do his own things. I found a classroom on the notice, chose a seat in the back corner, and sat down. Soon, the bell rang and the first class began. My name is Jerry Kamen. I'm 11 years old. I have hobbies, a lot, dreams for the future, a lot. In the self-introduction of the first class, Jerry, who was sitting in the corner of the back row, got up and said a few words in a very uncharacteristic manner, and then sat down. The eyes of the teachers and classmates in the classroom only stayed on him for a few seconds before moving on to the next one. Expel Muggles. At this time, Jerry quietly took out his wand, lightly tapped it on his desk, and then took out the magic book from the box and began to read it. The Muggle-repelling curse, a magic spell commonly used by wizards newly learned by Jerry, is not very difficult, but the specific effect depends on the level of the wizard. The Muggle-repelling curse doesn't really expel Muggles. It just makes a certain place where the spell is applied, not to be noticed by Muggles, or it can make Muggles ignore that place involuntarily. It is more like a super psychological suggestion of a group. It was like the leaky cauldron. Obviously, he was caught between the bookstore and the record company, but passers-by were subconsciously influenced and ignored it. Only by being specially reminded by the wizard and breaking the psychological hint can one be able to see it. Now Jerry cast a Muggle-repelling spell on a small area near his desk, so that the teacher and all the students in the class would subconsciously ignore where he was. In this way, no matter what he does here, as long as the movement is not too loud, it will not attract attention. Of course, if the teacher asked his name to ask questions, he would still be found. However, when reading the magic book, Jerry will turn on the refreshing function. As long as the teacher calls his name, he can immediately respond in advance, and there is no problem. Moreover, public schools are not as strict as private schools. It is relatively rare to catch students asking questions, and everyone is more free in class. On the first day of class, there is nothing too important. The main thing is to introduce yourself and get to know your classmates. On this day, Jerry memorized the names of all his teachers and classmates, but he didn't make a friend because he spent all his time researching the compound soup formula and the illusion spell. This is what he desperately needs right now. The first day of middle school campus life passed very peacefully in this way. That's how it should have been. However, when the two classes joined together for physical education class in the last period, there was still an accident of EGOGO. Their physical education teacher, a middle-aged white man who is short and fat, played a small game called Gladiator before class in order to make everyone blend in happily in the first class. The rules are very simple. The boys in the two classes are divided into two teams to snatch the red flag planted on the other side of the lawn. During the process, they can use any means to stop the other team members. The first class to send the red flag to the teacher will win the prize. Victory. The girls in the class cheer for the boys in the class as cheerleaders. In fact, there is nothing to do here. Jerry felt that he would just fool around when the time came, and it passed. However, since it was the first day for everyone to attend class, the students in their own class still couldn't recognize them all. In order to distinguish the members of the two teams, the physical education teacher asked one of the classes to take off their t-shirts and be naked. And Jerry's class is the class that was selected to take off his shirt. The result was obvious. The moment Jerry took off his shirt, he had become the focus of all the students in the playground, including their physical education teacher, who were stunned. Children in this period are either thin or obese. Like Jerry, who has 8-pack abs and a body like steel and iron, it is a bit too conspicuous. In particular, an 8th grade girl from a certain campus newspaper took photos of Jerry, taking off his shirt not far away. The next day, the picture of his muscular body was on the headlines of the campus newspaper, and he instantly became the man of the school. I made a low-key plan at the beginning, but on the first day of school, I declared complete bankruptcy. There is no way who made him unable to cast spells without a staff now. Otherwise, he would have given the teacher an Imperius curse, and this situation would not have happened. The main reason is that everyone changed into special sports t-shirts and shorts in physical education class, and the wand and box were not easy to carry, so he put them in the student-only locker before class. I didn't expect such a moth to appear in a mere physical education class. This also made Jerry vigilant. That is, no matter how safe the environment is, the wand in his hand must never leave his body, because without the wand, he is just an ordinary child with a slightly stronger body. Fortunately, in the end, he thought about it carefully, and the problem wasn't too big. The low key was just to reduce the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., but as long as he successfully refined the compound decoction, everything would be easy to solve. 1 month after school started, after saying goodnight to Haas and Elsa, Jerry closed the door of the room, cast a locking spell, and entered his box space. When he came to the potions laboratory in the small villa, he checked the color of the soup in the cauldron, and his face couldn't help showing a gleam of joy. It seems that this is almost the case. From the return to the present, the compound soup has been boiled for a whole month, and today is finally the time to finish it. Put the last lacewing worm into the soup. The whole soup was as thick as syrup. A large bubble suddenly appeared, and it rolled in the crucible nonstop. Picking up the wand and inputting magic power at the soup, and then putting the hair from Hermione into the boiling soup, the boiling soup instantly turned into a nice pink color. Advanced Transfiguration Potion Polyjuice Potion. It's done. Looking at the pink soup, Jerry happily packed it in 4 small bottles in batches. Every dose in the bottle here would allow him to transform into Hermione for an hour. Polyjuice Potion, a potion that transforms the drinker into another human being. It can turn the drinker into a human being of any age and S**X, but cannot turn a person into an animal, nor can it make a non-human or semi-human deformation, such as Hagrid. Due to the addition of the transformed person's hair, The transformed body is exactly the same as the transformed person's body. The color and taste of the compound decoction are also different depending on the shape-shifting person. Some are khaki, some are dark brown, some are golden yellow, some are pink, some are very bad, some taste mediocre, and some taste very good. It is said that it is related to the purity of the mind of the person being transformed, but it is only a guess and has no actual basis, because no one will admit their psychological darkness. Before Jerry went out, he always wore a large wizard robe, a wizard hat, and a mask on his head, so outsiders couldn't see what he looked like at all. Can only be judged by height or voice. And Hermione's height was similar to his now, and although her voice was different, it couldn't help him. A small voice-changing spell could solve it. So as long as the operation is good, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation of his true identity will be very likely to be led astray again. At the same time, the Washington headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the tri-curved wing building. Agent Hill put a stack of documents on Nick Fury's desk. Director, according to the current investigation by our logistics agents, we have basically determined the true identity of the wizard with a high probability, and he is among these children. Lu Hui, Wang Geng, Jerry Carmen, Li Hu, Zhao Xiaogo. Nick Fury took the document, glanced at it roughly, and then took out the document of Jerry Carmen, a little surprised, and said, "It's not that the result of the previous investigation is Fuchsia. Why is there an exception? Actually, in all our investigations, this kid named Jerry Carmen is actually the most likely." Hill expressed his judgment. Although Jerry did not reveal his appearance from the beginning to the end, S.H.I.E.L.D., as the top international Secret Service organization, has so much energy and so many elite talents in various industries. As long as you are willing to spend time and increase investment, it is not impossible to find clues about Jerry. I didn't find out Jerry's information before, just because Nick Fury didn't pay much attention to Jerry and more resources were used in other aspects. At this time, Jerry showed his unique healing talent and powerful auxiliary ability. Of course, Nick Fury also increased the intensity of the investigation. Therefore, as the person in charge of this matter, Agent Hill was also able to mobilize more agents to assist in a large number of screenings. By narrowing down the scope and eliminating one by one, she quickly locked in a few more eligible children, and the most prominent of them was this one named Jerry Carmen. At the beginning, he was excluded because he was not of Fuchsia descent, until an agent carefully discovered that this child seemed to be very proficient in Fuchsia cuisine, so it was very likely that he could also speak Fuchsia. The most important thing is that this child is too good in all aspects, and his goodness has exceeded the normal range, which has to make Hill doubt him. After all, the height matches, the home address is not far from the warehouse, and the child is different from ordinary people. It is hard not to think of him as the wizard who knows magic. After listening to Hill's report, Nick nodded. He still has great trust in Hill's intelligence and judgment ability, and judging from his judgment, this child named Jerry Carmen is indeed very suspicious. Go to New York with me tomorrow. I want to meet him in person and ask him for a favor, by the way. About Tony Stark? Hill had clearly guessed something. Natasha reported that Tony's poisoning situation is not optimistic. Our current treatment methods cannot completely recover him, so I plan to see if there is any way for this wizard. You know, even if the secrets of the things left by Mr. Howard are solved, it is not known whether they will definitely solve Tony's problems, so we must try other methods. Nick Fury sighed. Tony, as one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., the son of Howard Stark, is himself a very important general in the Avengers plan he valued, except for some flaws in its temper and character. But it is undeniable that even if he is not suitable to be an Avenger, his technical support and guidance alone can already play a very important role in S.H.I.E.L.D. Leaving the box space, Jerry held the broomstick, pointed his wand at himself, and whispered spell. Without a trace, a blue magic light flashed, and Jerry and Nimbus 2000 disappeared in the room at the same time. After a month, through his hard work, he finally mastered the disillusionment curse, a spell that only senior wizards can master. So now he no longer has to sneak into the warehouse hard every time and then enter and exit from the warehouse. He could directly put on the illusion charm and fly in and out from the window of his room. Although at his level, the invisible state cannot be maintained for a long time, but it is enough. With the help of the illusion spell, Jerry soon came to the sky above Hell's Kitchen and began to fight criminals on a daily basis to earn a job as a little red star. However, just as his disillusionment spell disappeared and he was flying around in the sky to solve one crime after another, a strong man in a black suit was watching him with a telescope on the roof of a certain building. The mission target has appeared, ready to start working. Be sure to solve him once. Captain, don't worry. A kid with a bit of superpower really thinks how powerful he is. Another strong man took out a tracking rocket launcher from a box and began to debug it skillfully. The leading man in a suit shook his head. Don't be careless. Although the target is a child, the opponent's ability is very strange. If he gets close to him, we will be in trouble. And as far as the current situation is concerned, it is difficult for ordinary bullets to cause damage to him. Don't worry, I don't believe he can resist my rocket. The strong man operating the tracking rocket launcher took out a rocket and loaded it. The most important thing is to hit it. Has the drone been released? The leading strong man nodded and asked the young man on the other side. Captain, let him out, and his location has been tracked. Dana, after a while the opponent is hit by the rocket, you immediately supplement the attack. Make sure to kill him. The leading strong man turned his head to look at the beautiful red-haired woman who was installing a heavy sniper rifle. After finishing this order, we can retire. The red-haired woman winked at the leading strong man. Don't worry, this is a Barrett heavy-duty sniper rifle, and it uses a 1.27 centimeters armor-piercing bullet. Even if it is a steel plate, I can blast it from 1,000 meters away. He can block ordinary bullets, and he can also block my armor-piercing bullets. After she finished speaking, she licked her mouth again and murmured pervertedly. I like to see the scene where the brains burst open the most. I don't know if children's brains look better. The leading brawny man in a suit seemed to be commonplace, and he didn't say much, but ordered the young man who controlled the drone to closely track the good wizard's flight. Meanwhile, below Hell's Kitchen, a minivan was speeding down the street. Inside, a young woman in her 20s, while holding up her camera, urgently urged the driver in front of her. I just saw Mr. Wizard flying in the direction of 39th Street. Hurry up, drive faster, otherwise we won't be able to take pictures today. The driver couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Miss Lucy, he is flying in the sky, and his direction is erratic. I can't catch up with him no matter how fast I drive on the ground. I think it's better to find a place with higher terrain. Maybe I could get some photos. No, that's too blurry. I want to take a close-up shot, preferably a close-up shot of a wizard casting magic to fight criminals. The young woman holding the camera poked her head out to look in the air before replying loudly to the driver. The young woman's name is Lucy, and she is the reporter that Jerry rescued when he first started fighting criminals. Originally, she was just an unknown low-level reporter, and her daily job was to interview some snacks and gourmet shops on the street. Until she met Jerry and saw the magic with her own eyes, she became interested in Jerry uncontrollably. She believes that as long as she puts all her energy on Jerry, she will be able to get a lot of information and be promoted to a first-class reporter. In fact, this is indeed the case. When Jerry was not popular at first, he could not see it, but since Jerry's reputation as a wizard became famous throughout New York, any news related to him will attract the attention of the general public. This also made her stay in Jerry near Queens at the beginning and took a lot of photos of Jerry, and her career in the company has risen, especially when she personally reported the fire incident. So, when she knew that Jerry often appeared in Hell's Kitchen to fight criminals, she would come to Hell's Kitchen almost every night just to take a few good photos. But right now it's hard, because this Mr. Wizard, every time he subdues the criminal, he is very fast, basically appearing from high altitude suddenly, and then flies away after using a few magic spells to solve it. Even if the crime happened not far from them, by the time they drove past, everything would have been settled. Therefore, whether it was Lucy or other reporters with the same thoughts, it was difficult to clearly take high-definition pictures of wizards subduing criminals. All petrified, Jerry had just finished dealing with a robber and flew into the air on a broomstick when he suddenly frowned. A feeling of being watched emerged in his heart. Turning the broom, he immediately found two drones not far from him and the camera on the drone. Is it S.H.I.E.L.D. again? It doesn't look like it. Compared with the surveillance of drones sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. last time, Jerry's sixth sense can clearly feel a strong sense of malice in this surveillance. Torn apart, with a wave of the magic wand, one drone was immediately dismembered on the spot, but before he could cast a second spell, another drone had already fled towards the west. Want to run? Jerry accelerated, and the Nimbus 2000 immediately broke through the air and chased after the fleeing drone. Although the speed of the drone is fast, the speed of a Nimbus 2000 is not slow. Close to the maximum speed of 200 kilometers per hour, Jerry quickly pulled the distance between him and the drone. Torn apart, with a flick of the wand, a blue light instantly exploded the drone into a pile of scrap metal. But at this moment, Jerry, who was in Superman mode, suddenly felt a very strong sense of crisis in his heart. Not good. With an exclamation, he saw a rocket flying straight in his direction from the top of the building in front of him. The wizard's robe with the iron armor curse can resist ordinary bullet attacks, but it is impossible to predict whether it can resist rocket attacks. But Jerry thinks that it is better not to take risks if possible. You must know that although the Iron Armor Curse is an extremely powerful defensive spell, it is also an advanced spell, including that he is now working hard to learn this spell. However, the power of the Iron Armor Curse is not only the spell itself, but more importantly, the strength of the wizard. The Iron Armor Curse used by Dumbledore and the Iron Armor Curse used by first-year wizards are definitely not at the same level. It is like the death-defying curse, known as the death-defying curse. If the wizard who casts the spell is too weak, it cannot be fatal. Effect. It was recorded in Quirrell's notes that if the wizard's strength is too weak, even if he successfully releases the killing curse, it will only cause some nosebleeds at most. And the wizard robe with the iron armor curse that he ordered at a high price can only be regarded as mediocre. Because the shop for wizard robes originally did not sell wizard robes containing the iron armor curse. It was because he paid a high price that the boss tried to make one for him. It is unrealistic to expect the owner of the wizard robe shop to be a master of the iron armor curse, and he can barely cast it. And through learning the basics of alchemy during this period of time, he also knew that enchanted alchemy products similar to this kind of defensive spells were actually not as effective as those cast by wizards themselves. Hastily turning the direction of the broomstick, Jerry made a difficult dodge and successfully dodged the rocket attack. However, after dodging, his complexion did not improve because the rocket made a circle in midair and unexpectedly hit him again. Fact, can you still track it? After swearing, Jerry immediately waved his wand and said loudly to the rocket that rushed towards him again, "All fixed." A flash of light flashed in front of the wand, and the rocket that was flying towards it landed in the air after entering the field of light. The Freezing Curse, a very special spell that appears in Wizards' second-grade spell textbooks. Unlike the Sleeping Spell, which targets the spirit, the body-binding spell targets the physical body and can only attack one person at a time. The Freezing Spell is a special spell for ranged attacks. When a spell is released, as long as the individual is covered by the magic light, under the will of the wizard, it will be like being stopped by time, unable to move anymore. However, wizards generally rarely use this spell in battle, because this spell has a disadvantage. That is, it is not very effective for wizards, humans, or slightly larger creatures. It is more suitable for dealing with some small creatures, such as Cornish elves and the like. Of course, what Jerry values most is not this, but this spell has a very unique characteristic. That is, it can work on muggle products or non-living things. This is something that sleeping spells and body-binding spells cannot do. For example, if an alarm suddenly goes off, it won't work if you cast Sleeping Curse and Body-Binding Curse on it. It will still go off. But if you cast a freezing spell on him, then it will stop immediately. Likewise, if you cast a freezing spell on a rocket coming towards you, it will also stop functioning immediately and be held in midair. Jerry knows that living in the Marvel world, He'll have to face this high-tech and powerful weapon sooner or later, especially now that he is still in the dangerous Hell's Kitchen, a paradise for criminals. Therefore, during this period of time, he has also been looking for some magic spells that can deal with high-tech weapons. This freezing spell is the best spell he can find to deal with high-tech weapons. The key is the second-year spell, and the difficulty is not particularly difficult. What happened? On the roof of the building, seeing that the rocket had actually stopped in front of Jerry, without making another move, the leading burly man in a suit immediately exclaimed. He knew that the opponent had some weird abilities, but as one of the world's top mercenary squads, they had seen people with similar superpowers before. In fact, in their view, as long as they figure out their ability characteristics, the degree of danger is not much stronger than that of ordinary people. Because they have not received any special training at all, they're essentially like a child with a gun. If you want to kill them, as long as it is a bullet or a rocket, you can report it. This is also one of the reasons why they dare to take this order after knowing the abilities of wizards. However, this ability to fix rockets in place out of thin air has never happened before in their research on wizard battle videos, so they were so surprised. Dana, make up the seat. Got it. Watch me blow his head off. The red-haired woman locked the sniper rifle between Jerry's eyebrows in midair and pulled the trigger confidently. A terrifying bang sounded, and the armor-piercing projectile, which was longer and thicker than a finger, shot straight at Jerry's eyebrows at a speed of nearly 1 kilometer per second. At this time, Jerry also felt the fatal warning from the sixth sense again. The magic power surged instantly, and the magic wand touched the wizard robe on his body, opening the second defense of the Iron Armor Curse. Jerry customized this wizard robe with the Iron Armor Curse, which is divided into 2 defense modes. The first is that the Iron Armor Curse covers the wizard robe itself, just like having super body armor. The advantage is that almost the entire body can be protected. The disadvantage is that the neck and head above the wizard robe are completely impossible. Defensive. The second is that Jerry actively activates it with his wand. Then the iron armor charm attached to the wizard robe will turn into a translucent protective shield like a normal cast, covering the whole side of Jerry's body. The advantage is that attacks from one direction can be fully protected, and the disadvantage is that attacks from the other 3 directions are completely unprotected. Just as the translucent iron armor shield was raised, an armor-piercing projectile appeared less than 1 meter away from Jerry's brow. If he had been slower just now, his head might have exploded like a watermelon. Wizards have strong vitality, missing arms and legs, or even half of their body is cut. As long as they are treated in time, they can be healed back. But if the head is completely blown open, there is nothing to do but die. Or you can choose not to die and turn into a ghost directly, but that is not a good thing. Otherwise, there would not be so many wizards who would not choose to become ghosts after death. Unexpectedly, the moment the armor-piercing projectile came into contact with the Iron Armor Curse, it was completely blocked by the Iron Armor Curse's translucent shield. The advanced defense spell is worthy of being an advanced defense spell, although this is a castrated version, not as powerful as that released by the wizard. It still has a perfect defense effect against this purely physical armor-piercing projectile. Jerry still underestimated the wizard's magic. The reason why magic is called magic is that it can no longer be explained by science in some places. Armor-piercing projectiles are powerful, but the wizard's advanced defensive magic is not just for nothing. You know, the Iron Armor Curse is a high-level defensive spell that can prevent almost most spells except the Killing Curse. Seeing that the armor-piercing projectile was fixed outside the protective cover of the Iron Armor Curse, Jerry's heart moved, and he immediately directed the broomstick to drag him backwards and flew backwards, making a look that although the armor-piercing projectile was blocked, he was beaten by the kinetic energy of the armor-piercing projectile. The appearance of flying out. Crashing into a closed clothing store, smashing over a pile of hangers, Jerry buried himself and his broom in a pile of clothes. And just a few seconds after his body was buried in the pile of clothes, he quickly took out the box inside, the wizard robe, took out a compound decoction, and secretly poured it into his mouth. The faint sweetness like strawberries bloomed in his taste buds. Before he could savor it carefully, his internal organs immediately began to churn, and a burning feeling spread from his stomach to his whole body, reaching his fingers and toes. Immediately afterwards, there was a terrible feeling of melting, as if his skin was bubbling like hot wax, and he couldn't help but gasp in the pile of clothes. After a while, when the body was completely transformed successfully, Jerry resolutely felt that his familiar body suddenly became very strange. The short brown hair started to grow longer, thicker, and messy. The upper body swelled slightly, and all the steel-like muscles he had trained disappeared at this time, and the powerful physical strength that did not belong to adults had become similar to that of ordinary little girls. As for the lower body, that's even more difficult to describe in words. In short, Jerry under the pile of clothes now has completely changed into Hermione's appearance. Pushing away the clothes covering his body, instead of picking up the hat and mask that fell into the pile of clothes, he pretended to be angry and rushed out of the clothes store on a broomstick and came into the air again. Just now, because Jerry was blown away, the freezing curse naturally disappeared, and the rocket suspended by the freezing curse also exploded in midair, awakening the sleeping residents and the reporters squatting on the street. Especially the most persistent Lucy, because she has been chasing Jerry's trajectory, so she is not far from the explosion. Before the explosion, she saw Jerry in the air from a distance, as if he had been hit by something and fell down, and immediately made the driver drive towards the street where Jerry fell. And when Jerry rushed out of the clothing store on the Nimbus 2000, Lucy's car just arrived at the door of the clothing store. Crack! As soon as the flashlight came on, Lucy took a clear picture of Jerry riding a broom just into the sky, without a wizard hat and with long hair scattered sideways. Crack, click, click. After Jerry's figure completely disappeared into the air, Lucy whispered with bright eyes, I really didn't expect that the wizard turned out to be a girl. This is big news, and it will be the headline tomorrow. That's right, Lucy thought for a while. Every time a wizard appeared, he would wear a mask with only 2 eyes exposed and wear a wide wizard robe, so it was impossible to tell whether it was a boy or a girl. It's just that most people subconsciously regard the wizard as a boy, and he never denied it. Regarding the photo-taking behavior of the female reporter just now, Jerry silently gave a thumbs up. He knew that there were many reporters lurking in Hell's Kitchen, and they were going to secretly take some photos and videos of him fighting crime. So he just decided to use the compound soup potion to transform. He didn't expect to be slapped with such a face when he just came out, which was exactly what he wanted. In fact, even if these reporters didn't take pictures of him at this time, I believe that the satellites in the sky of S.H.I.E.L.D. can still take pictures of him. Not only do they look different, but even their genders are different. Will S.H.I.E.L.D. still doubt his identity as a wizard? From today onwards, people all over the world know that the wizard is a girl, and know what the wizard looks like. At least in a short period of time, no one will doubt his identity again. However, this is not a long-term solution. After all, the compound medicine can only last for an hour, and as he ages, his masculine features will become more and more obvious. But it doesn't matter, he just needs to hide it for a few years, because his strength will only become stronger and stronger, and when he becomes stronger to a certain extent, naturally there is no need to hide anything. Moreover, Hermione wasn't fabricated by him out of thin air. It's not impossible to take Hermione to the main world for a stroll in the future. The next step is to deal with those guys who dared to attack me. Riding a broomstick, Jerry didn't rise too high, but chose to quickly shuttle between the buildings below and rush towards the building that attacked him just now. At this time, it is actually safer for him to use the disillusionment curse, but he still doesn't want others to know about his ability to be invisible. And the other party is just a few muggles. Even without the disillusionment charm, he can easily solve it. Modern weapons can indeed pose danger to wizards, but that refers to sneak attacks. Once a wizard finds out, it will be too difficult to kill a wizard with guns. In particular, Jerry is not an ordinary wizard. He is not ignorant of modern weapons like other wizards. He knows how to avoid danger and deal with opponents more easily. What a monster! Even armor-piercing bullets can't penetrate his layer of defense. The leading burly man in a suit used binoculars to see Jerry riding a broom. With his hat and mask falling off and his body intact, he rushed out again and couldn't help frowning. However, he did not give up. Although the opponent's defense was strong, it was not invincible. First of all, since the opponent tried his best to prevent the rocket from exploding, it meant that the rocket was still a threat to him, and the armor-piercing bullet did not break through the opponent's defense and smash the opponent into the room below. So as long as they cooperate well, it is not impossible to kill each other. Dana, he has been evading, and there's a building in front of him, so it is difficult for me to aim at him. But when he is within 100 meters, without the obstruction of the building, I can definitely hit him with my skills. The red-haired woman kept moving the sniper rifle, trying to target the erratic Jerry. Okay, after a while Dana hits the target. You use the rocket launcher to chase after it, and you use the drone to self-destruct and explode to catch up. Hearing the answer from the woman in red, the leading burly man in a suit turned his head and said something to the burly man carrying the bazooka, and then gave orders to the young man who was manipulating other drones. Both of them nodded. However, just as Jerry passed through many tall buildings within 100 meters of them, and there was no more shelter, he suddenly waved his magic wand, and a cloud of smoke enveloped him. Xiaomian, you still want to meow me? Looking at the 4 people on the roof of the building in front, Jerry sneered, and after releasing the smoke curse, he waved his wand again. Bright as day. Suddenly, in the dark night, dazzling rays of light, like small suns, suddenly shot out from the smoke, and the 4 people who were staring at the smoke screen on the spot subconsciously closed their eyes. An advanced spell that is as bright as daylight and fluorescently flashes. It can emit a dazzling light similar to the sun. The ball in Jerry's current space box, floating in the air like the sun, was created by using alchemy combined with the magic of bright as day. All petrified, taking advantage of the moment when all 4 of them closed their eyes, Jerry rushed out of the smoke screen, turned around to the side of the 4 of them, waved his wand, and threw a full-body binding spell on the strong man with the bazooka. The sniper rifle can't pierce his iron armor curse, but the bazooka is hard to say, so the most important thing is to deal with the most threatening bazooka first. Boom! Just when Jerry finished dealing with the strong man carrying the bazooka, a strong thrust came from behind him, which directly pushed him with his broomstick to the sky above the roof of the building where the 4 of them were. It turned out to be the young man who controlled the drone. After realizing it, he took the opportunity to remotely control the drone and blew himself up behind Jerry. However, fortunately, it was not very powerful and was protected by a wizard's robe. Jerry's thick hair was only burned off a little, but he didn't suffer any injuries. At the same time, the red-haired woman was also a high-tech sniper with a tacit understanding and shot Jerry, who was blown towards him. Seeing that the armor-piercing projectile was about to go out and penetrate Jerry's chest, he realized that he had predicted the red-haired woman's sniper at some point in advance and dodged by hooking his feet on the broom. In Superman mode, although the current body is Hermione's body, which is much worse in all aspects, but the 5 senses are still raised to the limit. Although the red-haired girl's sniping movement was quick, he was still caught by him. All petrified, Jerry, who fell on the broom, saw that the woman in red had only paused for a second after she missed a shot, and immediately turned the gun to himself, and quickly threw the same full-body binding spell over. After getting rid of the powerful sniper, Jerry swayed and sat on the broom again, ready to kill the remaining 2, but found that the 2 were heading straight towards the iron gate on the roof regardless of their trapped companions. Rushed over. Want to run. At this point, how could he let the other party escape? So the flying broom accelerated and came to the iron gate ahead of time, and then jumped off the broom, directly blocking the exit passage on the roof. If the 2 sneaked into the building through the iron gate, he might not be able to find the trace of the 2. Seeing Jerry jumping off the broom, the burly man in the suit and the thin young man exchanged glances, revealing a tricky smile. It turned out that the 2 didn't want to escape, but just wanted to lure Jerry down from the sky. After all, if Jerry was always in the air, the 2 of them would have no way to defeat him. Only by luring him down, can it be possible to kill the target by close combat? The thin young man pulled out his guns and rolled over to hide behind the water tank on the roof, while the strong man in the suit drew 2 daggers and rushed towards Jerry quickly. All petrified. After landing, Jerry didn't waste any words, raised his hand and cast a full-body binding spell, and threw it at the strong man in a suit who was rushing towards him with a dagger. Usually when fighting, unless you want to put pressure on the opponent, it is best not to talk too much nonsense, such as "Who are you? Why did you kill me?" etc. There will be no answer at all. It will only waste time and miss the best attack and opportunities to escape. So it's over, and after you catch the other party, you'll naturally have a lot of time to ask the ins and outs. As for why you keep using the whole body binding spell to attack, because facing ordinary people, spells such as the body binding curse and the sleeping curse are the best to use, and they're also the best and most proficient that he uses now. So unless there are special circumstances, he is used to using these 2 spells first to fight. Although now he has also learned some more powerful black magic. But black magic is generally more lethal, and it is not easy to control, and it is easy to kill ordinary people in one fell swoop. This type of black magic can be used secretly, but it can be used openly, and some of it doesn't fit his superhero personality. However, if it is a very dangerous situation, that is another story. From his point of view, the current situation was actually not that dangerous. The other party didn't even know how many abilities the wizard they met had that could easily kill them. So fast. Seeing that the burly man in the suit flashed his figure and easily dodged his magic, Jerry couldn't help showing a surprised look on his face. If the opponent's dodge just now had only predicted the casting action of his wand, he wouldn't necessarily be so surprised. Because under normal circumstances, shooting a spell with a wand and shooting a bullet with a pistol are actually similar. As long as you have rich combat experience, you may not be able to avoid it in advance through predictive actions. However, the speed of the dodging action of the strong man in the suit just now was a bit too fast, obviously not the speed that a normal person should have. In this world, you're not the only one who is special. Go to hell. The burly man in the suit sneered, and after a few big strides, he crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and rushed in front of Jerry. At the same time, the thin young man who was hiding behind the water tank just leaned out half of his body, raised his hand, and shot Jerry in the head twice. Obviously, through the series of observations just now, the strong man in the suit has a certain understanding of Jerry's ability and has formulated a highly targeted combat plan. At this time, if Jerry uses magic to attack the strong man in the suit, then he will face the end of being shot in the head with 2 guns, because his wizard robe cannot protect his head. If he turns on the second mode and uses his wand to open the translucent protection on the entire surface, then of course the bullets will not be able to hit him, but he will also lose the chance to attack the strong man in the suit, because he has to maintain the translucent protection. In this way, a strong man in a suit who is faster than ordinary people can quickly go around behind him and cut off his head with a dagger. Let's see what you can do. Glancing at the burly man in a suit holding a dagger with a stern smile on his face, and the thin young man over there who had already raised his hand to aim at him about to shoot, Jerry also understood the plan of the other party and squatted down directly, and Jean-Chan shrank back from his shell. In wizard robes, although Hermione's body was much weaker than his own, it was thinner and could easily be tucked into the loose wizard robes. The bullets crackled and hit the wizard's robe, and all the iron armor curses on the wizard's robe were blocked. Arrows never fail. After retracting into the wizard's robe, Jerry pointed his wand upwards, and then cast an arrow spell. Immediately, 7 or 8 black iron arrows appeared out of thin air on his magic wand, and shot at the strong man in suit who jumped up and was about to insert a dagger through the gap above the wizard's robe. The powerful iron arrow was so fast that the arms of the strong man in the suit turned into a windmill, and he managed to block all the iron arrows. However, just as he landed, he let out a scream of awe, because at some point, a black poisonous snake with a body length of 2 meters appeared at his feet and bit his ankle. The dagger in his hand landed on the poisonous snake with all his strength, and after pinning it to death, The burly man in the suit felt dizzy as soon as he stood up and almost staggered and fell to the ground. Apparently, he was poisoned. It turned out that after casting the arrow curse just now, Jerry stretched out his wand from the wizard robe very insidiously and cast a Slytherin wizard's favorite snake summoning spell. The snake summoning spell, an extended variant of the transformation spell, can conjure a snake out of thin air to attack the opponent. And what Jerry conjures is the famous African death, known for its speed and toxicity, Black Mamba. Although the wizards in Harry Potter don't seem too powerful, that's mainly because the two sides in the battle are wizards. And many spells have counterspells and can be broken. If you think about it carefully, you will find that many spells that are nothing to wizards are extremely deadly to ordinary people or people who don't know how to spell them. In particular, the spells of wizards are endless. As long as you study and specialize, you can learn and create countless spells with different functions. If you don't know the profession of wizards, it will be very uncomfortable to fight with a wizard. You will never know how many strange abilities he has mastered. Some superpowers may breathe fire, teleport, or become invisible, but they all have only one ability. But every spell of a wizard can be regarded as a kind of superpower. Fire-breathing, fiery curse, an upgraded version of the flame curse. Vulcan clears the way. Invisibility, phantom curse. Teleportation, shape-shifting. Flying, the flying spell invented by Voldemort. Mind control, Imperius curse, etc. Too much. Any superpower you can imagine, as long as the knowledge of magic is strong enough. It seems that it could be created by development. Perhaps the only flaw of the wizard is that due to his own bloodline, he is unable to cast that kind of super magic that will destroy the world. But in terms of comprehensive ability, Jerry's current wizard should be regarded as the most versatile player among all superheroes in the entire Marvel world. And when the second small world is opened in the future, maybe he can learn more new magic, more lethal magic. His potential is limitless. The body is good and numb, and I can resist it. Looking through the gap in the wizard's robe, looking at the burly man in a suit who was bitten by the Black Mamba snake and managed to get up and move towards him, and wanted to attack him, Jerry raised his hand. Oolong out of the hole! Oolong out of the hole! Two Black Mamba snakes appeared in a row. One rushed towards the strong man in a suit, and the other rushed towards the thin young man who was still suppressing Jerry with a pistol. If it weren't for Jerry's current level, it would be difficult to control too many snakes. He could even use a snake summoning spell to conjure up an army of poisonous snakes. Seeing two more Black Mamba snakes appear, the face of the burly man in the suit suddenly turned green. When he was young, he participated in the Siberia training camp and received an injection of an experimental genetic drug. His body was stronger than normal people, and his ability to resist poison was also stronger. But he can still resist the venom of one Black Mamba. And if it is two, he probably won't be able to last long. If there are three, it is definitely a dead end. Kill the snake first. The burly man in the suit hurriedly backed away, while yelling at the thin young man who was still shooting at Jerry. At this time, the thin young man also noticed something was wrong, and quickly aimed at the Black Mamba rushing towards him. Although the thin young man is mainly responsible for the team's network, his shooting ability is also very strong. Otherwise, he would not be able to hit Jerry's wizard robe at such a long distance. However, the Black Mamba is not only famous for its toxicity, but also its speed is quite fast. At a speed of 19 kilometers per hour, it can jump a distance of 5 meters in 1 second, and it is crawling on the ground. How can it be so fast? Easily hit by bullets. With a scream, the thin young man was directly bitten on the calf by the Black Mamba snake. The thin young man was not as strong as the strong man in the suit, and he foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground not long after. It is estimated that if there is no medical treatment, he should be buried within a few minutes. Stretching out his head from the wizard robe, Jerry pulled his fluffy hair and slowly walked towards the burly man in a suit surrounded by two Black Mamba snakes with his wand. Hey brother, why don't you move? Go on. Holding his wand, Jerry walked unhurriedly in front of the strong man in a suit who didn't dare to move. Don't dare to move. Don't dare to move. This burly man in a suit is obviously also a person who can bend and stretch. At this moment, there is no possibility of turning the tables. On his big, stiff face, he tried his best to squeeze out a little smile. Now I can only hope that this little girl's heart can be as cute and kind as her appearance. Damn! Without talking nonsense with the strong man in the suit, Jerry directly stunned him with a sleeping spell and then threw him into the box space. Coming to the emaciated young man, he took out a bottle of antidote that he had made before, which temporarily saved him from the tragic fate of being poisoned to death, and a sleeping spell also threw it into the box space. Next, he cast a sleeping spell on the immobilized red-haired woman and the bazooka-resistant brawny man, and then threw all their equipment into the box space. After looking around, there was nothing missing, so he used the summoning spell to summon the broomstick and rode away from Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen, the basement of the building where Jerry fought just now. A super fat man with a height of nearly 2 meters. Oh, maybe he should not be called a big fat man, because although he is fat, it can be seen from his naked upper body that his body is full of well-organized muscle lines. In other words, this fat man with a bald head is actually a super strong man with muscles piled up. At this time, he was surrounded by more than 20 strong men. Although these strong men were not as perverted as the bald and strong ones, they all looked extraordinary. The key point is that it can be seen from the attacking postures of these people that these 24 strong men should all be masters in fighting. Go together! The bald head waved his hand indifferently, and the 20 or so strong men immediately and mercilessly used various means to attack the vital parts of the bald head's body. Facing the attacks of more than 20 masters, the bald head didn't care, only to see that although his body was huge, his movements were not slow at all, and his strength was surprisingly great. Anyone he hit would lose their combat effectiveness almost immediately, and those who attacked him, as long as they missed the vital points and hit other parts of his body, they would not be able to affect him at all. Soon, the bald head knocked down more than 20 strong men to the ground, then calmly put on the custom-made, oversized suit and left the basement. This bald head is none other than Gene Bing, the leader of New York or the underground kingdom of Country M. On the surface, he is also a super big businessman in New York and has inextricable relationships with many high-ranking government officials and politicians. What's more, he himself is a top fighting master, and he conducts fighting training with more than 20 fighting masters from all over the world every day. Usually, he can beat all these masters to the ground in less than 20 seconds. Taking the elevator from the basement to his office on the top floor, Gene asked the secretary next to him, "What's going on? Is the battle on the top floor over?" Like Gene Bin, this secretary also has a bald head, but standing next to Gene Bin, his figure is no different from small bean sprout. After adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, the bald secretary handed something similar to an iPad to Gene Bing and respectfully reported, "Boss, this is the video taken by the monitor on the top floor. Those mercenary missions failed, and they seem to have been taken away by that little wizard." Gene pinched the iPad with his thick fingers, watching the video played on it, which was the whole process of Jerry fighting with the 4 mercenaries. The top 10 mercenary squads in the world all failed and were arrested. The strength shown by this little wizard is indeed not easy to deal with. "Boss, why don't we do it ourselves, gather our hands, and use a lot of heavy weapons to kill him directly?" the bald secretary suggested. Gene waved his hand. "Don't force yourself. The feeling this little wizard gives me is not as simple as she looks on the surface." As a man who built the entire Dark Empire single-handedly, Gene Bing not only has full-scale military strength, but also far surpasses ordinary people in brain power. Compared with charging into battle, he prefers to hide in the dark to manipulate everything. Before he fully understands all the abilities of this little wizard, he will not personally send someone to take action. "But boss, if she comes over every night, many of our businesses will be affected." At this time, the bald secretary couldn't help laughing bitterly. During this month, thanks to this little wizard, all of their face-to-face transactions were robbed, and their human trafficking transactions were also depraved several times. Although after their people were captured by the police who were notified, they had some ways to get out again. But this is not the way to go on like this. Jean Bing thought for a while, and then ordered, "You inform me that all the next large transactions will be arranged in areas other than Hell's Kitchen. Also, the trading time should be during the day, not at night." According to the wizard's rules of action, he basically came out to Hell's Kitchen to fight criminals after midnight. So, avoiding this time would temporarily solve the problem. However, this is of course not a long-term solution, so Jean Bing continued. "Now her appearance is not exposed. Let everyone below move. I want to know the identity of this Miss Wizard in reality and all her information. This kind of person who likes to be a superhero, no matter how powerful he is, has the same weakness, let alone she's only a child, find her family and friends." "Then you know what to do?" "Yes, boss, I understand." The bald secretary's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he immediately understood what Jinbin meant. Although the little wizard is powerful, it is impossible for her relatives and friends around her to be all-powerful. As long as she catches her relatives and friends, it will be much easier to kill her. Squeak! Opening the window, Jerry jumped into the room and lifted the disillusionment spell, revealing his figure. "It's almost 4 o'clock. It looks like I'm going to stay up late tonight." He looked at the time, shook his head, took out the box, and opened it on the ground. He stretched his feet and stepped on the escalator step by step to the inside of the box space. No way. The time for Polyjuice Potion wasn't over yet. His body was still Hermione's body, so be careful. To the bottom of the box, the 4 bodies were lying on the ground in a coma, and it was the assassination group that Jerry had just thrown in after being unconscious with the sleeping spell. Quick imprisonment. The wand waved 4 times, and 4 ropes flew out of the wand, binding all 4 people in a coma on the ground tightly. The rope curse, the extended spell of the transformation curse, is a binding spell invented by wizards to deal with magical animals with relatively high magic resistance. In the wizarding world, many magical animals have high magic resistance, such as the body-binding spell and sleeping spell, and sometimes it is not very easy to deal with them. In this rope curse, as long as the opponent's strength is not particularly strong, it is basically difficult to break free, such as the centaur. Another advantage of the rope curse is that it restrains the enemy and at the same time does not make the enemy speechless. It is very suitable for use during torture. Just after Jerry released the 4 rope spells, a strange feeling suddenly came out of his body, and then he found that his body had changed again and his familiar body finally returned. It turned out that it was the effect of the compound decoction for an hour, and it was over, and his body returned to its original appearance again. "You're still in good health." Touching the lost 8-pack abs, Jerry couldn't help showing a smile on his face. Hermione's flat stomach could not replace the abs he had worked out with great difficulty, and Hermione's body was really too weak, which made him feel very uncomfortable in all aspects. Quick recovery. The wand waved 4 times in a row. For recovery, spells were thrown, and the 4 people who were bound by the ropes slowly opened their eyes. The strong man in the suit was not dead because of the snake venom on his body, but his body was still in a weak state. The first reaction after waking up was to look around vigilantly. When he saw Jerry, he couldn't help showing a puzzled look on his face. Expression. As for the other 3, the thin young man didn't move at all, and the red-haired woman looked around vigilantly. Only the strong man who resisted the bazooka, although his body was tied up by the rope, still resolutely jumped at the first moment. Bounced toward Jerry. Fuchsia. Jerry unhurriedly pointed at the strong man carrying the bazooka, and the strong man was immediately hung upside down in midair by an invisible force. No matter how much he struggled, it would be of no avail. And this scene also caused the pupils of the remaining 3 people to shrink immediately. This means that the boy in front of him, who is dressed the same as the little girl before, is also a wizard with magical abilities. A little girl has already wiped out the 4 of them, and with the addition of a little boy with the same ability, the possibility of them trying to escape is estimated to be very slim. "I asked, you said, if you dare to lie to me, I will kill you immediately." Jerry's face was cold. However, seeing Jerry's appearance, the burly man in the suit said, "Okay, okay," on the surface, but rolled his eyes. Facing the threat of an 11-year-old child, it is really difficult for them to feel scared. What they are thinking now is how to deceive this child with sweet words. "Why do you want to kill the wizard? Who sent you here?" Seeing the expressions of several people, Jerry frowned, but still asked sharply, "My little friend, in fact, we are all good people, and we were forced to do nothing. That lady wizard came out every night to fight against criminals. Of course, the ruthless criminal accomplices wanted revenge. It was none of our business, but they kidnapped us. Family, so. The strong man in the suit was about to burst into tears as he spoke, and the woman in red started to cry. She looked like a weak woman, completely lacking the ferocious appearance of shooting her head with a sniper rifle. Seeing that the thin young man over there also started to sob, although there were no tears, Jerry couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. "When I faced a little girl on the top of the building just now, she had a fierce face and showed no mercy. Now you tell us that you were forced, and you really deceive me like a child. I think you don't cry until you see the coffin." Picking up the wand, Jerry stopped wasting time and went directly to the thin young man who was the best to deal with. The soul is out of the body. In just a few seconds, under the effect of the Imperieuse curse, the thin young man turned into a blissful idiot. "Say, who are you and why did you kill the wizard?" The thin young man immediately opened his mouth cheerfully. "We are the Red Dragonfly Mercenary Squad, one of the top 10 strongest mercenary squads in the world. We accept various assassination missions around the world all year round. A week ago, the captain saw the mission of assassinating wizards on the dark web, and the reward given gold is very high. So I took it. Red Dragonfly Squad, mercenaries, Darknet. Do you know who hired you?" Jerry frowned. "I don't know, you have to ask the captain." The thin young man happily replied. Seeing that the thin young man didn't know, Jerry withdrew his wand and turned to look at the burly man in a suit. At this point, the strong man in the suit is already stupid. Can this still be like this? As a mercenary with rich experience and countless murders, with the will of a strong man in a suit, the Jedi is much stronger than ordinary people. But when he saw the effect of Jerry's Imperieuse curse, his pupil shrank. "Who is it?" Jerry walked over. The strong man in the suit immediately put a smile on his face. "This little gentleman, I really don't know who it is, and the other party is also anonymous, but I guess there's a high probability that it should be Gene Bing. More than half of the crimes in the entire underground kitchen are related to him. You fight criminals here every day. The one who has lost the most is him. No one wants to be controlled in their minds. And the same is true for the burly man in a suit, so he spoke out all the information he knew and guessed very quickly. However, Jerry didn't let him go. To be on the safe side, he cast an Imperieuse curse on him. However, what Jerry didn't expect was that the Imperieuse curse he released only controlled the strong man in the suit for less than 10 seconds before he forcibly broke free. It turns out that as long as the will is strong enough, you can really resist the control of the Imperieuse curse. Looking at the burly man in a suit back to normal, Jerry remembered the record about the Imperieuse curse in Quirrell's notes. Although the Imperieuse curse, as the 3 unforgivable curses, can play a role in controlling the mind of the caster, it is not absolute. If the control party's will is strong enough, then even if the Imperieuse curse is successfully released, it is very likely to be freed again. And if the Imperieuse curse is released on the same person multiple times, resistance will also develop, resulting in failure. Also, if the Imperieuse curse was 100% successful, the Death Eaters would not have been using the Cruciatus curse to torture Neville's parents during the First Wizarding War. The strong man in the suit in front of him, although he doesn't seem to be very powerful now, can be the captain of the top 10 strongest mercenary teams in the world. At the same time, he once stayed in the Siberia training camp, received experiments on genetic medicine, and his hands were covered with blood. How could such a person have weak willpower? That's why Jerry's Imperieuse curse failed for a few seconds before failing. However, he didn't pay too much attention to this. As a superhero, it's normal for him to be targeted when he goes out to fight criminals every day. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, he is actually not very interested. If it is really the underground forces in Hell's Kitchen, he will not really come to the door to kill them all. It's not because of how kind-hearted he is, who has his own special ideas like Spider-Man or Batman. It's just that it's not really beneficial for him to do that. Not to mention that these ground organizations are intricate and even have great ties to government officials on the surface. It is simply unrealistic to try to solve them all. Even if everything is really cleared away, in such an environment, new organizations of the same kind will emerge. This world is not black and white. If you want to be completely bright without a trace of darkness, unless all human beings are extinct, the most important thing, from the perspective of self-interest, he really turned Hell's Kitchen into a place without criminals. So what about his little red star? Although he won't take the initiative to do bad things, he still has to earn little red star, because that's the foundation of his strength. It's really too serious, and the result may be to fish in a dry marsh, and there is no way to develop sustainably. As for the failure of this assassination, what if they retaliate in the future? Then come on. Anyway, from now on, everyone will think that Jerry is a little girl. No one will be able to find out his true identity, and it will not bring any danger to Haas and Aisha. They can only focus on attacking Jerry himself. With the improvement of Jerry's strength, he will only become more and more calm in dealing with this kind of attack from the underground organization of ordinary people. The golden bell hits the ground. Legs stand still. Put down the strong man carrying the rocket, and then use the leg-locking spell to bind the legs of the 4 people to prevent them from running around in the box space, although they can't run out either. Jerry walked out of the box along the escalator, pulled a network cable from his room to the lawn below, and then took out a laptop computer he bought privately from the small villa in the space box, plugged in the network cable, and stood together again. In front of, regardless of the 4 people still begging for sympathy, Jerry used the Imperius curse to control the thin young man. Then, from the mouth of the thin and weak young man, he asked the password of all the accounts of the weak and weak young man and donated all the huge amount of property in it to a website account called Save the Children Foundation through the notebook. Not bad. There's a little red star in the account. Seeing that although there are not many red stars on the panel, there are still many little red stars in the account. Jerry nodded in satisfaction. It is really strange that there are no little red stars when he donates with his own money, but there are little red stars when he forcibly uses the money of these mercenaries to donate. Withdrawing the Imperius curse, and regardless of the ashen-faced thin young man, Jerry walked towards the bazooka-carrying burly man again. For mercenaries, money is the most important thing. They do such dangerous work, hovering on the edge of life and death every day, not only for money, but now Jerry wants to take all their money. How can they be willing? However, if you don't want to, you can't. The strong man carrying the rocket launcher is obviously not as strong-willed as the strong man in the suit leading them. He quickly succumbed to the control of the Imperius curse and honestly handed over all his accounts and secrets to him. Out. Passing over the strong man carrying the rocket, Jerry came to the leader of the hired team. Understand, at this time, people are swords and I am fish. Of course, the strong man in a suit knows that he cannot fight this wizard who also knows magic. Simply, the opponent's magic of controlling people doesn't work on him, so he can keep 1 or 2 of the most important accounts and take out a few accounts that are not very important to fool around first. As the captain, his savings are much more than those of his companions, but even if he takes out a part of it, it is almost the same as the entire assets of his companions just now. Should be able to fool the child in front of him. A few minutes later, Jerry stared at the strong man in the suit and asked lightly, "Is there any more?" The strong man in the suit immediately laughed along with him. "Little mister, it's gone. It's gone. This time we really realized our mistakes, and we must reform ourselves in the future, be a good person, and stop killing people." Not killing people? Jerry didn't believe it at all. This time he drained all their savings. If he let them go, the other party would go even crazier to pick up missions on the dark web to earn money. "But I can't believe you're gone." Jerry looked at the strong man in the suit with a smile. The strong man in the suit was taken aback for a moment, and then a very bad feeling suddenly came to his heart. "Let's verify it." I saw that Jerry raised his wand and pointed it at the strong man in the suit. Whisper. Because of the network cable, the cover on the top of the box was not completely closed at this time. He worried that the captain would wake up Haas and Aisha if he yelled too loudly, so he cast a whispering spell on him first. After releasing the whispering spell, Jerry raised his wand again. Cruciate. What? The facial expression of the burly man in the suit was distorted in an instant. A pain that had never been seen before, as if it came from the soul, hit him instantly, and in just a few seconds, he felt like he was about to collapse. This pain was 100 times more painful than when he was experimenting with genetic enhancement drugs in the Siberia training camp back then. His mouth began to emit a scream full of fear, but after the sound came out, it was like a whisper, and the whole appearance looked very strange. Seeing this, the other 3 people couldn't help shaking their bodies. Originally, although they were caught, they never worried about being killed. At most, they thought they would be sent to prison, so they were not particularly afraid in their hearts. Because when they took this task, they had a judgment on the wizard. This is a very righteous child. In all recorded actions, he has never shot anyone. So, even in the worst-case scenario, they failed to kill the wizard and were caught by the wizard. At most, they were handed over to the police and sent to prison like other criminals. And prisons can't hold people like them, and it's not too difficult for them to escape from prison. This is also the real reason why they still chose to take this order after learning about the wizard's various strange abilities. And according to their original plan and the analysis of the wizard's previous ability, they're 70% sure that they can kill the wizard and get a good reward. But now it seems that the little wizard girl is indeed a good person, but this little boy who also knows magic doesn't seem to be a good person. And he left. Stopping to cast the Cruciatus curse, Jerry asked the burly man in the suit again. It's really gone. The burly man in the suit gritted his teeth. He expected that the other party would not keep torturing him like this. As long as he did not let go, the other party would let him go, so that when he escaped from prison, at least he would not have nothing. Cruciate. Jerry continued to raise his wand. The brawny man in the suit made a mistake. That is, Jerry didn't intend to spare a few people and give them to the police. How could it be possible for these few people who came here specifically to assassinate him? For these few people who can even kill a little girl with heart? How could Jerry let them go? Maybe they all have a tragic past of their own. Maybe they plan to earn enough money to retire to a quiet life. Maybe they didn't get into this business of their own volition. But none of this has anything to do with Jerry. From when they assassinated themselves to now, when Jerry appeared in front of them with his real face, none of them were destined to survive. Now it is just to squeeze out all their savings and donate them to the Save the Children Foundation to earn more little red stars. Cruciate. 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 After a few rounds, no matter how strong the will of the suit is, he couldn't take it anymore, and finally opened his mouth and confessed all his account numbers and passwords. Cruciate. I've already explained everything. There's really nothing left. Nothing left. At this time, the strong man in the suit had tears and snot coming out. Obviously, he had reached his limit. Since you deceived me just now, I still don't believe you. Let's do a few more rounds. Jerry shrugged and gave the burly man a few more rounds of the Cruciatus curse. Finally, when he saw that the strong man in the suit was starting to look a little silly, he stopped and shook his head. Be honest, there won't be so many things. After dealing with the strong man in the suit, Jerry came to the last red-haired woman. The red-haired woman's complexion changed, and she immediately said, I confess everything. There will be absolutely no concealment. Please don't use that on me. Jerry nodded. He also didn't use the Imperius curse on the red-haired woman, because he felt that after what happened just now, the red-haired woman must not dare to hide anything anymore. A few rounds later, when Jerry donated all the red-haired woman's funds to save the children, he slowly closed the computer. It's time to send you on your way. As if aware of something, the red-headed woman suddenly pushed her chest out vigorously, fully revealing her attractive figure, which was made more prominent by the rope binding in front of Jerry's eyes. Little mister, just let us go. We really don't dare to do it next time. If you want, in fact, my sister can even stay and serve you for a while. and let you taste the happiness that you have never experienced before. After finishing speaking, she stuck out her tongue and licked her delicate red lips, her eyes full of charm. 11 or 12-year-old boys have already begun to be a little ignorant and impulsive, as long as the little boy in front of him thinks a little carefully and loosens the shackles on her. Then, she has the confidence to kill this little boy when she is close to her body. Jerry looked at the red-haired woman with a hot figure and a beautiful face in front of him, and slowly raised the wand in his hand. Avada Kedavra! A green light shot out from the wand, hitting the red-haired woman precisely. In an instant, the pupils of the red-haired woman dilated, and her heart stopped suddenly, as if her soul was instantly driven out of her body, without the breath of life. What a beast! He doesn't even let children go.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.